ever had that kind of wealth in your hands. Even if you are a convinced atheist, I think at some point you have to begin to suspect that the cosmic muffin, providence, whatever it is, put this money in your hands to do what? Achieve great things. Just think of all the stuff is. So you're going to start a foundation and you're going to start backing all the things that you like. This is, I think there's an element of ego that comes in with it as well. And again, it may not be so much what the rich person with a huge amount of money at their disposal and a lot of fuzzy ideas about what to do with it can be influenced by others. It's always that question as to who's actually manipulating these events. What's going on in that regard? And in some way, they can be a very useful sucker. Find somebody with a lot of money and get them to finance the things that you want them to do. The Bohemian Club is, I don't think, in and of itself inherently evil or sinister, but it means that there are lots of different people in it who have different agendas. It goes back to what I said about how somebody feels about the cremation of care ritual. This is either just a waste of time, it's just some sort of silly thing that we're doing, or it is something of great importance, perhaps even mystical or religious importance, because that's ostensibly what it's pretending to be. There's always this question as to what degree you begin to play and the play becomes serious. That tends to happen a lot.
You've studied a lot of cults and occultism. What do you think is the power of that mystical experience?
Well, what is broadly referred to, we get into what's occultism? What's the occult? The occult is the hidden. That's all it really means, specifically hidden from sight. And the basis of it is the idea that what is hidden? Well, what is hidden from us is most of the world, most of reality. So the basic concept within occultism, the basic concept within most religions, which are approved forms of occultism, is that the world, the physical world that we are aware of, is only a very small part of a much larger reality. And that what the methods and practices of occultism arguably do is to allow someone to either enter into this larger reality or to access that larger reality for purposes to be exploited here. The most interesting statement about, and a key element of this becomes the thing called magic. Now, we all know magic, it's a guy standing on stage performing a trick. But the interesting thing about a stage magician is that a stage magician is, we know when we're watching this that it's a trick. Yet we can't really figure out, if he does it well, how that trick is being accomplished, because it seems to defy physical laws. And that's what's fascinating about it. So even though you know it's a trick, if you can't figure it out, it has this kind of power of fascination. But it's mimicking something. Stage magic is mimicking real magic. So it's real magic. Well, let's go back to Aleister Crowley, because, he always has to come. I knew he was going to come up at some point in this, earlier, because he always does.
All roads lead to Aleister.
All roads lead to Aleister Crowley. Aleister Crowley, and I've said this enough that I should be able to get it right, but I'm paraphrasing here. He goes, magic, which of course he spelled with a K, or CK, is the art and science of causing change to occur in conformity with will. So in a way, that's sort of mind over matter, but it's the idea that one can, through will, through intention, bend reality to make something happen. Somebody once put it this way: it's tipping the luck plane. Okay, so you got some kind of a level plane. What we're trying to do is just tip it just a little bit, so the marble rolls over one side or another. Now that presupposes a lot of things. That is there a luck plane? I don't know, but it's a good sort of idea to have. But and here again, don't become overly bothered trying to figure out whether you actually can bend reality. Become bothered by the fact that there are people who believe that they can and will go to great efforts to do so, and will often believe they have succeeded. So it's this effort to make things occur in a particular way, maybe just to sort of nudge reality in one little way or another. And that's where things like rituals come in. Rituals are a way of focusing will and attention. We're all there, we're all thinking about the same thing. And you have to imagine just how, the pervasiveness of what could be called that kind of magical thinking that really happens everywhere. So let me give you an example. You ever attended a high school football pep rally? Think of what's going on there. Okay, your team is going to battle the other team. You've now assembled everyone in the gymnasium. You've got people who are dancing around in animal totem costumes. And what are you chanting? Everyone is supposed to chant that that the other team dies, okay, that you'll be horribly defeated, and that our team will be victorious. That is a magic ritual. The idea is, it becomes into this idea that's very popular about visualizing things, manifesting, at least term. Okay, you need to manifest your success. Well, that's just magic. That is trying to cause change in conformity with will. So these things can happen without you being even consciously aware of what's going on. And you don't need to be, because if you're all part of the mob, which is there in the gymnasium, and you get into this and you get worked up, and occultists would argue what you're doing is you're creating a huge amount of energy. All of these people are putting energy into something, and that energy goes somewhere. And maybe you can, just maybe, you actually can slightly increase the chances of your team's victory. Of course, your opponents are having their own ritual at the same time, so whoever has the bigger mojo will apparently win on the team.
So that's I would say, trivial example of that, but a clear one. But I do believe that there's incredible power in groups of humans getting together and morphing reality. I think that's probably one of the things that human civilization, what it is, people being able to believe a thing and bring that belief into reality.
Yes, you're exactly right. To conceive of something, and then through intention, will, to manifest that into this realm.
And of course, that power of the collective mind can be leveraged by charismatic leaders to do all kinds of stuff, where you get cults that do, horrible things, or anything.
There might be a cult that does good things. I don't know. It depends.
We
don't call those cults.
Exactly.
Without endorsing this entirely, and interesting, one of the questions: what's the difference between a cult and a religion? And it has been said that in the case of a cult, there's always someone at the top who knows what's going on. Generally, who knows it's a scam. In a religion, that person is dead. So, see, I just managed to insult every single religion. But it's an interesting way of thinking about it, because I think there is some degree of accuracy in that statement.
Do you think, actually, the interesting psychological question is, in cults, do you think the person at the top always knows that it's a scam? Do you think there's something about the human mind where you gradually begin to
believe your own bullshit?
Yeah.
Yes,
that seems to be
again is part of magic, I think, is believing your own bullshit. It doesn't necessarily mean that the head of the cult realized, but there's someone, maybe the second, I always sort of look at the lieutenant, someone probably has an idea about what's going on. The other thing that seems to be a kind of dead giveaway for what we would call a cult is what's called excessive reverence for the leader. People just believe everything these people say. I give you an example of the first time I ever encountered anything like that was in Santa Barbara, California in the 1970s. I was going to grad school, and there was a particular cult locally, which I think was Brotherhood of the Sun. Yeah, it was the same. So there was some guy who was, among the other things, followers were convinced to hand over all their money and personal belongings to him. I believe he used part of that money to buy a yacht with. Anyway, a lot of it went to him. And then, of course, working for free upon different cult-owned business enterprises, of which there were several. And there was a person I knew who became a devoted follower of this, and it was all I could think of at one point was ask them, what the hell is the matter with you? I mean, have you lost your mind? Why would you, what is it that this person can possibly be providing that you essentially are going to become a slave to them, which is what they were doing? And I actually give that credit in a way of sort of sparking my whole interest in things like secret societies. And here again is a disclaimer. I am not now, nor have I ever been, the member of any fraternal organization, secret society, or cult that I know of. And that's what interests me about them. Because I'm just always trying to figure out why people do these things. Like I said, why the robes and the owl? Why?
Yeah.
Why do you do that? And it's trying to figure it out. I mean, I couldn't even hack the Boy Scouts. Okay, that was too much of it. Because to me, you join an organization, and the first thing that comes along is there are rules, and someone is telling you what to do. Okay, I don't like people telling me what to do. Spent much of my life trying to avoid that as much as possible. And join a cult, there's going to be someone telling you what to do. Join the Bohemian Club, and there's going to be someone telling you what to do. And obviously, a lot of people really get something out of that. It becomes, in some ways, it's sort of necessary for them to function. But I do not understand it, and my study of it is a personal effort to try to understand why people do that.
And there's so many reasons. Primary of which I would say is the desire in the human heart to belong.
Yes.
Right? And the dark forms that it takes throughout human history, recent human history, is something I'd love to talk to you a bit about. If we can go back to the beginning of the 20th century, on the German side, you've described how secret societies like the Thule Society laid the foundation for Nazi ideology. Can you, through that lens, from that perspective, describe the rise of the Nazi Party?
Well, I guess we could start with, what on earth is the Thule Society? So the Thule Society was a small German occult society. That is, they studied metaphysics, their fancy word for occultism, that appeared in Munich around 1917, 1918. The key figure behind it was a German esotericist by the name of Rudolf von Zebottendorf. Okay, not his real name. His real name was Adam Rudolf Glauer. He was adopted by a German nobleman and got the name von Zebottendorf. And I like to say that name. So I have this real thing about vague, mysterious characters who show up and do things. And trying to figure out who these people are. So we're working up the years sort of prior to the First World War. So the decade or so prior to World War I, spends a lot of time in the Ottoman Empire. Turkey. There was none. And the Ottoman Empire, which was a fairly tumultuous place, because in 1908 and 1909, there was the Young Turk Revolution. And You had a kind of military coup, which effectively overthrew the Ottoman Sultan and installed a military junta, which would go on during the First World War to make its greatest achievement in the Armenian genocide. Eventually, he created a genocidal military regime, which would lead the country into disastrous First World War, which would destroy the Ottoman Empire, out of which modern Turkey emerges. Yada, yada, yada.
And by the way, we should take a tiny tangent here, which is that you refer to the intelligence agencies as being exceptionally successful. And here in the case of the Young Turks being also very successful or in doing the genocide, meaning they've achieved the greatest impact, even though the impact on the scale of good to evil tends towards evil.
It's one of those things that often comes out of revolutionary situations. Revolutions always seek to make things better, don't they? We're going to take a bad old regime. The Sultan is, and the Sultan was bad. I think it's fair to say that Abdul Hamid II was not wasn't called the Red Sultan because of his favorite color type of thing. And the idea is that they were going to improve. They were now going to, the Ottoman Empire was a multinational empire. They were going to try to equalize and bring in the different groups, and none of that happened. It became worse. In the same way that you could argue that the goal of Russian revolutionaries was to get rid of the bad, old, incompetent medieval czarist regime and to bring in a new, great, shining future. And it became even more authoritarian. And the crimes of the Imperial Russian regime pale in the significance of what would follow. In the same way that the crimes of Abdul Hamid pale to when you get to the Young Turks. But that wasn't necessarily the intention. But von Zibotendorf is a German businessman who's working in this period. And the whole point here is that the Ottoman Empire in this period is a hotbed of political intrigue. And all kinds of interesting things about it. The Young Turk Revolution is essentially a military coup, but it is plotted in Masonic lodges. Okay, I know, technically Masonic lodges are never supposed to be involved in politics, but they are. The lodge meeting breaks up and then you plot the revolution. So, same group of people, but it's not technically. But yes, and there's the Macedonia Resorta Lodge in Thessaloniki was ground zero for plotting this military coup that was supposed to improve the empire. Zibotendorf is in one way or another mixed up in all of this, or at least he's an observer of it. Plus, he's initiated into the Masonic lodges. And interestingly enough, the fellow who initiates him into one of these Eastern lodges is a Jewish merchant by the name of Termudi, and who's also a Kabbalist. And Zibotendorf is very, very interested in the occult. He's initiated into Eastern Masonic lodges in a period when those same lodges are being used as a center for political intrigue. He also apparently is involved in gun running, which in revolutionary periods is, there's a lot of money to be made off of that. So he's connected to various dark businesses in a tumultuous time, with connections to politicized Freemasonry and the occult. Now, in the course of the First World War, he returns to Germany. He just shows up. And it would be my operative suspicion or theory that Zibotendorf was working for someone. I don't think he just pops up in Munich on his own accord. Why does he leave the Ottoman Empire and return to that place? Who's behind him? Well, maybe no one, but maybe someone, because he does seem to have money at his disposal. And he comes into Munich and he basically takes over this small sort of occult study group. Now, the interesting thing is that the Thule Society is really just a branch of another existing, what's called an Ariosophist, a thing called the German Order or the Germanenorden, which is centered in Berlin. But for some reason, he doesn't want his group to be connected by name with the Germanenorden. So Thule Society, Thule in this case is a reference to supposedly a mythical Arctic homeland of the Aryan race. And apparently they were all snow people who wander out of the snow at some point. It's kind of like a frozen Atlantis. So I mentioned these people, the Ariosophists, which is, I have to practice saying that. So what are they? Well, they're a kind of racist Germanic offshoot of Theosophy. And I know I'm explaining one thing to explain something else, but there's no other way to do this. So Theosophy was 19th century, very popular and widely modeled occult belief that was founded by a Russian woman by the name of Helena Blavatsky. She was a medium, psychic. She supposedly got channelings from the ascended masters. The basic story there, they're all of the ascended masters, which are mystical beings that may or may not have once been human. They live inside the Himalayas or they float among them on a cloud, and they guide the spiritual evolution of humanity. What Blavatsky did was to take Western esotericism and blend it with Hindu and Buddhist esotericism, which became very, very sexy in the West. Still is. You know, Buddhism attracts a lot of people because, well, it's Buddhism. It's different, see? So, you know, the Mahatmas, the ascended masters, were sending her messages, despite the fact that she was later proven pretty much to be a fraud and writing the letters herself. Nevertheless, people still went along with this doctrine, and it's been widely modified and copied since then. So an idea in Theosophy was that human spiritual evolution was tied to physical evolution. So in the case of Blavatsky never said that Aryans, white people, anything out this were superior. She talked about the different root races, but it's just her version of it is just total gobbledygook that seems to include everyone. And I defy you to make much sense out of it. But in the early 20th century, there are different sort of, one of the things that became fashionable, not terribly popular. These are small movements with the idea that, well, Germany is a new upcoming country. And part of this, I think, was really trying to define who the Germans were. Because, remember, the German Empire, Germany as a political state, doesn't come into existence until 1871. Prior to that, Germany was a geographic expression, a vague one, which described a large area in Central Europe where a lot of people who, wore leather shorts and or something like that, and spoke similar German dialects were nominally Germans, but they might be Prussians or Bavarians or they came in all sorts of varieties of religion. There was no German identity. Something very similar happened in Italy in the same period. I mean, there weren't Italians. There were Sardinians, and there were Romans, and there were Sicilians, Umbrians, spoke, again, dialects of a similar language, but it never lived, not since the Roman Empire, under a single state, and really didn't think of themselves as the same. So you have to create this artificial thing. You have to create Germans. There's now a Germany with an emperor, and so we're all going to be Germans. Well, exactly what is that? Much of it is an artificial creation. You have to decide upon some sort of standard dialect. Okay, we'll decide what that is. Often dialect that only a few people actually speak, and then it will be drilled into children's heads through state schooling programs. So I think this is the kind of milieu that it comes out of. People were trying to figure out what on earth Germans actually were, and the need for some sort of common identity. And, that leads to everything like Wagnerian opera. Richard Wagner wanted to create a German mythical music. So he went back and strip mined old German myths and cobbled them together into a lot of people standing on stage singing. And that was his purpose. He was a nationalist. He was in many ways a kind of racialist nationalist. And this was his idea of trying to create, out of bits and pieces of the past, a newfangled form of German identity. So on the more mystical end of this, you had the ideas that, well, Germany must have been created for some special purpose because the Germans must be very special people. And we must have some sort of particular destiny. And then out of this, the direction this is heading, well, we're all part of some sort of master race with some sort of ties to some sort of great civilization in the past. Call it Thule, or call it whatever you want to be. They basically just invent things and try to attach those to the past. And so Ariosophy was the Aryanized version of theosophy. And what this did was to take the idea that spiritual and physical evolution had led to the most advanced form of human beings, which were the Aryans, and the most advanced group of them were, of course, the Germans. And this attracted appeal. Like, keep in mind, again, this was not a mass movement. It was very much a fringe movement. Most people weren't aware of it and weren't particularly interested in it. But it had an appeal for those who already had a kind of esoteric bent in some form or another. And this is where things like the Germanen Order, the German Order, and their other groups, it was only one of many, sort of grew out of. And what it was that the Thule Society, as a branch, the Thule Gesellschaft, was supposed to do was to study this. It was an esoteric study group. And so people would get together and they'd talk about things, probably make more stuff up, and all sort of work around this idea of German Aryans as the most advanced type of human beings and all the wonderful things that the future would hold. And the fact that this was in the midst of a war in which Germany was again fighting, as they saw it, for its existence, heightened those kinds of tensions as well. So my suspicion, again, is that Bodendorf, in terms of who was behind him, he was essentially called back to Germany to work either for the Prussian political police or for some aspect of German intelligence and security to try to mobilize occultism or esotericism for the war effort. Because again, this is 1918. The war it's gone on way too long. Within a few months, Germany will collapse, and it will collapse simply from the psychological exhaustion of the population.
So this is almost like to help the war effort with a kind of propaganda, a narrative that can strengthen the will of the German people.
It will strengthen the will of some people. I mean, you have to try to appeal to different aspects of this. But the mystical aspect is one of those things that can have a very powerful influence. And the idea is that if we can come up with some kind of mystical nationalism, maybe that's one to put it, that kind of mystical nationalism that can be exploited for the workers. At this point, you're kind of grasping at straws. And this is a whole period when the Germans are marshaling the last of their forces to launch a series of offensives on the Western Front, the peace offensive, which will initially be successful, but will ultimately fail and lead to a collapse in morale. But among the leadership of Germany, it was a recognition, it was that national morale was flagging. And one of the other things that was kind of raising its head was what had happened nearby the Russian Revolution, which had now brought the idea, which brought another solution to all of this, the idea of revolutionary Marxism. Here we need to remind ourselves as to where Marxism comes from. Not Russia, Germany. Where was the largest Marxist party? In Germany.
And Marx probably expected the revolution to begin in Germany.
Where else?
I mean, the Soviet Union is not very industrialized. Germany is, and so that's where it would probably.
Russia, 5% of the population is industrial workers. In Germany, 40% of the population is industrial. So if any place was like made for Marxism, it was Germany. I think that's why it caught on in East Germany so well, because it had kind of come home. And it was a local belief. It wasn't something imported by the Russians. It was a German invention. So the Thule Society, one of the things you can see in this is the Thule Society was particularly involved in sort of anti-Marxist or anti-Bolshevik agitation. They saw themselves, the Botan source saw them as this whole movement. It was a counter to this. It was a kind of counter Marxist movement.
Can we sort of try to break that apart in a nuanced way? So it was a nationalist movement. The occult was part of the picture, occult racial theories. So there's a racial component, like the Aryan race. So it's not just the nation of Germany. And you take that and contrast it with Marxism. Did they also formulate that in racial terms? Did they formulate that in national versus global terms? Like, how do they see this?
Marxism formulates everything by class. Okay, people are categorized by class. You're either part of the proletariat, or part of the bourgeoisie, or just, you're either part of the proletariat or just some sort of scum. Really? Needs to be swept into the dustbin of history. Only workers count. And that was what would take someone who was a nationalist, would sort of drive them crazy, because their ideas, we're trying to create a German people. We're trying to create a common German identity. But what the Marxists are doing is they're dividing Germans against each other by class. German workers hate the German bourgeoisie. German proletariat as opposed to German capitalists. We're all trying to fight this war together. So that was why Marxism, particularly in the form of Bolshevism, was seen as unpatriotic, and of course it was opposed to the war as a whole. The idea that parroting Lenin was that the war was an imperialist war, and the only thing that was good that was going to come out of it is that the imperialist war, through all of the crises it was creating, would eventually lead to a class war, and that would be good because that would reconcile all of these things. But think of this: the two very different versions of this. The Bolshevist version, or let's just call it the Marxist version of Germany, it was going to be a class society in which we're going to have some kind of civil upheaval, which will have Germans fighting Germans. Whereas the kind of mystical nationalism, the almost kind of religious nationalism that Botendorf and the Thule Society had hitched its wagon to, held that Germans are all part of a single racial family, and that's what must be the most important thing. And that these can be different ways of trying to influence people. It comes down to a matter of political influence. So in a sense, I think that what Botendorf and the Thule Society was trying to do, at least within Munich, was to use this idea of mystical nationalism as a potential rallying point for some part of the population to oppose these other forces, to keep people fighting. The war is lost, though, in November. The Kaiser abdicates, and essentially the socialists do take over in Germany. Things become very, very close to following the Russian model. And you even get the Russian version or take on the Bolsheviks, which are the Spartacists, who try and fail to seize power early on. But you do essentially end up with a socialist Germany. And that then leaves, in the aftermath of the war, the Thule Society is sort of the odd man out, although they're still very closely connected to the army. And here's one of the things that I find interesting. When you get into 1919, who is it that's paying Botendorf's bills? It's the army. The one thing the German army is absolutely determined to do is to preserve its social position and power. And they're perfectly willing to dump the Kaiser to do that. That's sort of this deal which is made. In November of 1918, Kaiser's abdication, the proclamation of a German republic, which, you know, you just had this guy declare it. It wasn't really planned. There's the Ebert-Groener Pact. Groener is the chief of staff, general staff at this point. Friedrich Ebert is the chief socialist politician, basically, and they make an agreement. And the agreement basically is that the army will support Ebert's government if Ebert supports the army. And particularly that means the continuation of the officer corps and the general staff in one form or another. So a deal is made. And that, of course, is what will eventually help defeat the Spartacist uprising.
Now, was the army doing the similar kinds of things that we've talked about with the intelligence agencies? This kind of same kind of trying to control the direction of power?
The German intelligence landscape in the First World War is obscure in many ways. There are lots of things that are going on. You've got Germany has a military intelligence service called Abteilung, or Section 3B. That's just plain military intelligence. You know, they're constantly trying to collect military information, you know, before the war about the weaponry and plans of the enemies, and then about what the operational plans were during the war. It doesn't really go much beyond that, though. The German Foreign Office runs a kind of political intelligence service. And that's the one which is much more involved in things like subsidizing subversion in Russia, which is one of the things that the Germans sign on to fairly early. Little diversion here. In 1915, there is a Russian revolutionary who's lived much of his life in Germany, who goes by the code name of Parvis, and he essentially comes to the Germans in Constantinople, interesting enough, in Turkey. He's hanging around there at the same time as Bodendorf is there, which I find curious. So Parvis, or Alexander Helphand, to give his actual name, comes him and he goes, look, there's a lot of revolutionaries in Russia, and there's a lot of mistrust with the regime. We think that the war will increase the contradictions in Russian society. And if you give me a lot of marks, I can finance this revolutionary activity. And through subversion, I can take Russia out of the war. Well, the Germans are facing a two-front war. That sounds great. We'll use money in order to... But notice what they're doing. The German General Staff, a very conservative organization, not a bunch of revolutionaries, are going to finance revolution in an opposing country. They are going to finance revolutionary subversion to take Russia out of the war, which basically works. So that gives you another idea as to what the German military is willing to do. They're not revolutionaries, but they'll pay revolutionaries to subvert another regime. Now you've got the problem is that the revolutionary regime that your money helped bring to power is now threatening to extend into your country. So the whole question for the army and for others in Germany in 1919 is how to keep Germany from going Bolshevik, from, in a sense, being hoisted by your own petard. So the Thule Society, I don't think, is a huge part of this program, but it is a part of it. And it's all an effort to try to keep control, and that's why the army is financing them. That's even why the army at some point then supplies them with its own propagandists. So the Thule Society begins to create, under Subbotendorf's leadership, what he called the Rings of Thule. And these are satellite organizations that aren't the society itself, but they're kind of controlled and inspired by it. And one of those is a thing called the German Workers' Party. The German Workers' Party, again, is local. It's not large. It's not terribly influential. But what does it aspire to be? It aspires to be a party that will bring German workers away from the seductive influence of the Bolsheviks and into a more patriotic, a patriot. And the way that I describe this is that it's not an anti-communist organization, it's a counter-communist organization. So you don't create something which completely opposes it, you create something which mimics it, which is ultimately what the German Workers' Party will become, is the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Notice that term, socialist. And that is, in my view, what Nazism is from the beginning. It is a counter-communist movement.
And by the way, for people who don't know, the National Socialist German Workers' Party is also known as the Nazi Party. So how did this evolution happen from those that complicated little interplay? We should also say that a guy named Adolf Hitler is in the army at this time.
Yes.
Man.
Well, he's going to come into this because remember, said the army was going to supply its own propagandists to help the German Workers' Party and the Thule Society do their work. And the propagandist they supply them with is a man who the army trains, sends to classes to learn the art of public speaking and propaganda. And that fellow is Corporal Adolf Hitler.
So how does Adolf Hitler connect with the German Workers' Party?
Well, he'd been in the army during the war, the only regular job that he'd ever had. Kind of liked it. So you often get the view is that, well, at the end of the war, he joined millions of other German soldiers who didn't have jobs. No, he stays in the army. He stays in the army until 1921. He's on the army payroll at the very time in which he is held to set this up. What appears to have happened is this. Bodendorf had organized the Thule Society. That had tried to oppose. There's actually a brief period of time in which the communists actually take over Munich, the Bavarian Soviet Republic, which doesn't last very long, and eventually the army and volunteers put this down. While that's going on, by the way, Hitler is actually sitting in the barracks in Munich wearing a red armband because he is technically part of the soldiers who have gone over to the Bavarian Soviet Republic. He seems to have had flexible interests in this case. So once order is restored, so to speak, the army comes in and decide that, well, one of the things we need to have people who can lecture soldiers on patriotic topics. And so there is a particular captain by the name of Karl Mayr who sort of spots Hitler. He later describes him as like a stray dog looking for a master. Hitler has a knack for public speaking. Other soldiers will listen to him. Yeah, some people can do that. Some people can't. Mayr decides that he's a good candidate for further training. And so, yes, they bring him into what's called a Wehmann, a kind of liaison man. He's an army propagandist. And then you've got this little outfit called the German Workers' Party. And essentially what happens is that Hitler is sent in to take over leadership of that, which is what happens. He shows up, he attends a meeting. There are like 50 people there. By the way, the topic of that, the first meeting he's at is how and why capitalism should be abolished, okay, which is not what you might well expect. And because remember, the German Workers' Party is trying to cast itself as a counter-Bolshevism. So it's not saying that capitalism is great, which is important. Now, capitalism is evil. We agree upon that. We just agree it has to be destroyed from a nationalist point of view, as opposed from some sort of strange internationalist point of view. So Hitler is essentially, as I see it, sent in by the army as their trained man to assume leadership within this small party and to use it for the army's patriotic propaganda campaign. And he succeeds in doing so, even to the name change to the National Socialist or German Workers' Party. I mean, really, what sounds more red than that?
So the interesting thing here is Oh, from where did anti-Semitism seep into this whole thing? It seems like the way they try to formulate counter Marxism is by saying the problem with capitalism and the problem with Marxism is that it's really Judeo-capitalism and, quote, Judeo-Bolshevism. From where did that ideology seep in?
Well, it's a huge topic. Where does anti-Semitism come from? Well, let's start with that term itself, a term which I have really grown increasingly to dislike because it doesn't actually say what it means. Anti-Semitism is anti-Jewism. That's all it is. I'm not sure whether there has ever existed a person who hated Jews, Arabs, and Maltese equally. Okay, it's kind of hard to imagine. I don't know, but that's technically what that would mean because let's face it, most Semites are Arabs. So if you're an anti-Semite, then you don't seem to distinguish Jews from Arabs. Makes no sense. The origin of the term is invented by, guess what? An anti-Semite. A guy in the 1870s, a German journalist by the name of Wilhelm Marr, who is, wouldn't you know it, part Jewish himself, and who decides that you really need a better term than Judenhass, Jew hate, which was the term that, because that just sounds so, inelegant, doesn't it? Okay. What do you want to call yourself? A Jew hater or an anti-Semite? See? Anti-Semitism, it's got that ism part of the end of it, which means it's a system of belief. Anything that has an ism must somehow be scientific and important. It's all part of the 19th century obsession with trying to bring science into something one way or the other. So we're going to get rid of Jew hate and we're going to turn it into anti-Semitism. And we're only going to be talking about Jews, but we'll never actually say that. And somehow, the invention of a Jew hater to disguise the fact that he's a Jew hater, even though he's partly Jewish, by inventing the term anti-Semitism worked because everybody has bought it repeatedly. So, I don't know. I think, maybe just because anti-Jewism would just be that, is it too direct in some way? Do we have difficulty confronting actually what it is that we're talking about?
I do wish terms were a little bit more direct and self-explanatory. Yeah, Jew hate is a better term.
Well, the question becomes, what exactly do you hate about Jews? And a lot of this has to do with, if you go back prior to the 19th century, if Jews were hated, they were hated for religious reasons. In Christian Europe, they were hated because they weren't Christians. And they existed as the only kind of significant religious minority. But other than that, they tended to live separately. They had little economic influence. Jews tended to live in shtetls in the east, ghettos elsewhere. Some were involved in banking and business, but they sort of remained segregated from the society. That changes when you get to the 19th century and with what's called Jewish emancipation. And that means that between about 1800 and 1850, most European countries dropped the various legal or social restrictions against Jews. They are assimilated into the general society. So ideally, you stop being a German Jew and you become a Jewish German. Those are two very different, important concepts. And what that does, of course, is that it opens up the professions, business world elsewhere. So Jews move, who had been largely within those realms to begin with. They already had a good deal of experience in banking and business. And they move into those areas and professions and become quite visible. And that's what then creates anti-Semitism. Because in some way that is seen as part of the changes that have taken place. And there are a lot of things going on here. Part of it has to do with the crushing social and economic changes that took place. So one of the things to keep in mind is that in the process of industrialization, just like today, whole classes of people were were made extinct economically. Craftsmen, for instance. So when factories came along and began to produce things with machines, all the craftspeople who had made those things previously are now unemployed or go to work as wage labor in factories. So there are winners and losers in industrialization. And what people saw in Germany and elsewhere is that among this new sort of rising capitalist elite, among these new professions, among the bureaucrats that are coming out of these burgeoning states, there were visibly a fair number of Jews. So in some way, the rise of Jews in the minds of many people were connected to all of the other bad things that were going on. You know, the world was changing in a way we don't like. And seemingly, the Jews are prospering while I am not. And that was true in Germany and elsewhere. Jews became highly visible in the professions. They became very visible in banking. They became visible in legal profession. They became visible in the medical profession. And those are people that a lot of people would come in contact with. Bankers, lawyers, and doctors. They were not the majority there, but vastly overrepresented in terms of the general population. And especially within the cities. So in that sense, the roots of anti-Semitism to me is that Jews in Germany and elsewhere, and not Germany by any means, France, Britain, everywhere else, became identified with the bad changes that were taking place. But you also found that Jews were not only prominent among capitalists, they were also prominent in the socialist movement as well. So one of the things you could look around, we returned to Germany in 1919 in the aftermath of World War I, and you look around in Bavaria or elsewhere, you tend to find that there are a lot of Jews in visible positions on the German left. Rosa Luxemburg is but one example of that. Eugen Levine, some of them came in from Russia. When the Soviets send a representative to Germany in this period, it's Karl Radek, a Jew. So it wasn't difficult to exploit that, to argue that just as the ranks of capitalism was full of Jews, the ranks of Bolshevism or of the revolutionary left were full of Jews, because you could easily go around and distinguish a great many of them. They don't have to be the majority, they just have to be numerous, prominent, and visible, which they were. So this provided you in the case of the propaganda of the German army, the type of stuff that Hitler was spewed out, they could put all the anti-capitalist rhetoric in there, wanted to. The army was never going to overthrow capitalism, and the capitalists knew they weren't going to do it. So go ahead, talk shit about us. We don't really care. That's not going to, because we know that the army would prevent that from happening. The way to then undermine the real enemy, it was seen, the revolutionary left, was to point out the Jewish influence there. Look at Russia. Well, Lenin's not, but Trotsky, there he is. Look, there's a Jew. There's one. Radek is a Jew. It wasn't hard to find them in that regard.
You gave a lecture on the protocols of the Elders of Zion. It's widely considered to be the most influential work of anti-Semitism ever, perhaps. Can you describe this text?
Well, the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion is probably one of the most troublesome and destructive works of literature that has ever emerged. And yet, its origins remain obscure. So you get a whole variety of stories about where it came from. So the one story that is often is that it was the work of the Okhrana, the Russian secret police, and in particular, it was all crafted in 1904 and 1905. In Paris, there's a whole description of Pyotr Rachkovsky, who was the Supposedly the chief of the Okran at the time was the man behind it. Another fellow by the name of Matvey Golovinsky was the drafter of it. And that they had this document written by a French political writer from some decades back called Dialogue in Hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu, which they were then adapting. Usually it's argued that they plagiarized it into the protocols, and none of that is really true. I mean, the first part about it is that at the time this supposedly took place, Rothschild wasn't working for the Okhrana. He'd been fired, and he wasn't in Paris. And the whole situation which is described couldn't have taken place because the people who did it weren't there. It's a story. But it provides a kind of explanation for it. So the protocols emerge. So you always have to go back. This is one of the things that I have found always useful in research is go back to the beginning. Find the first place this is mentioned, or the first version, or the first iteration. Where does it start? So you go back to St. Petersburg, Russia, around 1903. There is a small right-wing anti-Semitic newspaper published there called Znamya, Banner. And it publishes in a kind of serial form a work, it doesn't credit with any original author. And this is the first version of the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. But what it's actually describing is a Judeo-Masonic plot to rule the world. Those two terms are always combined together. And in fact, in the earlier version, there's far more mentions of Freemasons than there are Jews. And it's, the publisher of Znamya is closely connected to a thing called the Union of Russian People, the Union of Russian Men, which was ostensibly existed to defend the empire against subversion, particularly against what I thought was Jewish subversion, when they also argued that the prominence of Jews in revolutionary movements somehow proved that this was in some way a Jewish revolution. But again, this is not a mainstream newspaper. It's not appealing to a mainstream population. Very few people saw it. But this is where it appears. Now, keep in mind, that's 2 or 3 years before it's usually said to have been written. Or the other version is that there's this crazy priest by the name of Sergei Nilis, and he wrote it. Or actually appended it as an appendix to his work in 1905. No, it was around before that. So Nilis didn't create it. It wasn't drafted in Paris in 1904 or 1905. It was serialized in an obscure right-wing Russian newspaper, 1903.
And by the way, we should say that these are 24 protocols.
Well, it varies.
It varies. That are, I guess, supposed to be like meeting notes about the supposed cabal where the Jews and Freemasons are planning together a world domination. But it's like meeting notes, right?
Protocol, which are Russian term basically for notes of a meeting.
Yeah.
Well, as notes of a meeting, these are the goofiest things I've ever seen. Because what you've got here, it's not notes. No one takes notes from a meeting that way. What you've got is like the exposition of a Bond villain, right? It's all of this, then we're going to do this. And then the last thing you want to do is lay out if you get a plan for world domination, my suggestion would be don't write it down. So it's not notes of a meeting. It's another sort of narrative or story that's being told. It bears no resemblance to the dialogue in hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu. But what it is, the best thing, it's not particularly readable in some ways. There was an Italian writer by the name of Cesare Michaelis who wrote a book translated in English called The Non-Existent Manuscript. And what it is that he takes the different versions, starting with the 1902, 1903 versions, and looks through the other ones, and he tries to, in the process, to reconstruct what he thinks the original might have been. But the other thing he does, which was fascinating to me, is that he takes this whole sort of initial text, and in bold type, he indicates the paragraphs, but more often sentences or phrases that appear to be identical from the Joly work. And they're just scattered throughout it. There's no particular rhyme or reason to it. You don't plagiarize that way. I mean, who does that? A sentence here, a sentence there, which has led to a peculiar theory of mine, which of course I will have to expound upon, which is that I think that the original author of the protocols was the same Maurice Joly. I think what someone stumbled across was a work which he wrote and never published, and which he just drew. It's exactly what someone would do working from your own kind of material. Because I've written things and then taken what I've written and then sort of repackaged that into something else.
Sentence here, sentence there.
Yeah, and the same sort of thing comes out. Only sort of bits and pieces of it remain. So why would Joly have done that? Joly was, we're talking about a man whose career basically spanned the 1850s to 1870s. He's an obscure figure. I'm not even totally sure he existed. I mean, but it's one of those things, you go looking for him.
I love that you're a scholar of people that just kind of emerge out of like the darkness.
They just come from nowhere.
And there's the Akhrana there also. And we should also say this was, I guess, the original would be written. I mean, what's the language of the original? Russian?
Russian. But my hunch is that that's adopted from a French version. First of all, they're constantly harping on Freemasons, which wasn't nearly as a big idea as there. If you go back to France in the 1890s, there's some big scandals. Well, there's the Dreyfus scandal. Well, we got that, all right, where you've got a Jewish officer on trial for being a traitor. All right, so that was probably, so you bring in the whole Jewish element, Jews is disloyal, Dreyfus case, 1894. Earlier, you had the Panama scandal, which was this huge investment scandal when the Panama Canal Company in Paris collapsed. And again, many of the major players in that were Jewish financiers. And then you've got the Taxil hoax. So the Taxil hoax was the work of this guy. His real name was, I think, Jogan Paget. He was kind of a French journalist. He started out writing porn. So, I mean, he wrote things like Sex Lives of the Popes and, the erotic Bible and various things of that kind. He was a Catholic, wrote with the Catholic Church, wrote bad stuff about the popes, and apparently became a Freemason for a while, and then supposedly recanted his evil ways, went back to the church, and then under the name Leo Taxil began writing these whole series of articles, basically arguing that there was a Masonic satanic conspiracy, run, by the way, by an American, Albert Pike. And this also included child sacrifice. It's got Pizzagate, as well, by a high priestess, Diana Vaughn. And so there's like child sacrifice, weird Roby Bohemian Grove stuff. And the Freemasons are devil worshippers going back to the Knights Templars. And so there's a thing called the devil in the 19th century and the secrets of Freemasonry. And this became a bestseller in France. So France is just obsessed with all of these kinds of conspiracies. So evil satanic Freemasons, evil Jewish financiers, Dreyfus. This is the brew where all of this comes. So want to figure out how Freemasons and Jews get connected together? France is the place where this happens. Now, Taxil, or Jogan Paget, eventually pulls another interesting thing in this. Around 1897, critics argue that he's making this stuff up and demand that he present Diana Vaughn, supposed satanic high priestess, toddler killer. And he says, we're going to have a press conference. She'll appear and say all of this stuff as she returns to the church and, possibly becomes a nun. And so people show up, high figures from the Catholic Church shows up, and he does, no Diane Yvonne, and Dogon Pache goes, it's all a hoax. I made it up. You're all a bunch of idiots for believing it. Okay, you members of the church especially, just what gullible, morons you are. And that's it. He confesses it. To this day, however, you will find people who will insist that it's actually true because they desperately want it to be true. But this is, I think, the milieu that, I like that word apparently, that this comes out of. And this is this whole kind of unhealthy mix. So France, to me, is the only place that in the decade preceding it that something like this would be concocted. So it was either created by some sort of unknown person there, but I still think that even though he dies in like 1879, that in Maurice Joly's troubled career, he went from being an opponent of French Emperor Napoleon III, which is what the whole dialogues was written against. And then he was, for a time, a close political ally of a French politician by the name of Adolphe Crémieux. So Adolphe Crémieux, well, what's he got going for him? Well, he was kind of a radical politician. He was an opponent of Napoleon III. He was a Freemason. Oh, and he was Jewish. In fact, at one point, I think he was actually the head both of the Scottish Rite in France and an important figure in the Alliance Israélite, the Jewish organization in France. So he was publicly, very prominently Jewish and Masonic. So someone else who would have linked it together. Joly, as he did with virtually everyone, this was a guy whose life largely consisted of duel threats and fistfights. So he gets angry at Crémieux, and it's exactly the type of thing that he might write to vent his spleen about it. But he died, probably a suicide. It's kind of difficult to tell. In obscurity, his son seems to have inherited most of his literary works. And his son then became a journalist, worked for newspapers in France in the 1890s, but was also associated with some people on the fringes of the Okhrana or the Russian press in France. So one of the little things that had happened by this time is that France and Russia had become allies, even though their political systems are completely incompatible. And so the Russians were using money to subsidize French newspapers that were championing the alliance between the two. Russian meddling. Okay, no, they're just paying to have the right kind of newspapers come out. So there's this whole connection between the kind of Russian journalistic world and the French journalistic world and all of these scandals which are going on and Joly's son, and then 10 years down the road this thing pops up in a newspaper in St. Petersburg. That's where I think the origins lay.
Why do you think it took off? Why do you think it grabbed a large number of people's imaginations, and even after it was shown to be not actually what it's supposed to be, people still believe it's real?
Well, it doesn't take off immediately. Okay, never receives any kind of nobody much reads the first edition of it. When it's and it keeps getting, there are something like 18 or 19 different versions it goes through. People leave this protocol out or leave another one. As time goes on, there's more and more emphasis on Jews and less on Freemasons. So it's sort of, and the whole thing could have begun as an anti-Masonic tract. You could leave Jews out of it entirely and just turn it into a Masonic plot to rule the world. But let's just throw them in as well, since the two things are already being combined elsewhere. It doesn't become a big deal until really after the First World War, because the initial versions of it are all in Russian. And let's face it, well, that's widely read in Russia. It's not much read anywhere else. It's a different alphabet. Nobody can even see what it means. So it has no particular influence outside of Russia. But then you get to 1919, and you get all these different versions of it. So suddenly you get two English versions in the US, another English version in Britain, a German edition, a French edition, a Dutch edition. Everybody is coming up with these things. So it's not until in the immediate aftermath of the First World War that this metastasizes, and it begins to show up in all of these different foreign editions. And I think that it just has to do with the changes that have taken place during the war. One of the things that people began looking for was that, why was there a war? And we've just had this whole disastrous war, and the world has been turned upside down. So there has to be some kind of explanation for that. I don't know. And one of the things this offered to see, there's this evil plan. There's this evil plan that has been put into motion. And this could possibly explain what's taking place. The reason why the protocols were, I think, widely bought then, and why they still are in many ways, is the same reason that the Taxil hoax I was talking about was, because it told a story that people wanted to believe. So in France in the 1890s, there was widespread suspicion of Freemasons. It was seen as a somewhat sinister, secretive organization, certainly secretive. And there was also, the same sort of generalized prejudices about Jews. Clannish, distinct, too much influence, all of the things that went on. So it was sort of easy to combine those two things together. And even though Taxil admits it was a hoax, there were those who argued that this is just it's too accurate. It describes things too completely to be a hoax. And then you get the same arguments. In fact, I've heard the same arguments with the protocol. I don't even buy this as an example of plagiarism, because you can't actually prove what's being plagiarized in any sense. To me, the protocols are a prime example of what I call a turd on a plate. These things crop up. I have to explain that now.
Yeah, please.
What is a turd on a plate? Well, a turd on a plate is a turd on a plate. Suppose you come in and there's a plate sitting on the table and there's a turd on it.
Yeah.
Now, the first thing you're going to want is that a turd? Is it a human turd? Where did it come from? Why would someone poop on a plate? There are all these questions that come to mind. It makes no sense. But that's what it's just there. Right? Yeah. I don't know where it came from. I don't know why, but there's a turd on a plate, and that's what the protocols are. They're just there.
But the reality is, just like with a turd on a plate, you take a picture of that in modern day, and it becomes a meme, becomes viral, and becomes a joke on all social media, and now it's viewed by tens of millions of people or whatever. It becomes popular. So wherever the turd came from, it did captivate the imagination.
Yeah.
It did speak to something.
Because it seemed to provide an explanation.
Can you just speak to Jew hatred? Is it just an accident of history? Why was it the Jews versus the Freemasons? Is it the collective mind searching for a small group to blame for the pains of civilization? And then Jews just happened to be the thing that was selected at that moment in history?
It goes all the way back to the Greeks. Let's blame them. So one of the first occasions you find the idea that Jews are a distinct, mean-spirited, nasty people goes back to a Greco-Egyptian historian named Manetho. This is around, I think, 300 BC. Early. Can't even rope the Romans into this one. So Manetho is trying to write a history of the dynasties of Egypt. I think his history of dynasties of Egypt still is one of the basic works in this, but he tells this whole story, which essentially describes the kind of first blood libels that the Jews, to celebrate their various religious holidays, would capture Greeks and fatten them up in the basement and then slaughter them and eat them or drain their blood or do something. It's just the sort of earlier version of that kind. Also, I think it repeats the sort of Egyptian version of the Exodus out of Egypt, which is quite different than the biblical version. In this case, the Egyptian, they worked as, they stole all the stuff out of the Egyptians' houses and ran off into the desert.
The Jews stole all the stuff and ran off.
Yeah, Hebrews robbed the Egyptians. They were taken in. We took them in and sheltered them, gave them jobs, and then they stole all the jewelry and ran away. We didn't even chase them. We were glad to see them gone. So it's a different narrative on that story. But it essentially portrays the Jews as being hostile. They don't like other people. They're contemptuous of other people's religions, the rest of it. And see, the Greeks tended to think of themselves as being extremely cosmopolitan. Now, the Greeks run across people worshiping other gods. They go, those are just our gods under different names. Okay, everything was sort of adjusted into their landscape. So you end up with that kind of hostility, which was there at the time. And that was probably influenced also by some of these earlier rebellions that had taken place in Egypt. During the Roman period, you not only have the Judean rebellion in 70 AD, but you have a couple of other uprisings in North Africa, and very bloody affairs. And in some cases, Jews begin massacring other people around them. They start killing the Greeks. The Greeks start killing them. So there was a fair amount of, from that period on, a certain amount of bad blood, of mutual contempt between Greeks, or between Hellenes, between the people who became Hellenized, as the Romans would be, and the Jews. And the Romans also seem to have developed much of that idea. They considered Judea as being a horrible place to have to govern, inhabited by a stubborn, obnoxious people. Not well liked. So that's really where you see the earliest versions of that. And the reasons for it would be complicated. What you could say is that going back to Manetho and to the Roman period, Jews, Judeans frequently experienced difficulties, conflicts with other people living around them. And part of that probably had to do with the diaspora, which was the movement. Well, you get the idea. The Romans came in and kicked everybody out, which they didn't. Jews had been leaving Judea since it was a poor, limited area, and moving to areas like North Africa, Egypt, Cyrenaica, all the way into southern France. They moved widely around the Roman Empire. So that sense of both distinctness and hostility existed since ancient times. So it wasn't just the attitude of the church towards Jews was mixed by, well, one of the ideas, of course, is that at the end of time, just before the second coming, one of the signs, how we can only know that Jesus is going to return and the world is going to end. Well, the Jews will all convert. There will be a mass conversion. They'll sort of see the light. Now, so there have to be Jews around to do that, or we won't, it's like a canary in a coal mine. You have to have them there to tip it off. So that was one of the arguments as to why, within the church, as to why Jews would not be forcibly converted. Beyond the fact that it's just kind of bad policy to forcibly convert people because you don't know whether it's sincere. But they need to be preserved as a kind of artifact, which will then redeem itself at the end of time. It's not something which is encouraged. It predates Christianity. And then Christianity, of course, in its own way, just sort of plagiarizes the whole Jewish thing, doesn't it? I mean, I hesitate to use that term, but that's what you do. It's just like, well, we're the Jews now. Okay, you used to have a unique relationship with God, but now it's been passed over to us. And so, you know, thanks for the Bible. I can remember that. On my mom's side, I was periodically exposed to Sunday school. And pretty much the Old Testament was always presented as if somehow it was the history of, like, for lack of a better term, Europeans in some way. It was sort of a Christian history. It was all the prequel to that. And there'd be some sort of, like, the term Hebrew was always used, never Jews. So, the ancient Hebrews, and somehow the Hebrews just sort of became the Christians, and I don't know, the Jews just they didn't get a memo or something.
So it's basically like Christianity, the prequel, is the Old Testament.
But they just sort of take over. Okay, we have the special dispensation now. Thank you very much. You're an artifact.
So it's interesting. So this whole narrative that I would say that was kind of like a viral meme. Started, as you described, in 300 BC. It just carried on in various forms and morphed itself, and arrived after the Industrial Revolution in a new form to the 19th and 20th century, and then somehow captivated everybody's imagination.
I think that modern anti-Semitism is very much a creation of the modern world of the Industrial Revolution. It's largely a creation of Jewish emancipation. It's the nasty flip side of that. Okay. All of the restrictions are thrown off, but now also you become the focus of much more attention than what you had before. Prior to that, you had the kind of ghettoization, which worked both ways. I mean, there were rabbis who praised the ghetto as a protection of Jews against the outside world, because inside we can live our life as we wish and we're unmolested. Whereas the great fear is that if we were sort of absorbed into this larger world, we'll lose our identity. That sort of question comes up in the 18th century in things like the Haskalah movement in Germany, because the German Jews were always at the sort of cutting edge of assimilation and modernity. Moses Mendelssohn is an example, but arguing that, we just need to become Germans. So, as much as possible, synagogues should look like Lutheran churches. Everything, things should be given in good German. And that's the way we need to become Jewish Germans. We don't want to become a kind of group of people who are apart in that way. And that has created great tensions ever since. One of the essential points, it seems to me, in anti-Semitism, anti-Jewism, is that all the Jews are in it together. Is that one of the things? Okay. They're always talking about as if they're a collective. Jews this, Jews that. As if it's a single, undifferentiated mass of people who all move and speak in the same way. From my personal experience, not being Jewish, it's incredibly diverse. In many ways, really, one of the things that anti-Semitism proposes is a continuity or a singularity of Jewish identity that never existed.
Just like you said, on one hand, there's a good story, and the other hand is the truth. And oftentimes the good story wins out. And there's something about the idea that there's a cabal of people, whatever they are. In this case, our discussion is Jews seeking world domination, controlling everybody, is somehow a compelling story. It gives us a direction of a peoples to fight, of a peoples to hate, on which we project our pain. Because life is difficult. Life, for most, is full of suffering. And so we channel that suffering into hatred towards the other. Maybe if you can just zoom out, what do you, from this particular discussion, learn about human nature that that we pick the other in this kind of way. And we divide each other up in groups and then construct stories and like constructing those stories, and they become really viral and sexy to us. And then we channel the hatred. We use those stories to channel our hatred towards the other.
Well, yeah, Jews aren't the only recipient of that. I mean, anytime you hear people talking about Jews this or that, white people this or that, black people this or that, Asians this or that, where they're an undifferentiated mass who apparently all share something in common. Well, then nobody's really thinking. And the other thing you'll find is that people who will express those views when pressed will argue that, oh, well, this, if they actually know anybody from those groups, those are okay. It's like Nazis. Oh, they go, oh, this is an okay Jew. They're all right. They were always constantly making exceptions. And one for, what they actually met an actual human being, and they seemed to be fairly normal, well, they were okay. So what it was that they hated weren't actual people for the most part. It was just this kind of gollywog vision that they had of them. You're not even talking about real people. I don't know. What does that tell you about human nature? Well, okay, in 70 odd years, what have I learned about my fellow creatures? One, I don't actually understand them any better than I ever did. In fact, less so. Okay, I would say this. When I was 17, I thought that I had the world much more figured out than I do now. Completely. But, it seemed to make much more sense, and I could categorize things. Basic take upon human beings, most people, most of the time, are polite, cooperative, and kind until they're not. And the exact tipping point and moment in which they go from one to the other is unpredictable.
God, that's brilliantly put. Speaking of the tipping point, you gave a series of lectures on murderers, crimes in the 20th century. One of the crimes they described as the Manson family murders. And that combines a lot of the elements of what we've been talking about and a lot of the elements of the human nature that you just described. So can you just tell the story at a high level as you understand it?
Manson. Well, you begin with Charles Manson, who's the key element in this. And Charles Manson, for most of his life, up until the time that he's around 33, is an unexceptional petty criminal. In and out of prison, reform school from an early age, not really associated with violent crimes. He did stuff like steal cars, write bad checks, became an unsuccessful pimp and drug dealer. So around 1967, he gets out of his latest stint in federal lockup in Terminal Island in Los Angeles, California. By that time, he's learned how to play the guitar, has ambitions to become a musician, and also has proclaimed himself a Scientologist. Not that he ever seems to have practiced, but that's what he would claim that he was. And, self-educated himself in prison to a certain degree. And so when he gets out of prison in 67, he was a model prisoner. He behaved himself, and seemed, you can sort of imagine his life is going in a completely different direction. And here again, I'm going to say something kind of good about Charles Manson, which is that he actually was a decent singer. If you really sort of listen to some of the stuff he did, he's not a great singer, but he could have, other people got recording contracts with less talent than he had, and he could play guitar. The Beach Boys actually do record one of his songs without him.
How would you evaluate Hitler's painting compared to Charles Manson?
Well, you're supposed to say it's terrible.
Okay.
It looks average to me.
Yeah, landscape.
Okay. I mean, if you didn't know it was Hitler,
yeah,
would you? I don't know what would people say about it.
Sorry for the distraction.
It's just, it's an average painter. That's what it was. Something like crazy genocidal maniac paintings. You really have those. So Manson, he could have done that. He probably could have he made certain inroads into the music industry, and if he hadn't been such a weirdo, he might have gotten further with it. But his life could have taken a different turn. So this is one of the questions I have. Where did a guy who's an unexceptional career petty criminal suddenly emerge into some sort of criminal mastermind, a Svengali, who can bend all of these people to his will and get them to go out and commit murder? That's a real shift that you have. So the first thing it kind of could tell you that something odd is going on is he gets out of prison in LA County, and he's on parole. Parolees are supposed to have a job, not supposed to leave the jurisdiction of their parole. He heads straight for the Bay Area, violates parole right off the bat. 2 weeks later, he drifts into the parole office in the Bay Area, whereupon he should have been arrested and sent back to Terminal Island. But instead, they just assign him a parole. I don't know, maybe things were easier then in some way. So he gets assigned a parole officer, Michael Smith. Michael Smith is initially handling a number of parolees, but after a while, once he takes on Manson, he only has one parolee he's supervising, Charlie Manson, which is odd. And you also find out that Michael Smith, in addition to being a parole officer, is a graduate student at the University of California, studying group dynamics, especially the influence of drugs on gangs and groups. And he's also connected to the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic, which is a place where the influence of, because Haight-Ashbury had lots of drugs and lots of groups. So, Charlie Manson never gets a regular job, hangs around with young girls, ex-cons, engages in criminal activity, is repeatedly arrested, but nothing ever sticks for the next couple of years. So who gets that type of thing? Who gets a get out of jail free card? Informants. So here is what, again, this is speculation, but Manson at some point after he got out of prison is getting this treatment because he is recruited as a confidential informant. For who? That's the interesting question. So, probably not for any local police departments. My best suspicion is probably the Federal Bureau of Narcotics, precursor to the DEA. Federal parolee, federal parole officer, come graduate student in drugs and group dynamics, and eventually, with permission, he goes back down to LA. And what is he part of when he's there? Well, he's on the fringes of the music industry. Not so much, there's the Wilsons and elsewhere, which also brings him to the fringes of the film industry. So one of the things, if you're sort of looking in terms of Hollywood music industry, elites, and the flow of, and he's also dealing in drugs and girls. So an early version of Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
Manson attracted lots of underage runaways and trained them, used them, also associating with biker gangs who produced drugs, etc. So that's part of what he's an informant in the movement of drugs, basically within the film and music industries, and he's given pretty much a kind of free rein at that point. What then happens in August of 1969 is that there are these murders. First Sharon Tate and her friends in Cielo Drive. I think everybody has probably pretty much heard that story before. And of course, the question is, why Cielo Drive? Why Sharon Tate, Rakowski, and the rest of it? Manson was familiar with the place. He had been there before. Members of the family had been there before. So he knew where it was. It wasn't an easy place to find. I mean, the way that house, the original house is no longer there, but the same sort of property in a house is built there. And if you didn't know where it was, it's not someplace, let's just go for a drive in the Hollywood Hills and murder people in a house. Well, that isn't the one that you would come across. There are lots of connections there. Wojtek Frykowski, who was one of the people killed at the Cielo Drive house, was involved in drug dealing. That's a possible connection between the two, probably a fairly likely one. Probably not unfortunate Sharon Tate at all. She was probably in the wrong place at the wrong time. Her husband might have been. You never know. And then the next night, after the slaughter there, which, by the way, Manson is not axed. This is one of the interesting things about it. Charles Manson doesn't kill any of these people. His crime is supposedly ordering the killings to be done. He supposedly thought that the killings at the Tate House were sloppy, and he was going to give everybody a crash course in how you apparently commit seemingly random murders. So the next night, he takes a group of people over to the La Bianca's house in a different section of LA. And you've got Lena and Rosemary La Bianca. The guy is a grocer. His wife runs a dress shop, upper middle class. And, they're bound, gagged, and hacked to death. And as at the Tate residence, various things like Piggy are written, various messages in blood, things that are supposed to look like cat's paws, because one of the groups trying to be framed for this was the idea of the Black Panthers. So the general story that comes out in the subsequent trial is that this was all a part of something called Helter Skelter, which Manson supposedly was an idea that sounds like a Beatles song. That's where he got it from. He thought the Beatles were talking to him through their music, and that there was going to be an apocalyptic race war. And this was all part of a plan to set this off. So this is why the Black Panthers were trying to be implicated in this. Although how it was supposed to do that is never really explained. Here is what I think is really happening. What really happened and how I think it fits together. Before Sharon Tate and her friends, or the La Biancas, were killed, there was a murder by members of the family, of some of the same people involved in the later killings, of a musician, drug manufacturer by the name of Gary Hinman. So Manson again was involved in the drug trade. And Hinman made them. He was a cook, basically. And he brewed them up in his basement, sold the drugs to Manson, who sold them to biker gangs like the Straight Satans, which was one of the groups that he used, and they distributed them elsewhere. Well, one day, the Straight Satans show up and complain that the last batch of meth, or whatever it was that they got from Manson, had made some of their brothers very, very ill. And they were quite unhappy about that. And they wanted their $2,000 back. Manson had gotten those drugs from Gary Hinman. So he is unhappy. He sends Bobby Beausoleil and a couple of the girls over to Hinman's place to get the money from him. As the story is later related, I think, by Susan Atkins, Hinman denied that there was anything wrong with his drugs and refused to pay up, which led to a interrogation torture session in which he was killed. And the idea was here, what are we going to do with that? Well, one of the other groups that Hinman had sold drugs to were, guess what? People associated with the Black Panthers. So we'll leave these things up and it will make them, they will do it. So it's Bobby Beausoleil who then takes Hinman's car and decides to drive it up the coast. By the way, with a bloody knife with Hinman's blood and hair on it, and blood on the seats of the car, and then he pulls it off the road and decides to sleep it off, and he gets busted. So, find Hinman's body, find Beausoleil in Hinman's car with a bloody knife with him, and he's arrested. So, Beausoleil was very popular with some of the girls. There's consternation in the family that Bobby has been arrested. So how can we possibly get Bobby out of jail? Copycat killings. So if we go kill more people and we make it look the same, then see, Bobby couldn't possibly have done it. No, see, he just borrowed the car. Yeah, okay, he stole the car, but the knife was already, he didn't have anything to do with it. So that, to me, makes the most sense out of what followed.
How often do people talk about that theory? That's an interesting theory.
Well, it's there. It's just not the one that Bugliosi wanted to go with Helter Skelter because it was, again, it was a story that people could understand.
Yeah.
And it was sensational and it would catch on. Also, another probable issue in that was that his star witness was Linda Kasabian. Linda Kasabian, she was present at both the Tate and LaBianca murders. She didn't participate in the killings, according to her. She sort of drives the car, but everybody else talked about what had happened. Well, okay, she turns state's evidence and gets total immunity. And it's largely in her testimony that all the rest of the case is based. Now, if you start throwing into the equation that she proclaimed her love for Bobby Beausoleil, and that she, according to others, was the chief proponent of the copycat killings, well, then that would get messy. Now, there's one guy that's at the center of this. It's Charles Manson. He ordered all of this done to ignite a race war, even though how would any of that do it? Okay.
So that doesn't make sense. But he is nevertheless at the center of this because he's the glue of the family, right?
He exerts a tremendous amount of psychological control over them.
How was he able to do that? Sorry to interrupt. Like what? Because you said he was a petty criminal. It does seem he was pretty prolific in his petty crimes. Like he did a lot of them.
He had a lot of access to LSD. Okay, which he started getting at the free clinic in San Francisco. So lots of it floating around. Some descriptions of the family at Spahn Ranch is that people were basically taking acid on a daily basis, which, by the way, was also a potential problem with Linda Kasabian's testimony, since she also admitted to being high most of the time and also thinking she was a witch. All right, so you want to put her, okay, where do you want to go with that? See, if Manson wasn't Manson, if he hadn't acted like if he hadn't actually acted like the crazed hippie psycho goofball that Bugliosi painted him as being, then Kasabian's testimony wouldn't have been as strong, because the first thing against her is you've got an immunity for telling the story the prosecution wants. That's a little iffy. And we won't even bring in the witch and the drugs and being in love with Bobby Beausoleil. Right. So if Manson had, been dressed like you, sitting here in a suit and tie, and had behaved himself and spoken normally, things might have. This isn't to say that he wasn't guilty as hell. So what he supposedly did was to inspire all of these killings, and I think that's probably, sort of beginning with the Hinman killing. He told them to go over there and get the money, one way or the other. I don't know whether it's clear whether he told them, if you don't get the money, kill him, but Hinman's dead. And then you might also have seen the value in terms of having copycat killings as a way of throwing off any other kind of blame. The other story you get is that one of the people who had lived at the Cielo house where Sharon Tate was a record producer by the name of Terry Melcher. Melcher supposedly, as the general story goes, had welched on a deal with Manson in terms of a record contract. He screwed over Manson in some sort of a record deal, and Manson wanted to get revenge and sent them to kill everybody in the house. Which again doesn't make it much of a sense. One, Manson knew that Melcher wasn't living there anymore. He probably knew where Melcher was living. If he wanted to get Melcher, he could have found him. It wasn't that difficult to do. And so it's not revenge on Terry Melcher that drew him there. He was familiar with the house, so the idea was to simply commit random killings that would muddy the whole waters. With the Hinman killing, then you might pick some place you knew of. You knew the place was rented out. There'd be someone there, and you really didn't care. In the same way that the LaBiancas seem to have been. Manson was familiar with that because it supposedly had been the scene of creepy crawling. This is little interesting things that the family would be taught to do. Creepy crawling is when you sneak into somebody's house at night while they're there asleep or when they're not there, and you move things around. So when they get up in the morning or they come home, so someone notices that someone has been in their house, which will freak them out, which is the whole point of that.
But it doesn't seem like the murder or the creepy crawling is creepy crawling maybe. It doesn't seem like the murder, like some of the other people you've covered, like the Zodiac Killer, the murder is the goal. Maybe there's some psychopathic kind of artistry to the murder that the Zodiac Killer had and the messaging behind that.
Yeah.
It seems like with at least the way you're describing it with the Charles Manson family, the murder was just they just had a basic disregard for human life, and the murder was a consequence of operating in the drug underworld.
So Manson set up a kind of base, a thing called Spawn Movie Ranch, which was an old movie ranch out on the northwest edge of LA. And they just kind of camped out there. He used the girls, in particular Squeaky Fromm, to get the owner or operator, George Spahn, to let them hang out there. And basically, she slept with him, and he was perfectly happy to let them hang out. They also had a place out in the desert that they had. They dealt in credit card fraud, stolen cars. It was kind of a chop shop that they ran out of the place. So he had a fairly good little criminal gig going, which with the protection he had probably would. The one thing they couldn't cover him on was murder.
Do you think there was, if he was an informant, you think there was still a connection between DEA, FBI, CIA, whatever, with him throughout this until he committed murder?
The real question is, there is a book written on this by Tom O'Neill called Chaos. I'm not sort of saying it's the easiest thing to get through. There's a lot of material there. I don't think O'Neill necessarily knows what to make of some of the stuff he came up with, but he did a very good job of sort of demolishing the whole Bugliosi narrative. And one of the people he mentions is a name that I had run into elsewhere. And so I really paid attention to it when I saw it again. And the name is Reeve Whitson. Reeve Whitson shows up on the fringes even though he has no judicial function. He sort of hangs around Bugliosi in the prosecution. He's some sort of advice. He's just kind of there. In the same way that he was one of these guys, he grew his hair kind of long, wore bell bottoms, hung around the music community and elsewhere in Hollywood, but no one could tell you exactly what he did. I know what he did later. About a decade later, he shows up as a CIA officer in Central America. So, Reeve Whitson, later in his career at least, is CIA. What was he in 1969? What is he doing in this? The other thing about it is he appears to have been the person who called. The whole question of when the bodies at Cielo Drive are discovered. So the general story is that Sharon Tate's housekeeper shows up around 8:30 in the morning, finds the bodies sitting in the street in the store. But there was another fellow who knew that the owner of the house, the photographer, last name is Tommy, he gets a call earlier in the morning saying that there's a person there. And the person is called Colin. Reeve Whitson. So someone had been at the house before the bodies were discovered, and they had not called the police. So I don't know what's going on there, but it's a curious kind of situation. And Manson, in a lot of ways, just kind of self-immolates himself. His behavior at the trial is bizarre, threatening, disruptive. He's got his girls out on the street, carving X's in their forehead, carrying knives. One of the attorneys, initially his attorney, Ron Hughes, becomes Van Houten's attorney. He figures out that the three girls, supposedly on Charlie's insistence, are going to confess. And they confess that it was all their idea, and Charlie had nothing to do with it. He doesn't like this because his defense for her is that she was under his influence and therefore not responsible for her actions. He was having psychic control. So he refuses to go along with it. There's a break in the trial. He goes camping up in the mountains with some friends, disappears during a rainstorm, and then some months later his decomposed remains are found. Now, rumors, always the rumors. Okay. What would history be without rumors?
Mm-hmm.
That see, members of the family they were pissed off at Ron Hughes because he messed up Charlie's idea to get him off, and so they killed him. Oh, maybe they did. Maybe he drowned. That's absolutely impossible to say. You got that kind of story. There's a guy named Juan Flynn who was an employee at the Spawn Ranch. Didn't like Manson. Held Manson responsible for the murder of his boss. He would testify that Manson told him that he had ordered all the killings, and that Manson also admitted that he had killed 35 people. Maybe he did. On the other hand, Juan Flynn didn't like him, and he had no, other than his word, had no real proof of what he was saying. So, please understand me in this case, is that unlike some people who argue that Charles Manson got a raw deal, I don't think that's the case. I think that he influenced tremendous influence over the people there through drugs, through sex was another frequent component in it. He had a real whammy over a lot of these people's minds. I'm not sure how. That still kind of puzzles me. He was a scrawny guy, and he wasn't physically intimidating. I mean, even a lot of women wouldn't be physically intimidated by him. But he nevertheless had this real psychological power. And if you look around him, the male followers he had were fairly big guys. So he could get people to do what he wanted. And again, to me, the simplest explanation for this is that it began with the Hinman killing, and probably on Manson's instigation, the others were copycat killings to throw off what was going on. If I was a cop, that's what I would focus on. That seems to make the most sense.
It's still fascinating that he's able to have that much psychological control without having a very clear ideology. It's a cult.
The great focus on Charlie the leader.
Yeah.
The excessive devotion.
But there's not there's not an ideology behind that. Like there's some like psychology or some kind of religious or some kind of I don't know, utopian ideology, nothing like this.
No, I think that Manson, again, was essentially a criminal. He had a sociopathic mindset, and he hit upon a pretty good deal.
Yeah, but like, how do people convince anybody of anything? With a cult, usually you have either an ideology, or you have maybe personal relation, like you said, sex and drugs. But underneath that, you relate to people with sex and drugs, you have to kind of convince them that you love them in a deep sense. Like there's a commune of love.
You have a lot of people there in the cult. They have some sort of, what we like to call dysfunctional families.
Yeah.
A lot of the females in particular seem to have come from, more or less middle-class families, but those are full of dysfunction. Their parents didn't love them. They were semi-runaways, and now they had this whole family. A lot of the younger women had children. Some of them by Manson, some of them by the others. They sort of bonded together.
And again, we return to that pull towards belonging that gets us humans into trouble. So it does seem that there was a few crimes around this time. So the Zodiac Killer.
Well, California, where I'm from. So I remember this period vividly. Okay. So, by the way, the Tate LaBianca killings occurred on my birthday, the year I graduated from high school. So I remember this.
Happy birthday.
A term which has been used for that, there's a writer by the name of Todd Wood who's coined, I wish I'd come up with this, Killerfornia. and which is just sort of a chronicle of these serial killers and disappearances in the late 60s and 70s. So you've got the Zodiac, you've got other ones. I mean, I hate to say it, I'm not trying to be flippant about it, but I mean, young female hitchhikers were disappearing at an alarming rate in Northern California. There are bodies that have never been attributed. Some think that they're the Zodiac's victims, but it was a dangerous time. Edmund Kemper, the co-ed killer, was another one. There were a lot of creepy psychopaths running around. I don't know if there was something in the water or what was going on, but it was a menacing in some cases. Hitchhiking, especially if you were alone and female, was not something you wanted to do in much of the Golden State, certainly not up around the Bay Area. So there are a lot of these strange sort of killings that were going on. The Zodiac it's one of those things where you have these people who have theories about it. And if you don't share their theory, then you're part of the problem in some form or another. So I'm not sure, for instance, that the Zodiac killings were all committed by the same person. I think there might have been multiple people involved. And, the first killings are all of couples. Very sort of clear that I remember in my examination of it, one of the things I was looking at specific, what else is there to say about the Zodiac killing? So what I was going to look at is that there are all of these accusations that there is an occult aspect to it. There's some sort of ritualistic aspect. So I looked at different things: locations, victims, phases of the moon. That's always worth looking at. I didn't find much correspondence in any of those. In one of the killings, I think the one in Lake Berryessa, he does appear in this kind of weird hooded costume. He's got his symbol, the sort of compass or aiming reticle, circle with a cross through it. It can mean a variety of things. He used guns and he used knives, but he certainly had a thing for couples, except in the last of the killings, which is of a cab driver in downtown San Francisco, who he shoots in full view of witnesses, which is completely atypical.
And also, when he was stabbing the victims, it doesn't seem like he was very good at it. Or if the goal was to kill them, he wasn't very good at it because some of them survived.
Yeah, he's not particularly thorough about it. It seems to have had much more of the violence seems to be directed to females than the males.
So, I mean, there's a couple questions to ask here. First of all, did people see his face?
There's a composite drawing of his face, which I think is based upon the Stein killing, the cab driver killing, where there were people who saw him or who claimed that they saw him. The other ones were all when it was fairly dark.
Right.
I'm not sure that anyone else got a look at his face. The one that occurred in the daylight at Berryessa, he was wearing a mask. So there's something in common initially in the targeting of victims, which doesn't in the last case. Then after that, there's just these different cases of where there's a pretty good case to be made of a woman who claims, I think she and her small child were picked up. Her car broke down. She got a flat tire. She was picked up by this guy who she got a very sort of strange vibe from, who eventually just let her go. Well, that might have been the Zodiac. It might not have been.
You do this kind of rigorous look, saying like, okay, what is the actual facts that we know? Like, reduce it to the thing that we know for sure. And in speaking about his motivation, he said that he was collecting souls
For the afterlife.
for the afterlife.
That's kind of a culty.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I believe. Is it the Vikings or the Romans? They believe this in battle.
You're essentially making sacrificial victims, and they will be your ghostly servants in the afterlife.
Do you think he actually believed that?
Who knows? I mean, here's the question. Was he making that up just to be scary? Or is that what his actual... That's what he's saying his motivation is. So let's take him at face value. Rather than trying to wish that into the cornfield, that is to get rid of it. let's just take it at face. So he's claiming that he's killing these people in order to acquire slave servants in the afterlife. He will subsequently go on to claim many more victims. I'm not sure, 44 eventually he will have before he just kind of vanishes. One of the really interesting clues to me when I was looking at that case, which I didn't find anybody else that tended to make much of it of, is that it all has to do with this kind of Halloween card that he sends to the press in San Francisco. And it's talking about sort of rope by gun, by fire, and there's this whole sort of wheel, like the zodiacs. But what was this drawn from? Where he got this from is from a Tim Holt Western comic book published in 1951. And you see the same thing in the cover. It's Wheel of Fortune, but with different forms of grisly death on it. And all of the things that he mentioned are shown on the cover of this. So whoever put together that card saw that comic book. Well, that's kind of an interesting clue. So does that mean he's a comic book collector? When would he have? I mean, that is one, and also where he got the idea from. So he's incorporating these things from the. Then there are, of course, these codes, which people have, which aren't all that difficult to decipher, probably because they weren't meant to be. The other thing that you find often with serial or psychopathic killers is they're toying with the press. I mean, this goes all the way back to Jack the Ripper. They get attention. And then he just disappears.
Why do you think he was never caught?
I think they knew who to look for. There's nothing much to go on. There was a guy who was long a suspect, and then eventually they tested his DNA and find that it didn't match any of the things that they'd found. Again, it goes back to, I'm not even sure that it's one person who's responsible for all of them.
Well, so one of the interesting things you kind of bring up here in our discussion of Manson inspires this, but there does seem to be a connection, a shared inspiration between several killers here. The Zodiac, the Son of Sam later, and the Monster of Florence. So is it possible there's some kind of underworld that is connecting these people?
Well, take the Zodiac, and you got his claim that he's collecting souls for the afterlife. There are other things that are occultish connected to that. He may have picked some of the killing sites due to their physical location, to their position on a particular place. If you look at the Son of Sam case, of course, David Berkowitz will on and off claim that he was part of a satanic cult that was carrying out, again, these killings, mostly of couples and young women, similar to the Zodiac, and that he had only committed some of them and was witnesses at others. And that has really created the whole idea that, yes, there is some kind of satanic cult which engages in ritual murders. Then if you go all the way to Florence, you've got murders who go on and off for a long period of time, again, focusing on couples in isolated areas, which Italian prosecutors ultimately tried to connect to some kind of satanic cult, although I'm not sure they ever made a particularly strong case for that. But that element comes up in all three of them. So you can, with a little imagination, argue that those similarities, that those things should come up in each of those cases in different places, either suggest that, oddly enough, psychopathic criminals are all sort of thinking the same way, or that there is some sort of higher element involved in this, that there's some kind of common inspiration. And here you come back to something similar we were talking before about, do pedophiles exist? Okay, so do satanic cults exist? Well, they do. Yeah, there was one in my hometown. Apparently quite harmless. As far as I know, never did anything. But there are people who, robes, here we come again, robes, cut the head off a chicken, naked woman is an altar, you can get off on that, I suppose, if that's your thing. So professed Satanists exist, satanic cults exist, serial killers exist, ritual murders exist. Are those things necessarily connected? No. Could they be connected? Yes. Right. There's nothing. Don't ever tell me that something is just too crazy for people to do, because that's crazy talk. All right.
You study secret societies. You gave a lot of amazing lectures on secret societies. It's fascinating to look at human. Illuminati. Illuminati is about, in its sort of main form, lasted a short time, but its legend
Never gone away.
never gone away. So maybe like Illuminati is a really interesting one. Who? What was that?
Well, the Illuminati that we know started in 1776. In fact, you can pin it down to a day, the 1st of May, May Day, 1776, in Ingolstadt, Germany, founded by a Professor Adam Weishaupt. It wasn't initially called the Illuminati, because that's not really the name of the organization. It's called the Order of Perfectibilists. Apparently that changed. Weishaupt would say things like, never let our organization be known under its real name anywhere, which leaves wondering, what's its real name? So Illuminati is simply the plural of illuminatus, which means one who is illuminated, one who has seen the light. So in Roman times, Christian converts were Illuminati because they had seen the light. Anyone who thinks, and there have been organizations called, the term is not trademarked, not copyrighted. Anybody who thinks they've seen the light about anything is an Illuminati. So it defines nothing. The symbol order was an owl, which interestingly enough is almost identical to the owl, which is the emblem of the Bohemian Club.
Oh boy.
Make of that what you will. I don't make that much out of it because one owl looks pretty much like another owl to me. But compare them, you got to kind of wonder about this. Just a little thing. Maybe there's some kind of connection there. So, but that supposedly has to do with a connection to the goddess Minerva, and the owl was sacred to her, the order, and the order was the Minerval.
Have you ever got so long that you teleported?
The number of levels changed over time. There was a higher level to the order that people at the lower level didn't know about. Pretty typical for this. But the thing about Weishaupt was that he was a luminous correspondent with members with his Illuminati, both during the time that it legally existed in Bavaria and later on. So Weishaupt himself lives, I think, until 1830. Dies in Gotha, which was ruled by an Illuminati prince, and so nothing ever happens to these people. No Illuminati is ever put to death or arrested, imprisoned for any period of time. What happens is that their plan, well, what was his plan? His plan was to essentially replace all existing religions and governments in the world with a one world order governed by the Illuminati. So to do this, you had to subvert and destroy all the existing order. And, he argued the purpose for this is to, we wish to make men happy and free, but first we must make them good.
All right.
So that's what the order is all about. Of course, he also said things like, "Oh man, is there nothing that you won't believe?" Also thought women should be brought into it. Had a rather interesting view about that, was that we should appeal to women, in part because women have a chip on their shoulder, because they're left out of things. So we should appeal to their vanity on that point and offer that in the future, all things will be open and they will be emancipated. So we should hold out the prospect of female emancipation to attract them, because he argued in the short term, there's no better way to influence men than through women. Get women on our side by promising them emancipation, but he made sure we'll never actually deliver it to them, because the future world will be a boys' club. So he talks about these things fairly openly. And this is where you get this idea of some sort of a new world order, which is to be based upon the destruction of the existing order. So there are those who argue that there is a trail of descent that leads from Weisshauff's Illuminati to the Communist Manifesto, and in fact, communism itself. That Marxism was simply a further restating of this idea. And you can draw some sort of connection. I mean, the idea never entirely goes away. The Bavarian government gets a hold of the orders in their texts. So the story is they're delivered to them. I think that Weishaupt gave them to him.
My man is on something.
I think he engineered the exposure of his order because it gave him publicity. By being exposed in Bavaria, you gained great renown, and they continued to recruit after this. And the Bavarian government actually bans the Illuminati 4 different times. Why? Because apparently the first 3 times didn't work. So the 4th one does. You can notice that it's like Apple bans on Freemasonry. And they just go on and on and on because this clearly isn't working.
And you actually highlight the difference between, speaking of publicity, that there's a difference between visibility and transparency. That a secret society could be visible, could be known about, it could be quite popular, but you could still have a secrecy within it.
You have no idea.
Someone needs to hire this.
It's like a black box. If I set a black box on this table, we can see that there's a black box. What's in the black box? A cat? Who knows?
In fact, the secrecy might be the very thing that makes it even more popular.
Adam Weishaupt again. There's no more than a concealed mystery. Give people a concealed mystery in the fuss. So we need to make the order mysterious for that exact reason. Always hold out the possibility that knowledge, special knowledge that no mere mortals have other than you.
The first Jew to wear a black hat in a driver's license might actually be the most ridiculous one.
Ego to recruit people to influence both men and women.
Tagged it on the 3 episodes. Oh, this is the best!
And as you might expect from a professor of canon law trained by Jesuits.
Oh, this is the best. Mallory, you're amazing. What up?
I certainly don't think
living the dream, dog. How are you? Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What are the things going in your neck of the woods?
I'm doing good, actually. I just have a question.
Hit me with it.
Do you think the towers are made of jet fuel?
I don't know. I think they're made of steel.
No, like, do you think it was like an inside job? Or?
I don't know. I don't get political.
Okay. All right, thank you, Rabbi.
You're welcome, Pam. Yeah, it's so brave. I'm fucking speechless. I'm fucking speechless right now. Girl, I'm howling. Girl, I'm screaming. It's so fucking out there. Oh, for sure, Mallory. Girl, I'm howling. Someone needs to hire this man immediately. 6 reposts, 48 likes. Love it, girl. Seems chill. Taking little pics. Lot of pics. Oh, that is so funny. And it didn't even get its own number. Just on the 3 first legally non-binary Orthodox rabbi. Welcome, pimp. What up, dog?
So, like, any like suit with the essentially like milfs, right?
Oh, love them. They're the best.
How many milfs have you slain?
Oh, dude. Perhaps lost my virginity to one. I don't know. I lose track at 42.
You lost track at 42.
Correct.
So, if you just had to give like a really rough estimate, like, what would you think?
More than 42?
That's fair. So, like, what's your what's like the Jewish standing like tree there?
Perhaps I was married to all of them.
Oh, word. Is it like Mormonism where you can have like 30 of them?
Actually, believe it or not, it used to be. And the Sephardim have that belief. Ashkenazim do not. And in Israel, when it was founded in 1948, you were kind of grandfathered into whatever your custom was.
Have you ever like tried like dilf though?
Oh, fuck no. I don't want dudes. I'm a DILF myself.
Oh, word. How many kids do you have?
Oh, I don't have any fucking kids, but I'm a dude that chicks like to fuck.
Alright. How we doing?
Peace, baby. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Hello? How's your day going? Yo, pimp.
So like, I started new school in like 2 months.
Uh-huh.
Do you think I can actually like try and feel like that I can teach you on the first day?
You should do what?
Bag teaching.
No, dude, it's not good to shit where you eat.
Oh damn. So like about Hollywood.
What about it? What's up? About Hollywood, what's up?
Like I heard some stuff about like 3 months ago.
Okay.
Is that like real?
I don't know what you mean.
Like cause like this. I think like this because like the superstition is like that Jews from Hollywood. Like is that real?
What superstition is that? Who have you been talking to?
Or it's like a rumor that like I've been hearing like on Twitter and stuff.
Okay. I mean, look at the Wikipedia pages. Make your own decisions. I'm not going to make any decisions for you. Welcome. How are you? What? You've got to be 18 to be in here.
So when I like, there's like nothing in there, but I don't know.
When it was banned in Bavaria, because everybody just scatters and goes elsewhere, like Paris. And then you have the French Revolution.
You're welcome, Pim.
So the idea of the Illuminati, to put it crudely, the branding is a really powerful one. And so it makes sense that it can there's a thread connecting it to this day. That a lot of organizations, a lot of secret societies can sort of adopt the branding.
Anybody can call it. You can go out and form a club and call it the Illuminati.
And if you're effective at it, I think it does attract. It's the chicken or the egg, but powerful people tend to have gigantic egos, and people with gigantic egos tend to like the exclusivity of secret societies, and so like it's a gravitational force that pulls powerful people to these societies.
Exclusive, fully certain. And you also notice something goes back to when we were talking about much earlier. We were talking about intelligence. Remember, mice, ego,
Yeah.
means of recruitment and control. That's a great Achilles heel in human beings, the exploitation of ego.
And of course, if we go back to the conversation of intelligence agencies, it would be very efficient and beneficial for intelligence agencies to infiltrate the secret societies, right? Like, because that's where the powerful people are.
Yeah, or the secret societies to infiltrate the intelligence agencies.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, that's actually in all the lectures. I kind of had a sense that intelligence agencies themselves are kind of secret societies, right?
Well, it comes down, I'll give you my definition of secret societies. What they come down to. One is that generally their existence is a secret. It's what they do is secret. It's what's in the box as opposed to the existence of the box. So one of the most important criterions is that they are self-selecting. You just don't join. They pick you. They decide whether or not you're going to. They admit you. And oftentimes they will sort of recruit you. Once you have been recruited, you have to pass tests and initiations. And you also have to swear oaths of loyalty. Those are always very, very critical. So, broadly speaking, what entrance into an intelligence organization does, they decide whether you get in. You just don't automatically job. You have to pass
I'm a certified
tests.
project
One
management
for lie
professional. I've
detector
launched
tests,
apps
for
on the App
instance.
Store and Google Play. I've had
Field
6-figure
training tests, a whole
contracts
variety
with
of
Fortune
tests.
100 companies.
And
so
then you're
I've got
sworn
mine.
to secrecy. You never talk about what you do. Ever. Or there will be dire consequences.
What apps have you worked on?
So the
Big
method
ones.
is very much the same. And also this idea of creating a kind of
Did you
insular group.
I have worked
The
remotely, yeah.
organization is
The apps
us,
that I launched, though, that I did that in person.
and everyone else is outside of that. We are guardians of special knowledge. See, this is the type of thing that would generally happen if you questioned whatever any kind of intelligence agency did. Well, we know things that you don't. Why? Because we're the organization that knows things. We collect information. We know the secrets. We guard the secrets. Therefore, if we tell you, you must believe us.
I have this sense that there are very powerful secret societies operating today, and we don't really know or understand them. And the conspiracy theories in spirit might have something to them, but are actually factually not correct.
It's called Harry Potter
Like,
Along the Sonic Canadian. They've
you know,
done
an
it
effective,
on
powerful secret society or intelligence agency is not going to let you know
It's called
anything
Harry
that it
Potter
doesn't
Along
want
the
you to know.
Sonic Canadian.
Right.
Its website
They'll probably mislead you.
HPOS10i.com
So I think
if you want to see
the
it.
question is, what's the most
It's
powerful
worth
or important secret society? Probably the one you don't know about.
It's
One that doesn't advertise its
worth like
existence.
$75
The one which is
million
never
right now.
known anywhere under its real name. You've got things like the Bohemian
Well, I
Club.
mean, I don't own the coin.
You've got
I'm just
the
sponsored by them,
Bilderbergers,
but I'm
which
okay.
is another sort of, formed in the 1950s. Largely the creation of a guy by the name of Joseph Rettinger.
It's a meme
Polish,
coin?
mysterious,
It's like a
appears
cryptocurrency?
out of nowhere, a schemer for years. A man expelled from Britain, France, and the United States at one point or another.
People
Long
who are
active
into
in the Mexican
cryptocurrency.
labor movement. Okay. Rettinger is a mysterious figure. In fact, I think there was even a book written about him called Eminence Grise, Great Eminence. So the front man for the
100%,
Bilderbergers
absolutely.
was Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, who was at one point a Nazi and then a Dutch freedom fighter.
I have.
Take your pick. But Rettinger is the moving hand behind the whole thing, and I'll be damned if I can figure out who Rettinger is. So the idea is that, well, you get like influential people in media, business, politics, and you bring them together just to talk,
Usually I wear
try to find
like
common answers
swim
or
trunks,
common questions.
shorts or something.
It's all very much sort of
But yeah,
Western
people have seen
European,
my videos on
Anglo-European, and it's
Instagram.
all very closely sort of
Instagram
connected to NATO. The whole concept of the kind of Atlanticist world, which is
Cocaine.
essentially the Anglo-American combined with
If
Western
I had to
Europe.
choose, then probably LSD.
But you got a bunch of these things. I mean, the Council on Foreign Relations is very similar to that, and the Bilderbergers, and there's an overlap with the Bohemian Club, and then you've got the Panay Circle, or Les Cercle,
Rabbi means teacher.
which is more military, but also linked to the so-called secret
Rabbi's
Gladio. You know, the idea if the Soviets overran Western
Rabbi
Europe, there
means
would be a
teacher.
stay-behind organization called Gladio. There'd be these freedom fighters. So the question I have about that is that how many secret organizations do you need? I mean, why all these separate
If you're
groups
gonna
which
talk
often
like that,
seem
I'm
to
gonna
have the
boot
same
you. I don't
people?
want to talk about anything.
Yeah,
about
there's
sugar.
man, the closer I look, the more I wonder the same question we asked about the Russian intelligence agencies is where's the center of power? It seems to be very hard to figure out.
It's a
Does the
Jewish teacher.
secrecy scare you?
It means teacher.
Well, I guess on one level,
Rabbi
I'm
means
comforted
teacher.
that there's somebody actually making decisions, as opposed to take. I mean, what do you want? Do you want chaos, or do you want everything kind of rigidly controlled? And
Well, many of us do.
I
We're just
don't
not all that well
put
known.
much
But
stock in the idea that there actually is some
that's pretty
small group of
consistent
people
with
running
Jewish
everything,
teaching.
because if they were, it would operate more efficiently. I do think that there are various disparate groups of people
Big enough.
who think that they're running things or try to, and that's what concerns me more than anything else. Well,
Like a
I hate to
mobile
go back
home,
to them
no.
again, because if you bring up, you go back to the Nazis, they had their whole idea about a new world order, and they only had 12 years to do it. Look what a mess they made. I mean, look at the damage, the physical damage that can be done by an idea inspiring a relatively small group of people controlling a nation based upon some sort of racial or ideological fantasy that has no real basis in reality and yet guides their actions. It's this differentiation that I always make, and I would try to get across the streets between always be clear about what you know and what you believe.
No.
You don't know many things.
Enough
You know
that I
your
don't have to
name.
work.
You know when you were born. You probably know who your father is, but
1,000.
that's not absolute unless you've had a DNA test, and only if you trust DNA tests. So you know who your mother is. You believe this man is your
1,000
father.
figures,
Why?
like
Because your mother told you.
exactly more money than you can
So
count.
you believe things generally because someone has told you this is to be true, but you don't really know for sure.
Okay.
Well, because we know so little,
You obviously
tend to go
don't know
by
how
beliefs.
cryptocurrency works.
So we believe
Cryptocurrency
in this,
can
we
work
believe in that. You know,
below
you believe that your cult leader is the answer to everything, and it seems to be
Okay.
very
I mean,
easy to get people to believe things.
Hey, let's just listen
And then
to
what
you.
happens is that whether or
That's
not those
cool.
beliefs have any real basis in reality, they begin to influence your actions. So here again, regrettably in some ways, to bring it back to the Nazis, what were the Nazis convinced of? They were
Once you make
convinced
enough
that
money, you
Jews
don't
were
have to
basically
work.
evil aliens. That's what it comes down to. They weren't really humans. There's some sort of evil contamination which we must eradicate. And they set out to do that.
And that they were sure that there's just a few problems that could be solved, and once you solve them, that you have this beautiful utopia where everything would be just perfect. It would be great, and we can just get there. And I think this really strong belief in a global utopia, it just never goes right. It seems like impossible to know the truth in
for
it.
some reason, not long ago, I was listening on YouTube to old wobbly songs. You know, internet.
All right.
Workers of the World. I don't know why. I didn't know there was a whole album of wobbly songs. But, and there was one of them called Commonwealth of Toil. And like most of them, they're sort of taken from gospel songs. And it's talking about in the future, you know, how wonderful everything will be in the Commonwealth of Toil.
Have I had fans come and visit me? Absolutely, from as far away as 8-10
revolutionary
hours,
leftists
perhaps
in this
more.
case, wobblies, but nonetheless, it's like a prayer for communism. Everything in the future, everything will be good because the earth will be shared by the toilers, and you know, from each his abilities, each according to his need, and it's this kind of sweet little song in some way. But I'm just sort of imagining this. You know, if I was going to stage that, I'd have like this choir of children singing it with a huge hammer and sickle behind them.
No,
because that's what it's combining. And you can think that the sentiments that are expressed in that song, which, you know, are legitimate in some way, of all the horrors that then leads to.
It is fascinating about humans. A beautiful idea on paper, an innocent little idea about a utopian future can lead to so much suffering and so much destruction and totally unintended consequences.
Law of unintended consequences.
And we learn from it. I mean, that's why history is important. We learn from it. Hopefully.
Do we?
Slowly. Or slow learn.
I'm unconvinced of that, but perhaps it's...
Speaking of unconvinced, what gives you hope? If human beings are still here, maybe expanding out into the cosmos 1,000, 5,000, 10,000 years from now, what gives you hope about that future? About even being a possible future, about it happening?
Most people are cooperative.
That's a good question.
Kind, most of the time.
Probably, and if you can, just sleep for 2 hours, set an alarm, and go.
That's
to the
one of those things.
And then drink as much coffee or caffeine as
and usually you'll get back to what you put into it.
Safe to.
Another thing that I have like a weird fascination of watching are people who have meltdowns on airplanes. Because it's just bizarre.
It's fascinating to watch, yeah.
The people who will, there's some sort of psychotic break that occurs, and it's always going to end the same way. The cops are going to come out and drag you off the plane. Now, true, you're going to inconvenience everybody there, and usually at some point they don't care about that. That's the one little sense of power that they have. So they have some sort of sense of powerlessness. And if their only way of power is just to piss off everybody else on that plane, they're going to go ahead and do it, even though it's going to lead.
No, it's red, black, or green.
And there's similar sometimes psychological behavior in traffic.
Oh, the road rage.
The road rage, yeah.
Yeah,
it's fascinating.
Okay,
and I bet the most, there again, those are all people who at some point were cooperative and kind and polite. And then they snap.
Bet it on Red 48.
So those are all part of the human makeup as well.
But also part of the human makeup, difference between humans and chimps, is the ability to get together,
dude, we had
cooperate on a mass scale
over
an idea, create things like the Roman Empire did, laws that prevent us and protect us from crazy human behavior, manifestations of advance and type of
human beings are just weird.
Telling them what to play in roulette.
That's just completely peculiar. I'm not sure that we're altogether natural,
but I think we are altogether beautiful. There is something magical about humans, and I hope humans stay here, even as we get advanced robots walking around everywhere, more and more intelligent robots that claim to have consciousness, that claim they love you, that increasingly take over our world. I hope this magical thing makes us human still persists.
Well, let us hope so.
Rick, you're an incredible person. You've done so much fascinating work, and it's really an honor.
I've never had anybody ask me as as many interesting questions as
You said you were going to go like
Thank you so
14
or as
much.
many
times.
questions.
Maybe like 4 times. But
This was
still,
so fun. Thank you
enjoy
so much for
online
talking to me.
blackjack.
Thank you.
I hope you do well.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Rick Spence. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description.
Okay, well, I'm here.
And now,
if you ever need
let me
anything.
leave you with some words from John F. Kennedy. The very word, secrecy, is
Enjoy
repugnant in a
blackjack.
free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
The ideas that I am talking about are ideas that are widely supported. Everything that I talk about, raising the minimum wage, healthcare for all, a tax system which demands the billionaires pay their fair share, those are all popular ideas, but people didn't know. You got to run for president and have 20,000 people come out to your rallies and win 23 states. And well, maybe those ideas are not so crazy after all. And we've got to entertain them. The establishment doesn't like that. They really don't. They want to tell you, and this is how they succeed. But they say, Lex, the world is the way it is. It always will be this way. We got the wealth. We got the power. And don't think of anything else. This is the way it is. You have no power. Give up. That they don't say it quite that way. But that's really what the intent is. And what we showed is, guess what? Running an outsider campaign. We took on the Democratic establishment, came close to winning it, and we did win 23 states. And the ideas that we're talking about are the ideas that working class people, young people believe in.
The following is a conversation with Bernie Sanders, senator from Vermont and two-time presidential candidate, both times as the underdog who, against the long odds, captivated the support and excitement of millions of people, both on the left and the right. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Bernie Sanders. Growing up, did you ever think you'd be a politician?
No young years.
Yeah, I know that you hate talking about yourself, which is rare for a politician, I would say. What's your philosophy behind that? You like talking about the issues you're
Yeah, I
talking
do.
about.
I mean, everybody talks about themselves. It's not about me. Nice guy, not a nice guy. But what politics should be about is the issues facing the people of our country, the people of the world, and how we're going to address it. That's what it should be.
That said, there's interesting aspects to your life story. For example, in 1963, you were very active in the civil rights movement. Got arrested even for protesting segregation in Chicago. And you attended the famous March on Washington, where MLK gave his I Have a Dream speech. What was that like?
It's extraordinary. Took a bus ride down with fellow students from the University of Chicago. And there's a zillion people there. I'm not sure if it was the first time I'd ever been in Washington in my life, but it was, it was a very impressive moment. And what he was talking about, what people very often forget about that, it was not only racial justice, it was jobs. Jobs and justice, that was the name of that rally. And so it's something I've never forgotten.
What influence did he have on you? What did you learn about the way he enacted change in the world?
King was a very impressive guy. More impressive, I think, than people think that he was. And what he did is he created his movement from the bottom on up. So he developed real organization, grassroots organization, which put pressure on communities and officials to end segregation, to open up voting patterns. And I think what has to also be remembered about King, which is really quite extraordinary, is, he won the Nobel Peace Prize, and it was, you're great, you're wonderful. But then, to the end of his life, he took on Lyndon Johnson in the war in Vietnam. And as soon as he did that, suddenly the editorial pages throughout America, establishment papers, no longer thought he was so great. In fact, the message sent out, you're black, deal with civil rights. Don't worry about foreign policy, we'll take care of that. But he said, if I talk about peace and nonviolence, I can't sit back and allow what's going on in Vietnam to continue without speaking out. Incredible courage to do that. And by the way, when he was assassinated at a fighting for the rights of AFSCME workers, garbage, guys who live at the garbage, who were treated terribly, low wages, bad working conditions, and went out to support their right to form a union. That's when he got killed.
So on the war front, one of the things that people don't often talk about your work in politics, you gave what I think is a truly brave speech on the Iraq War in 2002, I believe. You voted no on the Iraq Resolution, you voted no on the Patriot Act, and you basically predicted very accurately what would happen if we go into Iraq. What was your thinking at the time behind those speeches, behind voting no on the Patriot Act, on the Iraq Resolution?
It maybe ironically came out of maybe the war in Vietnam and the ease and lies that people told. We went into Vietnam under a lie. We lost close to 60,000 Americans, millions of people in Vietnam. Cambodia died as a result of that. So you think twice about it. And then the war in Iraq, you had people like Dick Cheney and others telling us, oh, they have nuclear weapons and all that stuff. It's the only way we can resolve the issue. I didn't believe it. I didn't agree with it. And you're right. Turns out historically I was right.
What's the way to fight this thing that Martin Luther King tried to fight, which is the military-industrial complex?
It's huge. I mean, it gets to the broader issue of where we are as a nation. And what I, almost uniquely in Congress talk about is the fact that we are moving Lex to an oligarchic form of society. Not a lot of people are familiar with that term, but what it means, we talk about oligarchy in Russia. They're all Putin is surrounded by the oligarchs. Well, guess what? What do you think is happening in the United States? So what you have right now is an economy with more concentration of ownership than we've ever had. Right? That means whether it's agriculture, transportation, healthcare, whatever it may be, fewer and fewer massively large corporations control what's produced and the prices we pay. And then you look at our political system, and we don't talk about it. What is the reality of the political system today? And that is that billionaires are spending huge amounts of money to buy this election. In Trump's campaign, you got three multi-billionaires spending over $200 million. Three people. Democrats have their billionaires not quite as concentrated. But at the end of the day, billionaires play an enormous role in terms of electing politicians and in Washington in determining what legislation gets seen, not seen.
But it's not just single billionaires, it's companies with lobbyists.
You got it. Let me give you one example. Lobbyists. We pay in the United States by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. This is an issue I've been working hard on with some success. Take a wild and crazy guess. How many lobbyists are there from the drug companies in Washington, D.C.?
Well, over 1,000.
Over 1,000. There are 100 members of the Senate, 435 members of the House, 535 members of Congress. There are 1,800 well-paid lobbyists representing the drug companies, including former leaders of the Republican and Democratic Party. That is why, one of the reasons why, we pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Military-industrial complex. You got a revolving door. People go from the military into the General Dynamics, into Lockheed Martin and the other large companies. And what we see there is an institution in the Pentagon. We spend $1 trillion a year on the Pentagon. It is the only federal agency that is not able to submit to an independent audit. So if you think there's not massive fraud and waste and cost overruns in the Pentagon, you would be sorely mistaken.
Do you think most politicians are corrupt in accepting the money, or is the system corrupt, or is it a bit of both?
If the corrupt means that, hey, here's $10,000, vote this way, it doesn't work like that. Very, very rare. Occasionally, very, very rare. That's corruption. What happens is that if you are in a campaign And right now, the amount of money that people have to raise, you're running for Senate in Ohio, you're talking about $50, $60 million. Where the hell are you going to get that money? It's not going to be $10 donations. You're going to be surrounding yourself with people who have the money. You're going to have a $5,000 plate dinners, etc. So you surround yourself with those people who say, oh, these are my problems. This is what I need. I need a tax break for billionaires, blah, 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 blah. So you live in that world. They are your financial support. They are, in a sense, your political base. So you're very cognizant of what you do in terms of not upsetting them. So it's not corruption in the sense of people, taking envelopes with, huge amounts of money to vote a certain way. Very, very rarely, if ever happens. It is the power of big money to make politicians dependent on those votes. And that's why, when I ran for president, what I'm probably maybe most proud of is the fact that we received millions and millions of campaign contributions, averaging $27 a piece, I think, in 2016.
Have companies, lobbyists ever tried to buy you, tried to influence you?
We don't welcome them into our office. I do deal with these guys, but it's usually on a confrontational tone. No, so they don't come into my office very often telling me their problems.
So how do we fix the system? How do we get money out of politics?
This is not, like many other issues, we don't have to reinvent the wheel here. It exists in other countries. If you go to, every country has their own election system, but nobody has a system where billionaires can spend unlimited sums of money through super PACs to elect the candidates of their choice. So first thing you got to do, and one of the things, Lex, I found that the more important the issue, the less discussion there is. The less important the issue, the more discussion there is. A number of years ago, the United States Supreme Court, in one of its more pathetic decisions, passed the Citizens United decision. What Citizens United decision said is, you're a multi-billionaire. You want the freedom. You're a free person in a free country. You want the freedom to buy the government. And how terrible it would be to deny you the freedom to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a campaign to elect the candidates. And they said that's your freedom, and that's what Citizens United is about. We got to end that. And in my view, we move to public funding of elections. That means you want to run for governor, you want to run for Senate, show that you have some support. Get $5 contributions from X number of people to show you're not a flake. You have some support, and the government will pay a certain amount more, and there will be a limited amount of money that can be spent. So it'll be a real, you can run against me, and I'm not going to outspend you 10-1. That's what we should be moving toward, in my view.
How do we make that happen when there's so much money in the system and the politicians owe to the people who paid for their election? Does it have to come from the very top, essentially, sort of a really strong, populist president?
Well, you raised exactly the question. If I am getting a huge amount of money from billionaires, do you think I'm going to go out and announce, I think billionaires should not be involved in buying elections? I doubt that very much. So what you're going to need, and you tell me if I'm missing something, but I pay attention, you don't hear either of the major candidates talking about that issue, do you?
I think what happens is when an individual politician speaks out about it, they get punished. But I think this is a popular idea. So if a lot of them speak out, that's why if it came from the top, if a president was using a very large platform to basically speak out, it provides a safety blanket for the other politicians to get it all out of the system. But there has to be a kind of a mass movement
Yes,
of it.
it does. I mean, and every place I go, I always speak about this. And it always, people understand it. You're a Republican, you're a Democrat, you're progressive, you're conservative. Who really believes that we are a democracy when billionaires can spend tens and tens of millions of dollars to buy elections? So it is a very popular issue. It's important. You're right. We need political leaders to be speaking out on that. But we need a grassroots movement to say, when somebody is at a town meeting, you're running for the Senate, you're running for the House, what's your view on Citizens United? Are you prepared to vote to overturn that decision and move to public funding of elections? Extraordinarily important.
So many of your policy proposals are quite radical.
No, they're not. I beg to differ.
Okay, great.
Don't do it.
Well, they're popular. So what I mean is, relative to the way other politicians speak, it's usually a little bit more moderate. So from everything you've learned from politics, is it better to go sort of radical, maybe we can come up with a different word, versus a more moderate, safe, ambiguous kind of policy.
Okay, let's talk about it. Fair enough. We talked about one issue, very important: money in politics.
Money, yes.
Getting big money out of politics. Do you think that's a radical idea?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a popular idea. It's an idea that makes sense, but in order
Really Irish party for that, isn't It's pretty strict, but it'll help you out. You had your pension last year, you haven't stopped very much at all. It's a pretty good place to live here in Cape Shores. The binding force of all predator tails is the alpha.
To implement it and actually make it happen, it requires, to flip the system upside down, right? In that sense, it's radical.
In that sense, it's radical. But if you go to walk down the street here and you say, do you think billionaires should be able to spend as much money as they want to buy politicians? I would say 9 out of 10 people say, that's crazy. That's not what America's supposed to be about. So in that sense, it's certainly not radical. Let's talk about healthcare. Go out on the street, do it. Do a poll. I've done the poll. Is healthcare a human right? Should every American be able to go to a doctor when they need, regardless of their income? You know what people say? I'd say about 85, 90% of the people say, of course. The idea that healthcare is a human right available to all exists, Lex, in every major country on earth except the United States. So you're here with me in Burlington, Vermont, right? You got a car, go 50 miles north to Canada. Walk into Canada and ask people, when you go to the hospital, how much does it cost you? Which kind of bill? And they say, what are you talking about? It doesn't cost us anything. It doesn't cost us a nickel. That's the case in virtually every country in Europe. So the idea that healthcare should be available to all, or that there should be no out-of-pocket expense because it's a human right, is widespread around the world and very much agreed to in this country. Bottom line is that because of our corrupt political system, we have a healthcare system designed not to provide healthcare to all people, to make huge profits for the drug companies and the insurance companies. And that is what's happening. And we got to change that system. So I'm a strong advocate and I've led the effort on Medicare for all.
Okay, let's talk about Medicare for all. If you could snap your fingers today and implement the best possible healthcare system for the United States of America, what would that look like?
Well, we have a pretty good system, not great, but a pretty good system in Medicare. So it's there for the elderly, and Lyndon Johnson passed that in the 1960s, a huge step forward. It is being chopped away by the private insurance companies through Medicare Advantage. But if you strengthen Medicare and you do away with the kind of deductibles that seniors now have to pay, and do away with other stuff, and you say basically right now you're a senior in America, go to any doctor you want. When you're in the hospital, Medicare will pay the entire bill. If you expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision, which it doesn't now cover, you do all of those things. And then the next thing to do is say, okay, to be eligible for Medicare now, you have to be 65. First year, we're going to lower it to 55. Then we'll lower it to 45. Then we'll lower it to 35. Then we'll have everybody in the system. So I think in a 4 or 5 year period, you can strengthen Medicare and have everybody in the system. And when you do that, this is not just me talking, a number of studies have pointed this out. When you take the profit motive out of it from the insurance companies and the drug companies, you can end up providing quality care to all people at no more than we're spending right now. Because right now, we are spending twice as much per person in healthcare as the people of any other nation. Incredibly wasteful system.
So the way to pay for the system is to increase taxes. But you're saying if you cut that cost and increase the taxes, you're saying it's going to
Here's the
balance
story.
itself out.
And
Yeah.
I've gotten my share of 30-second ads attacking me on this. Bernie Sanders wants to raise your taxes on healthcare. It's true, in a progressive way. But right now, do you have health insurance? Yes. Okay. Somebody's paying for your health insurance. It depends. If you are working, most people get their health insurance through their jobs. Okay. So if you're working for a large company, your employer is paying your health insurance. And by the way, that comes out of your wages. Healthcare costs in America are very high, and your employer will tell you honestly, look, I can't give you more than a 3% wage increase because I got a 10% increase in your healthcare costs. You want that? Or if you're a union negotiating, you know what they'll say? Hey, you want decent wages? We're going to have to cut back on your healthcare. That's what every union has to deal with, every negotiating session. So we're paying for it through employers out of pocket. We pay through it through Medicare, Medicaid, Veterans Administration, etc. What I am proposing is really not radical. It's what exists in Canada and other countries. It is publicly funded, like the police departments and like libraries are, like public education. This is publicly funded in a progressive way. So right now, rather than paying out of your own pocket, if you are a family, let's just say you're self-employed right now, and you are, you have a couple of kids and a wife, it could cost you $15,000-$20,000 a year in insurance costs. Well, that's all eliminated. Will you have to pay more in taxes? Of course you will. Maybe it depends on your income level, but it could be that you'd be paying $12,000 more in taxes, but not $20,000 more in premiums, co-payments, and deductibles. You save money. So it's paying taxes rather than paying money to the insurance company. You got a better deal through the tax system.
So the most painful thing in today's system is the surprise bills, the number one cause of bankruptcy, and the psychological pain that comes from that, just worrying, stressed, in debt.
You got it.
And just basically afraid constantly of getting sick because you don't know if insurance is going to cover it. And if you're not insured, you don't know how much it's going to cost. So you're not going to go to the hospital, even if there's something wrong with you, if there's pain and all that. So you just live in a state of fear, psychological fear. That's the number one problem. It's just not just financial, psychological.
Look, and I think you said it very well. I'm chairman of the committee that deals with this stuff. So I talk to a lot of doctors. And doctors in Vermont and all over this country tell me that they are astounded. People walk into their offices much sicker than they should have been. And the doctor said, why didn't you come in here 6 months ago when you first, felt your symptoms? And they said, well, I have a high deductible of a $10,000 deductible. I don't have any money to pay. I'm uninsured. Some of those people don't make it. Other people, and this is what is totally crazy, they end up in the hospital at huge expense to the system rather than getting the care they need when they need it. So that is how, I'll give you another example. We pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. 1 out of 4 Americans can't afford the drugs their doctors prescribe. So you walk into the doctor's office, you say, okay, let's you got this, that, and the other thing. Here's a prescription. You can't afford to fill it. What happens? You get sick. You end up in the emergency room, which is an extremely expensive proposition. Okay. Or you end up in the hospital, rather than dealing with the problem when it occurs. And what is not talked about, I mentioned earlier how we don't talk about some of the major issues. The estimate is that some 60,000 people in America die every single year unnecessarily because they can't get to a doctor when they need because of financial reasons. And you want to hear even crazier, 1 out of 4 people who get cancer treatment in this country either go bankrupt or deplete their financial resources of their family. So your point is right. If somebody diagnoses you with cancer, you're scared to death, you're worried about how you could live, you're going to die, what's going to happen. And then on top of that, you got to worry about whether your family goes bankrupt. How insane and cruel is that? So to me, I think healthcare is what unites us all. Everybody has family that gets sick. We all get born, we all die, we all want care. And we all have got to come together to create a system that works for all of us, not just the drug companies or the insurance companies.
There's just so many stories, and not even the horrific stories. There's countless horrific stories, but just basic stories of cost. Like my friend, Dr. Peter Attia, has this story where he happens to be wealthy, so he can afford it, but he had to take his son to the emergency room, and the son was dehydrated, and the bill was $6,000. They just did a basic test and gave him an IV, a basic thing. And he has really good insurance, and the insurance covered $4,000 of it, so he had to, at the end, pay $2,000 for a basic emergency room visit. And there's a lot of families for whom that one visit for such a simple thing would be just financially devastating.
And you know what? People know that. And you know what they say? I don't feel well today.
Yeah.
Something's wrong. I ain't going to go to that emergency room because I don't want a $6,000 bill. And what happens? He had insurance that paid 2/3 of it, right?
Yes.
So what happens if he didn't? What happens if he didn't have money? He'd be hounded by bill collectors for the rest of his life. So it is a disgusting system. It is an inhumane system. But the insurance companies and the drug companies are very powerful. They make a lot of campaign contributions, have a lot of lobbyists, and we are where we are. But I think the American people want fundamental changes there.
So that's another good example, a really popular idea that is not implemented because of the money.
You got it. That's a wonder. And I'll tell you that, not only is it not implemented because of money, it's not even discussed. All right, so I'm saying here, and no one disputes me, We are spending twice as much per person on healthcare, right? And yet 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured, and our life expectancy is lower than virtually every other major country. Do you think that might be an issue that we'd be discussing?
Again, if a single politician discusses it, they get punished for it. So there needs to be a mass movement, and probably, I mean, from my perspective, it has to come from the very top. It has to come from the president, and the president has to be a populist president where they don't care about the parties with the rich people. They just speak out because they know it's a popular message and they know it's the right thing. So speaking of that, you had a historic campaign run for president in 2016. And in the eyes of many people, mine included, you were screwed over by the DNC, as especially the WikiLeaks emails showed. What's your, just looking back, feelings about that? Are you angry? Are you upset?
Yeah, of course I'm angry and of course I'm upset. But, you know, when you take on, in this case, the Democratic establishment, who have controlled that party forever, moneyed interest in the Democratic Party. You know, you're taking on corporate America, when you're taking on the corporate media, and when you're calling for a political revolution that creates a government that works for all and not just the few, you know, the opposition is going to be extraordinary. But what I am extremely proud of from that campaign in 2020 as well is that we took on the anointed candidate of the establishment, and we showed, despite the fact the entire establishment, I had in the Senate, I had one supporter. There were 50 Democrats. I had one supporter. I had no governors supporting me. Maybe a few people in the House. But we took on the whole political establishment, and we did, got millions of votes. And the ideas that we brought forth were ideas that they had to eventually deal with in one way or another. And if you look at the American Rescue Plan, which I'm proud that helped write, during the midst of COVID, a lot of the ideas that we fought for were implemented in that bill, and I want to make them obviously permanent.
And you almost won. And a lot of people thought that you would win against Donald Trump.
I think we would have. I think Trump is I think he's a little bit crazy between you and me, but he is a smart politician. And he's appealing to a lot of the anger that working class people feel. And you know what? Working class people should feel angry, but they should make sure that their anger is directed in the right direction and not against people who are even worse off than they are, which is what demagogues like Trump always do. So, I think we had, as I went around the country then and now, we have a lot of support from working class people who understand that there is something wrong. And this is an incredible fact that no one talks about. All right, I'm going to ask you a question. Are you ready for this, Lex?
Let's go.
Here we go. Over the last 50 years, there's been a massive increase in worker productivity as a result of technology, right? Everyone agrees with it. And I don't know exactly what it is. But the worker today is producing a lot more than the worker 50 years ago doing something similar. Is the worker today, in real inflation accounted for dollars, making more money than that worker 50 years ago?
Well, there's a lot of close arguments there, but your point is well taken. It's either the same or a little bit higher or a little bit lower, depending on the statistics. It has not increased significantly, and the wealth inequality has increased significantly.
That is the point. So you would think that if a worker is producing a lot more, that worker would be better off, would be working lesser hours, etc. That hasn't been the case. And what has happened in that 50 years is, according to the Rand Corporation, there has been a 50 trillion with a T, redistribution of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. So you got CEOs today making 300 times more than their workers. You got 3 people on top owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society. So that's why people are angry. And they're worried that their kids may have a lower standard of living than they in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. So there's a lot of anger out there, and I think we tap some of that anger in a constructive way, essentially saying, you know what, we don't need so few to have so much in wealth and power. Let's distribute it more fairly in America.
I got to get back to 2016 because it's such a historic moment. So there's a lot of fans of yours that wanted you to keep fighting because you forgave in the end the establishment and joined them in support. And your fans wanted you to keep fighting for a takeover, for a progressive takeover of the Democratic Party. If you just look back and had to do it all over again, what would you do different?
Well, by the way, in terms of a takeover of the Democratic Party, we did try. We ran, you know who Keith Ellison is? Keith is now the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota. He's doing a great job, really. One of the outstanding attorney generals in the country. And Keith was then a member of Congress. And we ran Keith to become the head of the DNC. And the establishment, with the President of the United States on down, went crazy. And they beat him by a few votes, not a whole lot. So it's, look, you faced, and you know, that's the exact same position that many of us are in right today. So people say, well, why did you support Hillary Clinton? Yeah, what's the alternative? Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is an extremely dangerous person trying to undermine American democracy. So I can't support him. You know, Hillary Clinton, obviously, his views are very, very different than mine. But that in that moment, you know, that's where politics becomes really tricky. And it ain't easy. And, you know, sometimes you have to do things that you're not really all that excited about. But I think it was right to try to do what I could to prevent Trump from getting elected. And in 2020, I did the same with Biden. We had more success with Biden than we had with Clinton.
Well, there's this interesting story about a long time coming meeting between you and Obama in 2018, I believe. So Ari Rabenhoft, who was a former deputy campaign manager, wrote a great book, I would say, about you called The Fighting Soul on the Road with Bernie Sanders. And he tells many great stories, but one of them is your meeting with Obama. And he says that Obama told you, Bernie, I wish I could do a good Obama impression. Bernie, you're an Old Testament prophet, a moral voice for our party, giving us guidance. Here's the thing, though. Prophets don't get to be king. Kings have to make choices. Prophets don't. Are you willing to make those choices? Basically, Obama was making the case that you have to sort of moderate your approach in order to win. So was Obama right?
Look, and again, that's why politics is very, very fascinating. You know, sometimes you can run and lose and you really win if your goal is not just individual power, but transforming society. One of my heroes, you mentioned Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who is one of my heroes. Another one of my heroes is Eugene Victor Debs. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
For many reasons, yes.
All right. Debs, many listeners may not know who does. Debs was a union organizer in the early 1900s, helped form the American Railway Union, ran for president, I think, 5 times, ran the last time while he was in a jail cell because of his opposition to World War I and got 1 million votes doing that. Debs lost badly in every race that he ran in. 1902, Franklin Delano Roosevelt ran for president, and much of what Roosevelt ended up doing was at least some of what Debs had talked about. Debs helped lay the groundwork for ideas. So sometimes you can lose and win if you're into transforming society. What my view is, where I disagree with Obama, is I think you have got to raise consciousness among ordinary, and when people know what's going on and are prepared in an organized way to fight for change, they can make incredible changes. And we've seen that in recent years. You know, today we take for granted, well, we have a woman running for president of the United States, so I'm supporting. We have had other women running for president. We have women governors and senators. Not so many years ago in the United States Senate, there were 98 men, 2 women. Right? Even before that, 1920, it was when women got the right to vote. How did that change? How did women's role in society change? It changed because women and their male allies stood up and fought. Gay rights. Old enough to remember anybody I knew who was gay. You think they would talk about it? Come out about it? No, they wouldn't. That's changed. We have seen, in terms of civil rights, massive changes. Change happens when people at the grassroots level demand that. We talked about healthcare a moment ago. We will get universal Medicare for all when millions of people make it clear that's what they want. So I believe politics starts at the grassroots level, and that's how you got to bring about change.
So just to go back to Obama, though, in many ways, he too is a singular historic figure in American politics who has brought about a lot of change. He's a symbol, I think, that will be remembered for a long time. What do you admire most about Obama?
Well, I know him. We're not best friends, but I know him well and reach out every once in a while. First of all, don't underestimate what it was in 2008 to be the first black president in the history of this country. And I think few would deny that he's an extraordinarily intelligent guy, very, very articulate, one of the best speakers that there is in America. And that he and his family, and again, it's a lot harder than it looks. He and his family, for 8 years, with his wife, Michelle, and his kids, really held that office in a way that earned, I think, the respect of the American people, even if people disagreed with him. So he deserves it. And again, don't underestimate. I think, years ago, there were people who said a black president in our lifetimes, never going to happen, can't happen, too racist the country. He did it. And that is a huge accomplishment. And I think, he has had some significant achievements in his presidential tenure. He and I, did disagree on a number of issues. I think he would tell you, I think his public stance is that, if you have to start all over again, he would do Medicare for all, single payer. But where we are right now, the best he could do is the Affordable Care Act. Well, we disagree on that. And we disagree on other things. But, I think he deserves an enormous amount of credit for what he has accomplished.
And he, like you, also gave a damn good speech opposing the Iraq War before running for president. And that takes courage.
Yes.
But then it also shows that once you get into office, it's not so easy to oppose or to work against the military-industrial complex.
It is very hard. People do not fully appreciate how powerful the establishment is, whether it is the healthcare industry, whether it's the military-industrial complex, whether it's the fossil fuel industry. These people have unlimited amounts of money. They're very smart, lobbyists in Washington, D.C., and they are very, very greedy people. They want it all.
I have to ask you about capitalism, the pros and cons. So you wrote a book, It's Okay to Be Angry About Capitalism. That is a thorough, rigorous criticism of, I would say, hyper-capitalism.
Yes, that's right.
A certain kind of capitalism that you argue that we are existing in today in the United States. But a lot of people would attribute to capitalism all the amazing technological innovations over the past 70 plus years that have contributed to increase in quality of life, in GDP, in decrease in poverty, decrease in infant mortality, increase in expected life expectancy. So what are the how do you see the tension, the pros of capitalism and the cons of capitalism?
Some of my European friends, they say, Bernie, in the United States, you're considered to be very radical. If you were here in, France or Denmark or someplace, you'd be kind of mainstream left guy, not all that radical. So this is what I think. I think the best that we could do right now, where we are right now, is to create a society which does two things. It encourages innovation, but at the same time, it makes sure that all people in a wealthy nation have a decent standard of living. In some countries, if you look at Scandinavia, and this shocks people because we don't talk about this at all. So in Scandinavia, it has been the case, Denmark, Finland, Norway, for years, that people have healthcare. That's not a big deal. You end up in the hospital, so what? They don't pay a bill. You have, and this shocks people, in America right now, we have people who get 1 week, 2 weeks off paid vacation. Sometimes people get nothing. You know that? There are people out there with no vacation off. In Germany, you get 6 weeks paid vacation and other holidays as well. People are shocked by that. In America, we don't have paid family and medical leave. The only major country not to do it. Other countries, your wife gets sick, you stay home with her. Your kids get sick, not a big deal. You get a certain amount of paid family and medical leave. Cost of prescription drugs are far more affordable. So what you want to do is create what's called a social safety net. That means I don't care what your income is. Of course, you're going to have healthcare is the human right. Of course, you're going to have housing that is affordable. Of course, your kids are going to have great quality education, childcare, university, without much cost. Every country has a little bit different. But there are countries in the world right now, I think in Germany, I think the college is now tuition free, as I recall. For obvious reasons, they want to have the best educated workforce they can. So, in terms of government playing a role in a civilized democratic society of providing all basic needs, healthcare, education, housing, retirement benefits, yes, that is what we've got to do. Now, does that mean then that the government is going to run every mom and pop store in the corner? Of course not. You want innovation. You want to go out and start a business, produce a product. Good luck to you, make money. But on the other hand, in terms of even making money, we want you to be able to do that, come up with good products, good services. But do I think you should end up with $100 billion? I don't. And you know what's funny? I did an interview with Bill Gates, who is, I think, the third wealthiest guy in the country, struggling behind Musk and Bezos, I think. And he's only worth 100 plus billion, but he gets by. And I said to him, Bill, he was supposed to ask me questions. I asked him a question. I said, Bill, tell me something. You're an innovator with Microsoft and all that stuff. Did you know that you become a multi-billionaire? And what motivated you? That one motivated you. And he said, no. And I believe he was, I love doing I love programming. When I was a kid, he started doing that. He loved it. He was motivated by it. Do you think that there are scientists out there who work day and night trying to develop drugs to deal with Alzheimer's or cancer, that they're motivated? Oh, boy, if I come up with this drug, I'm going to become a billionaire. So I think, we want to reward success. Fine. But you don't need $1 billion. We want people to get satisfaction from what they accomplish, the work they're doing, whether it's cleaning the street or developing a new, drug. So I think we have gone a little bit too far. And you're right in talking about the book was an attack on, you call it hyper-capitalism or uber-capitalism. But right now, and this is not an American issue, this is a global issue. It's not an accident that Musk is over there in Saudi Arabia talking to the, trillionaire families in the Mideast. These guys are with Putin and his friends. You got probably not more than, 5,000-10,000 extraordinarily wealthy families who have unbelievable economic power, over 7 billion people on this planet.
Well, Elon Musk is actually an interesting case because he's investing all the money back into the businesses. So I think there is a balance to be struck, and you just spoke to it, which is we can still celebrate even big companies that are bringing wealth to the world, that are building cool stuff, that are improving quality of life, but we can question of why is it that the working class does not have a living wage in many cases, and sort of trying to find that balance.
That's right. That is the look. I am no great fan of Elon Musk, especially the role that he's playing right now in Trump's campaign. But is he a brilliant guy? Of course he is. Does he work like a dog? Of course he does. Does he come up with these incredible innovations in companies? Yes, he does. Does he deserve credit for that? Yeah, he does. But, even in terms of encouraging innovation, I would hope that we are focusing on the important issues. I would love to see great innovators figure out how we build the affordable housing that we need, come up with the great drugs that we need to solve many of the terrible illnesses that plague people. Climate change, for God's sakes. All right, do we need innovation? We're making some progress in this country. Should we do more? What kind of technologies out there can really cut back on carbon emissions? So, I hope we focus on some of the most important issues that impact humanity. But, reward innovators, I don't have a problem with that, but I do have a problem when 3 people end up owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society.
Maybe you can briefly speak to something you tweeted recently about Donald Trump going to McDonald's and the minimum wage, I believe it's $7.50. Can you just speak to that tweet?
Look, nothing new. Trump didn't invent it. It's called a photo opportunity. I've done 1 or 2 in my lifetime. So you go to a place, he puts on an apron. Good old Donald Trump, just another McDonald's worker. Yeah. But anyhow, he was sublime. He did his photo op. That's fine. Kamala Harris was in North Carolina handing out food to people who were victims of the hurricane. Fine. That's what politicians do. But some reporter asked him, they said, Mr. Trump, are you for raising the minimum wage? And that was a fair question because you got, I don't know how many, but many, many thousands of McDonald's workers and millions of other American workers right now are trying to get by on 9, 10, 11 bucks an hour. Federal minimum wage is 7 and a quarter. You have people working in McDonald's right now for sure who are working with 12, 13 bucks an hour. So the reporter said, "How, what do you think about raising the federal minimum wage?" And he's, "Oh, these are great workers. I love McDonald's," and so forth. He didn't answer the question. Well, I think that in the richest country in the history of the world, if you work 40 hours a week, you should not be living in poverty. That means we should have the federal minimum wage, not absurdly 7 and a quarter an hour, but in my view, $17 an hour. Will that solve all the economic problems for working class people? No, it won't. It'll help. It'll help.
Since running for president, you've often been attacked, especially from the right, about being worth, I believe, $2 million and owning 3 houses. So from my perspective, the answer to that is most of your wealth has been earned from writing books and selling those books. And you are one of the most famous politicians in the world. And so your wealth in the context, in comparison to other people of that fame level and other politicians, is actually quite modest. So what's your response usually to those attacks?
Do I own 3 residences? Yeah, I do. I live here in Burlington, Vermont. We live in a middle-class neighborhood, nice house. Guess what? I'm a United States Senator, and I own a home in Washington, D.C., as do most senators. You live there year after year. When I first when I was in Congress for 16 years, I rented all the time. But I got elected. Okay, got a 6-year term. You know what? Let's buy a house. So we bought a house, and guess what? Like many thousands of people in the state of Vermont, I have a summer camp. It's a nice one on Lake Champlain. That's it. Now, how did I get the money? You're right. I wrote 2 best-selling books, including this book on capitalism. It was New York Times bestseller for a while. And also another book was a youth book. And I make, I don't know, $175,000 a year. And that's more or less how I became the zillionaire that I am.
I should also mention that sometimes the word mansion is used, and I think your residences are quite modest, at least from my perspective.
Houses in they're not, they're middle-class houses, very nice house.
So when you started in politics, I read you were worth $1,100.
That much?
Yeah, that much. That's right. Has the increase in wealth changed your ability to relate to the working class?
Well, that's a good question. And obviously, growing up in a working-class family has been maybe the most singularly significant aspect of my politics. It's, I grew up without money in a family that lived in a rent-controlled apartment in Brooklyn, New York. So that has impacted me. I'll tell you, I don't really give a damn about money. I drive a car that's 11 years old. It's an old car. And money, here's my jewelry. It's a solar watch.
Nice.
My wedding ring. That's about it. I don't have a Rolex watch. Would not be interested in it. But I'll tell you what has impacted me. My wife, who also grew up in a working class family, will tell you the same. We don't worry. You raise that issue. If we have to go to the doctor, if our kids have to go to the doctor, we go to the doctor. I don't stay up nights worrying. There was a time I had to worry about how to pay my electric bill. I don't worry about that anymore. So what has happened, that stress, that economic stress of not worrying about a financial disaster, that's gone. And that is enormous. I, maybe as much or more than any other member of the Senate, work hard, not only for, but with working class people. I'm chairman of the committee that deals with labor issues. We have been involved probably in dozens of strikes all over this country. I've been on picket lines. So, I do my best. It's a very easy trap to fall into. You can get separated from ordinary people and their struggles. Not hard to do. I try as hard as I can not to do that.
So sometimes people say, can money buy happiness? I think I agree with you. That worry, sort of being able to fill up your car and not worry about how much it's going to cost, or be able to get food for dinner and not worry about how much it's going to cost. Or even, I've been poor most of my life, but I've been very fortunate recently to have enough wealth to not worry about healthcare, to have insurance and be able to afford an emergency room visit. And that worry is just such a giant lift off your shoulders.
Lex, I think you said it very well. I remember and I saw this change in myself. When I used to go out and I do the grocery shop, my wife does a lot of the cooking. I do the grocery shop. I used to look at the prices of everything. I do that less now. I said, what the hell, so what? It costs 50 cents more for this can of stuff, so what? But that's a luxury you have when you don't have to worry about that. And I don't have to worry about it. But your point is, again, to me, I don't like big fancy cars or big fancy homes. Don't go on. My wife will tell you we've not been on a real vacation for God knows how long because I work pretty hard. But the major thing about having money, which is enormously important, is just what you said. I don't have to worry. If somebody in my family gets sick, I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry about putting food on the table or paying the mortgage. So that's what money has done.
Okay, let me ask you about the future of the Democratic Party. So one of the biggest impacts you've had is you've been the fuel, the catalyst for the increase of the progressive caucus, the progressive movement within the Democratic Party. Do you think that is the future? The progressives, even democratic socialist leaders will take over the party?
That is the most important question regarding, to my mind, American politics. One of the successes that we've had, and I'm proud to have played a role in this, is that if you go to the House of Representatives right now, you will see almost 100 members of the Progressive Caucus, led very well by a woman from Washington, Pramila Jayapal, does a great job. It's people like Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, and many others. Many of them are young, often women, people of color, and many of them come from working class backgrounds. So what we have been able to do in recent years, elect a number of strong progressives who represent working families very, very effectively. The struggle in the Democratic Party is between the corporate wing and the progressive wing. And, the corporate wing takes a whole lot of money, sees its salvation in getting a whole lot of money from wealthy individuals and, large corporations, and is not very vigorous, in my view, in representing the needs of working class people. If they were, we would have health care for all. We would have a minimum wage that was a living wage. We would not have a housing crisis. We would not have a tax system in which billionaires pay an effective tax rate that is lower than a truck driver or a nurse. So I think one of the reasons that Trump has had political success is he's not so much his ideas. Most working class people don't think we should give tax breaks to billionaires or worry about the size of, Arnold Palmer's genitalia. But they are angry. People are angry. And the Democrats have not responded effectively to that. So the struggle that we are waging right now is the future of the Democratic Party. Will it be a party of the working class and represent working class issues, whether you're black or white or Latino or Asian or whatever you may be? Or will it be a corporately dominated party? That's the struggle we're in right now.
Did you consider running in 2024? From my perspective, I would have loved it if you ran. I think you would have had a great chance of winning not just the primary, but the presidency.
I gave about 5 minutes. And the reason was we have a slogan in the progressive movement, it's not about me, it's about us. And, to have taken on Biden, who, in my view, on domestic issues, has been quite strong, would have really split the Democratic Party and laid the groundwork for an easy Trump victory. And that I did not want to see. So sometimes in life, and I know that a lot of younger people don't agree with me, but you got to make choices which are painful. So I strongly supported Biden because I liked his domestic record. He's done some good things against a lot of opposition, and I'm supporting Kamala right now. But I'm doing my best to see that a dangerous guy like Donald Trump does not become president.
And the hope for you is that there will be future candidates that are populist, that are progressive.
Yes, absolutely.
Let me ask you about AOC. She has become one of the most influential voices for the progressive cause in the United States. You two had a great conversation on your podcast, and in general, you work together. So what's to you is most impressive about her?
I really like Alexandria a whole lot. She is a young woman who comes from a working class background. She helped her mother clean houses. She was a bartender in the Bronx, New York. And I'm very proud that my campaign for president inspired her to run. And she ran on a progressive working class program. And she took on one of the more powerful guys, a guy named Joe Crowley, who was pretty high up in the Democratic Party. And she knocked on doors. She had no money. She did a very strong grassroots effort. And I appreciate that. So that's number one. I like what she stands for. She's incredibly smart. And she has that certain charisma that, maybe you're born with it, maybe you develop it. I don't know. A couple of years ago, she came up here to Vermont. This was the time she and her partner, Riley, came up. And we were out in the street, and people saw her, and they said, "Oh, Congresswoman," and she just smiled, and she had an approach to people which was beautiful. I mean, it wasn't phony, it was real. But to be a politician, you got to know how to, you can be a great intellectual, but you can't relate to people. She relates well to people. And so I think both from a personality perspective, from an intellect perspective, from an ideological perspective, she helped create the Green New Deal concept, the need to create jobs as we transform our energy system away from fossil fuel, strong advocate for Medicare for all, workers' rights. So I'm a big fan of Alexandria.
What do you think is the most powerful, enduring impact you've had on American politics? Looking back, you've been in it for quite a bit.
Well, I don't know. I can give you a singular answer. I was mayor of this city and proud of what we accomplished here. Proud of my accomplishments as a U.S. senator. When COVID was devastating this country and we had a massive economic downturn, as chairman of the budget committee, I helped write the American Rescue Plan, which put a lot of money into people's pockets. We cut childhood poverty by 40% by providing a child tax credit. We kept hospitals going. We kept colleges going. Kept people from getting evicted. Helped get public health out there. People getting the vaccines. I'm proud of that. But at the end of the day, I think what I have shown is that the ideas, this gets back to the early part of this conversation, the ideas that I am talking about are ideas that are widely supported. So when Donald Trump says, "Oh, Bernie Sanders is a far left," it's like I'm some kind of extremist coming up with ideas that nobody supports. Everything that I talk about, raising the minimum wage, health care for all, a tax system which demands the billionaires pay their fair share, those are all popular ideas, but people didn't know. You got to run for president and have 20,000 people come out to your rallies and win 23 states. There's, well, maybe those ideas are not so crazy after all, and we've got to entertain them. The establishment doesn't like that. They really don't. They want it to you, and this is how they succeed. What they say, Lex, is the world is the way it is. It always will be this way. We got the wealth. We got the power. And don't think of anything else. This is the way it is. You have no power. Give up. That they don't say it quite that way. But that's really what the intent is. And what we showed is, guess what? Running an outsider campaign. We took on the Democratic establishment, came close to winning it, and we did win 23 states. And the ideas that we're talking about are the ideas that working class people and young people believe in.
Yeah, you showed that it's possible to win. And that's an idea that will resonate for decades.
And out of that came dozens of candidates now in the House of Representatives, people on city council, people on state legislature who did win.
So we mentioned about the worry of getting sick, the worry of life that many people in the working class are suffering from. But there's also the worry that we all experience of the finiteness of life. Do you ponder your own mortality? Are you afraid of it?
Well, when you're 83, it does come across.
All right.
Yeah, of course I do. And
are you afraid of it?
No, I'm not afraid of that. What I am afraid of, I think, is infirmity. I have been, knock on wood, this is wood, I think, reasonably healthy with an exception. I had a heart attack 5 years ago. What blew me away was that my body failed me for the very first time in my life. That was stunning to me. That, suddenly I was in a hospital bed. I have a great deal of compassion for people as we speak who are in nursing homes, having a hard time walking. Maybe your mental agility is slipping a little bit. That's tough. That's what worries me. We are all going to die, and that's that. So I'm not afraid of that. But that aspect of getting older, and that does concern me.
That said, your mind is as sharp as any politician that I've ever heard, and also just off mic, I should say that just the warmth that you radiate, and I deeply, deeply appreciate that.
No,
Just
thank
as a
you.
human being. So you still got it after all that, after all those speeches,
Welcome.
after
How are
all
you?
those houses, after all of it, there's still the humility and just the sharpness, the wit is all there. So Bernie, like I said, I wish you would have ran this year, but I also wish that there's future candidates.
Yeah, and there will be, Lex. I absolutely would. I think, yes, love my legacy. The idea that there are wonderful, really, really wonderful people who are now got involved in the political process that are fighting for justice. That's a great legacy.
What gives you hope about the future of this country, about the future of the world?
Sometimes one can become very cynical. You look at the terrible wars that are going on right now. You look at the divisiveness in this country, the ugliness, the poverty. You look at climate change. You get depressed from all of that. But I am lucky in this sense, in that I've had the opportunity. People often ask, what inspires you? How do you keep going? And I remember, actually, it was in California where it really crystallized. I was in a rally in the agricultural area of California. We did a rally at the sunset. Thousands of people were out. And you looked around the crowd. There were young people, black and white and Latino, and Asian American, huge cross-section of older people. And they all wanted to make America a very much better country. And it really moved me. I mean, I see that time and time. I've just been on the campaign trail. And you see great people, really beautiful people who not interested in becoming billionaires. They want to improve life for other people in this country. So, I am grateful that it sounds like a platitude. That's what every politician says, oh, blah, 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 blah. But when you go out around the country, you go to Native American reservations and you go to factories, and you see so many wonderful people. I have been able to see things that many others have not. Been to every state in the country. And that inspires me.
I share their optimism. I share your optimism. Bernie, I've been a fan for a long time. It's a great honor to speak to you today. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much for what you're doing. Let me just say a word about what you're doing.
Okay,
let's
go.
The compliments here.
Okay.
I think there is a growing dissatisfaction with corporate media. And not because it's fake news or the reporters lie all the time. That's nonsense. They don't. But I think people want to hear folks really talk about in a calm manner about some of the very important issues which are not discussed in corporate media. And I think that's what you and some others are doing. So I thank you very much. It's a very important service to the country.
And thank you from a mayor perspective for creating a wonderful town. And I look forward to looking at the fall leaves, walking around
I
tonight.
didn't quite create the leaves.
Yeah.
I did create some other things.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bernie.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Bernie Sanders. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Aristotle. The real difference between democracy and oligarchy is poverty and wealth. Wherever men rule by reason of their wealth, whether they be few or many, that is an oligarchy. And where the poor rule, that is democracy. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
The big question for me in that timeline is, why didn't we do it sooner? Why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings of civilization?
The following is a conversation with Graham Hancock, a journalist and author who for over 30 years has explored the controversial possibility that there existed a lost civilization during the last ice age, and that it was destroyed in a global cataclysm some 12,000 years ago. He is the presenter of the Netflix documentary series Ancient Apocalypse, the second season of which has just been released, and it's focused on the distant past of the Americas, a topic I recently discussed with the archaeologist Ed Barnhart. Let me say that Ed represents the kind of archaeologist, scholar, I love talking to on the podcast. extremely knowledgeable, humble, open-minded, and respectful in disagreement. I'll do many more podcasts on history, including ancient history. Our distant past is full of mysteries, and I find it truly exciting to explore those mysteries with people both on the inside and the outside of the mainstream in the various disciplines involved. This is the Lex Friedman podcast, and now, dear friends, here's Graham Hancock. Let's start with a big foundational idea that you have about human history, that there was an advanced Ice Age civilization that came before and perhaps seeded what people now call the six cradles of civilization: Mesopotamia, Egypt, India, China, Andes, and Mesoamerica. So let's talk about this idea that you have. Can you, at the highest possible level, describe it?
It would be better to describe it as a foundational sense of puzzlement and incompleteness in the story that we are taught about our past, which envisages more or less, there have been a few ups and downs, but more or less straightforward evolutionary progress. We start out as hunter-foragers, then we become agriculturalists. The hunter-forager phase could go back hundreds of thousands of years. I mean, this is where it's also important to mention that anatomically modern humans were not the only humans. We had Neanderthals from, 400,000 years ago to about 40,000 years ago. They were certainly human because anatomically modern humans interbred with them, and we carry Neanderthal genes. There were the Denisovans, maybe 300,000 to perhaps even as recently as 30,000 years ago. And again, interbreeding took place. They're obviously a human species. So, we've got this background of humans who didn't look quite like us. And then we have anatomically modern humans. And I think the earliest anatomically modern human skeletal remains are from Jebel Irhoud in Morocco and date to about 310,000 years ago. So the question is, what were our ancestors doing after that? And I think we can include the Neanderthals and the Denisovans in that general picture. And why did it take so long? This is one of the puzzles, one of the questions that bother me. Why did it take so long when we have creatures who are physically identical to us? We cannot actually weigh and measure their brains, but from the work that's been done on the crania, it looks like they have the same brains that we do, with the same wiring. So if we've been around for 300,000 plus years at least, and if ultimately in our future was the process to create civilization or civilizations, why didn't it happen sooner? Why did it take so long? Why was it such a long time? Even the story of anatomically modern humans has kept on changing. I remember a time when it was said that there hadn't been anatomically modern humans before 50,000 years ago. And then it became 196,000 years ago with the findings in Ethiopia, and then 310,000 years ago. There's a lot of missing pieces in the puzzle there. But the big question for me in that timeline is, why didn't we do it sooner? Why did it take so long? Why did we wait until after 12,000 years ago, really after 10,000 years ago, to start seeing the beginnings, what are selected as the beginnings of civilization in places like Turkey, for example? And then there's a relatively slow process of adopting agriculture, and by 6,000 years ago, we see ancient Sumer emerging as a civilization. And we're then in the pre-dynastic period in ancient Egypt as well, 6,000 years ago, beginning to see definite signs of what will become the dynastic civilization of Egypt about 5,000 years ago. And interestingly, round about the same time, you have the Indus Valley civilization popping up out of nowhere. And by the way, the Indus Valley civilization was a lost civilization until the 1920s, when railway workers accidentally stumbled across some ruins. I've been to Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, and these are extraordinarily beautifully centrally planned cities. Clearly they're the work of an already sophisticated civilization. One of the things that strikes me about the Indus Valley civilization is that we find a steatite seal of an individual seated in a recognizable yoga posture. and that seal is 5,000 years old. And the yoga posture is Mula Bandhasana, which involves a real contortion of the ankles and twisting the feet back. It's an advanced yoga posture. So there it is 5,000 years ago. And that then raises the question, well, how long did yoga take to get to that place when it was already so advanced 5,000 years ago? What's the background to this? China, the Yellow River civilization. Again, it's around about the same period, 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. You get these first signs of something happening. So it's very odd that all around the world, we have this sudden upsurge of civilization about 6,000 years ago, preceded by what seems like a natural evolutionary process that would lead to a civilization, and yet certain ideas being carried down and manifested and expressed in many of these different civilizations. I just find that whole idea very puzzling and very disturbing. Especially when I look at this radical break that takes place in not just the human story, but the story of all life on Earth, which was the last great cataclysm that the Earth went through, which was the Younger Dryas event. It was an extinction level event. That's when all the great megafauna of the Ice Age went extinct. It's after that, it's after that event that we start seeing this, what are taken to be the beginnings of the first gradual steps towards civilization. We come out of the Upper Paleolithic as it's defined, the old end of the Old Stone Age, and into the Neolithic. And that's when the wheels are supposedly set in motion to start civilization rolling. But what happened before that, and why did that suddenly happen then? And I can't help feeling, and I've felt this for a very long while, that there are major missing pieces in our story. It's often said that I'm claiming to have proved that there was an advanced lost civilization in the Ice Age, and I am not claiming to have proved that. That is a hypothesis that I am putting forward to answer some of the questions that I have about prehistory, and I think it's worthwhile to inquire into those possibilities, because the Younger Dryas event was a massive global cataclysm, whatever caused it, and it's strange that just after it we start seeing these first signs.
So the current understanding in mainstream archaeology is that after the Younger Dryas is when the civilizations popped up in different places of the globe with a lot of similarities, but they popped up independently.
Yeah, independently and by coincidence. And by coincidence, those big civilizations that we all remember as the first civilizations, Sumer, Egypt, the Indus Valley civilization, China, they all pop up at pretty much the same time. That is the mainstream view.
And they don't just pop up, they kind of build up gradually. First there's some settlements.
Oh, definitely, yes.
And then there's different dynamics of how they build up, and the role of agriculture, and that is also non-obvious, but it's just there's first a kind of settlement, a stabilization of where the people are living, then they start using agriculture, then they start getting urban centers and that kind of stuff.
It seems like an entirely reasonable argument. Everything about that makes sense. There is no doubt that you're seeing evolutionary progress, social evolution taking place in those thousands of years before Sumer emerges. But what's happening now, really, I spent much of the 90s and the late 1980s investigating this issue of a lost civilization. I wrote a series of books about it. But by 2002, when I published a book called Underworld, which was the most massive and most heavy book that I've ever written, because I was writing very defensively at the time. By the time I finished that book, my wife Santa and I spent 7 years scuba diving all around the world, looking for structures underwater, often led by local fishermen or local divers, to anomalies that they'd seen underwater. By the time that book was finished, I thought, actually, I've done this story. I've walked the walk. I really don't have much more to say about it. And I turned in another direction, and I wrote a book called Supernatural: Meetings with the Ancient Teachers of Mankind, recently retitled Visionary. And that was fundamentally about the role of psychedelics in the evolution of human culture. And I didn't think that I would go back to the lost civilization issue. But Göbekli Tepe in Turkey kept on forcing itself upon me. the more and more discoveries there, the 11,600 year date from enclosure D, which is the two largest megalithic pillars. And I reached a point where I realized I have to get back in. I have to get back in the water, and I have to investigate this again. And Göbekli Tepe was a game changer, but I think it's a game changer for everything, because Göbekli Tepe, the extraordinary nature of it, we're looking at a major megalithic site, which is at least 5,500 years older than, say, Gigantia in Malta, which was previously considered to be the oldest megalithic site in the world. And this led, of course, to a huge amount of interest and attention, both from the Turkish government, who see the tourism potential of having the world's oldest megalithic site, and from archaeologists. And this in turn has led to exploration and excavation throughout the region. And what they're finding throughout that whole region around Göbekli Tepe, and going down into Syria and further down into the Jordan Valley as far as Jericho, and even across a bit of the Mediterranean into Cyprus, is what Turkish archaeologists are now calling the Tas Tepeler civilization. They're calling it a civilization, the Stone Hills civilization, with very definite identifying characteristics: semi-subterranean circular structures, the use of T-shaped megalithic pillars, sometimes not anywhere near as big as those at Göbekli Tepe. It's clear that Göbekli Tepe now was not the beginning of this process. It was actually, in a way, the end of this process. It was the summation of everything that Stone Hills civilization had achieved. But what is becoming clear is that this is a period before the foundation of Göbekli Tepe. As far as we know, that date of 11,600 years ago is the oldest date for Göbekli Tepe. But of course, there's a lot of Göbekli Tepe still underground. So we can't say for sure that that's the oldest, but it's the oldest so far excavated. What we're seeing is that in that whole region around there, something was in motion, and it began to go into motion round about the beginning of the Younger Dryas. And this is where these two dates are really important. The Younger Dryas, I'll round the figures off, begins around 12,800 years ago, and it ends around 11,600 years ago. So Göbekli Tepe's construction date, if it is 11,600 years ago, if they don't find older materials, marks the end of the Younger Dryas. But the beginning of the Younger Dryas, we're already seeing the stirrings of the kind of culture that manifests in full form at Göbekli Tepe. And after the construction of Göbekli Tepe, in fact, even during the construction of Göbekli Tepe, we see agriculture beginning to be adopted. The people who created Göbekli Tepe were all hunter-foragers at the beginning. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was finished, and it was definitely, deliberately finished, closed off, closed down, deliberately buried, covered with earth, covered with rubble, and then topped off with a hill, which is why Göbekli Tepe is called what it is. Göbekli Tepe means pot-bellied hill, or the hill of the navel. For a long time, Göbekli Tepe was thought to be just a hill that looked a bit like a pot-belly.
Can you say how it was discovered? I think this is one of the most fascinating things on Earth, period. So maybe can you say what it is and how it was discovered?
Well, Göbekli Tepe is, first of all, the oldest fully elaborated megalithic site that we know of anywhere in the world. It doesn't mean that older ones won't be found, but it is the oldest so far found. The part of the site that's been excavated, which is a tiny percentage of the whole site, we do know. My first visit to Göbekli Tepe was in 2013. Dr. Klaus Schmidt, the late Dr. Klaus Schmidt, who died a year later, was very generous to me and showed me around the site for over a period of 3 days. And he explained to me that they've already used ground-penetrating radar on the site, and they know that there's much more Göbekli Tepe still underground. So anything is possible in terms of the dating of Göbekli Tepe. But what we have at the moment is a series of almost circular but not quite circular enclosures, which are walled with relatively small stones, and then inside them you have pairs of megalithic pillars. And the archetypal part of that site is enclosure D, which contains the two largest upright megaliths, about 18 feet tall, and reckoned to weigh somewhere in the range of 20 tons, if I have my memory correct. They're substantial, hefty pieces of stone. It isn't some kind of extraordinary feat to create a 20-foot tall or 20-ton megalith, nor is it an extraordinary feat to move it. There's nothing magical or really weird about that. Human beings can do that and always have. Besides, the quarry for the megaliths is right there. It's within 200 meters of the main enclosure. So that's not a mystery. But the mystery is why suddenly this new form of architecture, this massive megalithic pillars appear. And the pillars, one of the things that interests me about the pillars is their alignment. And there is good work that's been done which suggests that enclosure D aligns to the rising of the star Sirius. And the rising points of the star Sirius appear to be mapped by the other enclosures, which are all oriented in slightly different directions. It was the work entirely of hunter foragers, but by the time Göbekli Tepe was completed, agriculture was being introduced and was taking place there. Now, you asked how Göbekli Tepe was found. The answer to that is that there was a survey of that pot-bellied hill in the 1960s by some American archaeologists, and they were absolutely looking for Stone Age material, for material from the Paleolithic. And they had found some Paleolithic flints, upper Paleolithic flints around there, so it looked like a good place to look. But then they noticed, sticking out of the side of the hill, some very finely cut stone, bits of very large and very finely cut stone. And looking at that, the workmanship was so good that those archaeologists were confident that it had nothing to do with the Stone Age. And they thought they were looking at perhaps some Byzantine remains. And they abandoned the site and never looked at it further. And it wasn't until the German Archaeological Institute got involved, and particularly Klaus Schmidt, who I think was a genius, had real insight into this, and started to dig at Göbekli Tepe, that they realized what they'd found, that they'd found potentially the oldest megalithic site in the world. And they'd found it at a place where agriculture, according to the established historical timeline, that's where agriculture, at any rate in Europe and Western Asia, begins. It begins in Anatolia, in Turkey, and then it gradually disseminates westward from there.
And yet the understanding is it was created by hunter-gatherers.
It was created by hunter-gatherers, yeah. There was no agriculture 11,600 years ago in Göbekli Tepe. But by the time Göbekli Tepe was decommissioned, and I use that word deliberately, was closed down and buried, agriculture was all around it. And this was agriculture of people who knew how to cultivate farms.
Do we have an understanding when it was turned into if I could say, a time capsule? So protected by forming a mound around it. Is it around that similar time?
It stood from roughly 11,600 years ago to about 10,400 years ago, to about 8,400 BC. So around 1,200 years, it was there, and it continued to be elaborated as a site. And while it was being elaborated as a site, we see agriculture, I'm going to use the word, being introduced. There'd been no sign of it before, and suddenly it's there. And to me, that's another of the mysteries about Göbekli Tepe. And then with the new work that's being done, we realize that it's part of a much wider phenomenon, which it spreads across an enormous distance. The puzzling thing is that after Göbekli Tepe, there almost seems to be a decline. Things fall down again. And then we enter this long, slow process of the Neolithic, thousands of years, gradual developments until we come to ancient Sumer and Mesopotamia. But agriculture has taken a firm root by then. Actually, one other thing, I'll just say this in passing. When I talk about a lost civilization introducing ideas to people, I'm often accused of stealing credit from the indigenous people who had those ideas in the first place. So I do find it slightly hypocritical that archaeology fully accepts that the idea of agriculture was introduced to Western Europe from Turkey, and that Western Europeans didn't invent agriculture. It was absolutely introduced by Anatolian farmers who traveled west. So the notion of dissemination of ideas perhaps shouldn't be so annoying to archaeologists as it is.
And perhaps you should also state, if you look at the entirety of history of hominids, humans or hominids have been explorers. I didn't even know this when I was preparing for this.
Yeah.
Looking at Homo erectus.
Yeah.
1.9 million years ago,
Absolutely.
almost right away, they spread out through the whole world. And we, Homo sapiens, evolved from them. And we should also mention, since we're talking about sort of controversial debates going on, as I understand, there's still debates about the dynamics of all that was going on there, like we mentioned in Africa. That it's I think the current understanding, we didn't come from one particular point of Africa, that there's multiple locations.
Mm-hmm. This is the out of Africa theory. I think it's more than a theory. It's really strongly evidenced. Why? Because we're part of the Great Ape family, and it's an African family.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that human beings, our deep origins are in Africa. But then there, as you rightly say, there were these very early migrations out of Africa by species that are likely ancestral to anatomically modern humans, including definitely Homo erectus and the astonishingly distant travels that they undertook. Yes, I think there is an urge to explore in all of humanity. I think there is an urge to find out what's around the next corner, what's over the brow of the next hill, and I think that goes very deep into human character. And I think it was being manifested in those early adventures of people who left Africa and traveled all around the world, and then settling in different parts of the world. I think a lot of anatomically modern human evolution took place outside Africa as well, not only in Africa.
So I guess the general puzzlement that you're filled with is, given that these creatures explore and spread and try out different environments, why did it take hundreds of thousands of years for them to develop complicated society settlements?
That's the first big question. Why did it take so long? And that raises in my mind a hypothesis, a possibility. Maybe it didn't take so long. Maybe things were happening that we haven't yet got hold of in the archaeological record, which await to be discovered. And of course, there are huge parts of the world that have not been studied at all by archaeology. But the fact that huge parts of the world have not been studied at all by archaeology is not on its own enough to suggest that we're missing a chapter in the human story. The reason that I come to that isn't only puzzlement about that 300,000 year gap. It's also to do with the fact that there's common iconography, there's common myths and traditions, and there's common spiritual ideas that are found all around the world. They're found amongst cultures that are geographically distant from one another, and that are also distant from one another in time. They don't necessarily occur at the same time. And this is where I think that archaeology is perhaps desperately needing a history of ideas as well as just a history of things, because an idea can manifest again and again throughout the human story. So there are particular issues. For example, the notion of the afterlife destiny of the soul. What happens to us when we die? And believe me, when you reach my age, that's something you do think about. What happens? I used to feel immortal when I was in my 40s, but now that I'm 74, I definitely know that I'm not. Well, it would be natural for human beings all around the world to have that same feeling, that same idea. But why would they all decide that what happens to the soul after death is that it makes a leap to the heavens, to the Milky Way, that it makes a journey along the Milky Way, that there it is confronted by challenges, by monsters, by closed gates? The course of the life that person has lived will determine their destiny in that afterlife journey. And this idea, the path of souls, the Milky Way is called the path of souls. It's very strongly found in the Americas, right from South America through Mexico, through into North America, but it's also found in ancient Egypt, in ancient India, in ancient Mesopotamia, the same idea. And I don't feel that can be a coincidence. I feel that what we're looking at is an inheritance of an idea, a legacy that's been passed down from a remote common source to cultures all around the world, and then has taken on a life of its own within those cultures. So the remote common source would explain both the similarities and the differences in the expression of these ideas. The other thing, very puzzling thing, is this sequence of numbers that are a result of the precession of the equinoxes. At least I think that's the best theory to explain them. Here, I think it's important to pay tribute to the work of Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Deschend. Giorgio de Santillana was professor of history of science actually at MIT, where you're based, back in the 60s. And Hertha von Deschend was professor of the history of science at Frankfurt University. And they wrote an immense book in the 1960s called Hamlet's Mill. And Hamlet's Mill differs very strongly from established opinion on the issue of the phenomenon of precession, and I'll explain what precession is in a moment. Generally, it's held that it was the Greeks who discovered the precession, and the dating on that is put back not very far, maybe 2,300 years ago or so. Santillana and von Deschend are pointing out that knowledge of precession is much, much older than that, thousands of years older than that, and they do actually trace it, I think I'm quoting them pretty much correctly, to some almost unbelievable ancestor civilization. Reading that book was one of the several reasons that I got into this mystery in the first place. Okay, now, the precession of the equinoxes, to give it its full name, results from the fact that our planet is the viewing platform from which we observe the stars. And our planet, of course, is rotating on its own axis at roughly 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. But what's less obvious is that it's also wobbling on its axis. And so if you imagine the extended north pole of the Earth pointing up at the sky, in our time, it's pointing at the star Polaris, and that is our pole star. But Polaris has not always been the pole star, precisely because of this wobble on the axis of the Earth. Other stars have occupied the pole position, and sometimes the extended north pole of the Earth points at empty space. There is no pole star. That's one of the obvious results of the wobble on the Earth's axis. The other one is that there are 12 well-known constellations in our time, the 12 constellations of the zodiac, that lie along what is referred to as the path of the sun. The Earth is orbiting the sun, and we are seeing what's behind it, what's in direct line with the sun in our view. And the zodiacal constellations all lie along the path of the sun. So at different times of the year, the sun will rise against the background of a particular zodiacal constellation. Today we live in the age of Pisces. And it's definitely not an accident that the early Christians used the fish as their symbol. This is another area where I differ from archaeology. I think the constellations of the zodiac were recognized as such much earlier than we suppose. Anyway, to get to the point, the key marker of the year, certainly in the northern hemisphere, was the spring equinox. The question was, what constellation is rising behind the sun? What constellation is housing the sun at dawn on the spring equinox? Right now it's Pisces. In another 150 years or so, it'll be Aquarius. We do live in the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Back in the time of the late ancient Egyptians, it was Aries, going back to the time of Ramesses or before. Before that, it was Taurus, and so on and so forth. It's backwards through the zodiac until 12,500 years ago, you come to the age of Leo, when the constellation of Leo houses the sun on the spring equinox. Now, this process unfolds very, 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 very slowly. The whole cycle, and it is a cycle, it repeats itself roughly every 26,000 years. Put a more exact figure on it, 25,920 years. That may be a convention. Some scholars would say it was a bit less than that, a bit more, but you're talking fractions. It's in that area, 25,920 years. And to observe it, you really need more than one human lifetime, because it unfolds very, very slowly at a rate of 1 degree every 72 years. And the parallel that I often give is hold your finger up to the horizon, the distant horizon. The movement in one lifetime in a period of 72 years is about the width of your finger. It's not impossible to notice in a lifetime, but it's difficult. You've got to pass it on. And what seems to have happened is that some ancient culture, the culture that Santillana and von Deschend call some almost unbelievable ancestor culture, worked out the entire process of precession. And selected the key numbers of precession, of which the most important number, the governing number, is the number 72. But we also have numbers related to the number 72. 72 plus 36 is 108. 108 divided by 2 is 54. These numbers are also found in mythology all around the world. There were 72 conspirators who were involved in killing the god Osiris in ancient Egypt and nailing him up in a wooden coffer and dumping him in the Nile. There are 432,000 in the Rig Veda. 432,000 is a multiple of 72. And at Angkor in Cambodia, for example, you have the bridge to Angkor Thom. And on that bridge, you have figures on both sides, sculpted figures, which are holding the body of a serpent. That serpent is Vasuki. And what they're doing is they're churning the Milky Ocean. It's the same metaphor of churning and turning that's defined in the story of Hamlet's mill and Unwadi's mill. There are 54 on each side. 54 plus 54 is 108. 108 is 72 plus 36. It's a precessional number, according to the work that Santillana and Bundeshen did. And the fascination with this number system and its discovery all around the world is one of the puzzles that intrigue me and suggest to me that we are looking at ancestral knowledge that was passed down and probably was passed down from a specific single common source at one time, but then was spread out very, very widely around the world.
So one of the defining ways that you approach the study of human history that I think contrasts with mainstream archaeology is you take this sort of astronomical symbolism and the relationship between humans and the stars very seriously.
I do, as I believe the ancients did.
I think it's important to sort of consider what humans would have thought about back then. Now we have a lot of distractions. We have social media, we can watch videos on YouTube, whatever. But back then, especially before sort of electricity, the stars is like
Yeah.
the sexiest thing to talk about.
There's no light pollution.
There's no light pollution, so that's
There's
and
the majesty of the heavens.
every single night you're spending looking up at the stars, and you can imagine there's a lot of sort of status value to be the guy who's very good at studying the stars, and sort of the scientists of the day. And I'm sure there's going to be these geniuses that emerge. They're able to do two things. One, tell stories about the gods or whatever based on the stars, and then also, as we'll probably talk about, use the stars practically for navigation, for example.
Oh yeah.
And so like it makes sense that the stars had primal importance for the ideas of the times, for the status, for religious explorations.
It was an ever-present reality.
Yes.
And it was bright, and it was brilliant, and it was full of lights. It's inconceivable that the ancients would not have paid attention to it. It was an overwhelming presence, and that's one of the reasons why I'm really confident that the constellations that we now recognize as the constellations of the zodiac were recognized much earlier, because it's hard to miss when you pay attention to the sky that the sun, over the course of the solar year, is month by month rising against the background of different constellations. And then there's a much longer process, the process of precession, which takes that journey backwards, and where we have a period of 2,160 years for each sign of the zodiac. I think it would have been hard for the ancients to have missed that. They might not have identified the constellations in exactly the same way we do today. That may well be a Babylonian or Greek convention, but that the constellations were there, I think was very clear, that they were special constellations, unlike other ones higher up in the sky, which were not on the path of the sun, that people paid attention to.
Well, but detecting the precession of the equinox is hard, because especially they don't have any writing systems, they don't have any mathematical systems, so everything is told through words.
Yeah, they have. Let's not underestimate oral traditions. The oral traditions, that's something we've lost in our culture today. One of the things that happens with the written word is that you gradually lose your memory. Actually, there's a nice story from ancient Egypt about the god Thoth, the god of wisdom, who is very proud of himself because he has invented writing. Look at this gift, he says to a mythical pharaoh of that time. Look at the gift that I am giving humanity, writing. This is a wonderful thing. It'll enable you to preserve so much that you would otherwise lose. And the pharaoh in this story replies to him, no, you have not given us a wonderful gift. You have destroyed the art of memory. We will forget everything. Words will roam free around the world, not accompanied by any wise advice to set them into context. And actually, that's a very interesting point. And we do know that cultures that still do have oral traditions are able to preserve information for very long periods of time. One thing I think is clear in any time, in any period of history, is human beings love stories. We love great stories. And one way to preserve information is to encode it, embed it in a great story. And so carefully done that actually it doesn't matter whether the storyteller knows that they're passing on that information or not. The story itself is the vehicle, and as long as it's repeated faithfully, the information contained within it will be passed on. And I do think this is part of the story of the preservation of knowledge.
So that's one of the reasons that you take myths seriously.
I take them very seriously, and the other, many reasons, but I can't help being deeply impressed and deeply puzzled by the worldwide tradition of a global cataclysm within human memory. I mean, we know scientifically that there have been many cataclysms in the past, going back millions of years. I mean, the best known one, of course, is the KPG event, as it's now called, that made the dinosaurs extinct 65 million or 66 million years ago. But has there been such a cataclysm in the lifetime of the human species? The Mount Toba eruption about 70,000 years ago was pretty bad. But a global cataclysm, the Younger Dryas, really ticks all the boxes as a worldwide disaster, which definitely involved sea level rise, both at the beginning and at the end of the Younger Dryas. It definitely involved the swallowing up of lands that previously had been above water. And I think it's an excellent candidate for this worldwide tradition of a global cataclysm, of which one of, but not the only, distinguishing characteristics was a flood, an enormous flood, and the submergence of lands that had previously been above water, underwater. The fact that this story is found all around the world suggests to me that the archaeological explanation is, look, people suffer local floods all the time. I mean, as we're talking, there's flooding in Florida, but I don't think anybody in Florida is going to make the mistake of believing that that's a global flood. They know it's local. But that's the argument largely of archaeology dealing with the flood myths, or that some local population experienced a nasty local flooding event, and they decided to say that it affected the whole world. I'm not persuaded by that, particularly since we know there was a nasty epoch, the Younger Dryas, when flooding did occur and when the Earth was subjected to events cataclysmic enough to extinguish entirely the megafauna of the Ice Age.
So there is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis that provides an explanation of what happened during this period that resulted in such rapid environmental change. So can you explain this hypothesis?
Yes. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, YDIH for short, is not a lunatic fringe theory, as its opponents often attempt to write it off. It's the work of more than 60 major scientists working across many different disciplines, including archaeology and including oceanography as well. They are collectively puzzled by the sudden onset of the Younger Dryas, and by the fact that it is accompanied 12,800 years ago by a distinct layer in the earth. You can see it most clearly at Murray Springs in Arizona, for example. You can see it's about the width of a human hand. And there's a draw there that's been cut by flash flooding at some time, and that draw has revealed the sides of the draw, and you can see the cross section, and in the cross section is this distinct dark layer that runs through the earth, and it contains evidence of wildfires. There's a lot of soot in it. There are also nanodiamonds in it. there is shocked quartz in it. There's quartz that's been melted at temperatures in excess of 2,200 degrees centigrade. There are carbon microspherules. All of these are proxies for some kind of cosmic impact. I talked a moment ago about the extinction of the dinosaurs. Lewis and Walter Alvarez, who made that incredible discovery, initially their discovery was based entirely on impact proxies, just as the Younger Dryas. There was no crater, and for a long time they were disbelieved because they couldn't produce a crater. But when they finally did produce that deeply buried Chicxulub crater, that's when people started to say, yeah, they have to be right. But they weren't relying on the crater, they were relying on the impact proxies. And they're the same impact proxies that we find in what's called the Younger Dryas boundary layer all around the world. So it's the fact that at the moment when the Earth tips into a radical climate shift, it's been warming up for at least 2,000 years before 12,800 years ago. People at the time must have been feeling a great sense of relief. You know, we've been living through this really cold time, but it's getting better. Things are getting better. And then suddenly around 12,800 years ago, some might say 12,860 years ago, there's a massive global plunge in global temperatures, and the world suddenly gets as cold as it was at the peak of the Ice Age. And it's almost literally overnight. It's very, very, very rapid. Normally in an epoch when the Earth is going into a freeze, you would not expect sea levels to rise, but there is a sea level rise, a sudden one, right at the beginning of the Younger Dryas. And then you have this long frozen period from 12,800 to 11,600 years ago. And then equally dramatically and equally suddenly, the Younger Dryas comes to an end and the world very rapidly warms up, and you have a recognized pulse of meltwater at that time as the last of the glaciers collapse into the sea, called Meltwater Pulse 1b, around about 11,600 years ago. So this is a period which is very tightly defined. It's a period when we know that human populations were grievously disturbed. That's when the so-called Clovis culture of North America vanished entirely from the record during the Younger Dryas, and it's the time when the mammoths and the saber-toothed tigers vanished from the record as well.
Is there a good understanding of what happened geologically, whether there was an impact or not? Like, what explains this huge dip in temperature and then rise in temperature?
The abrupt cessation of the global meridional overturning circulation, of which the Gulf Stream is the best known part. The main theory that's been put forward up to now, and I don't dispute that theory at all, is that the sudden freeze was caused by the cutting off of the Gulf Stream, basically, which is part of the central heating system of our planet. So no wonder it became cold. But what's not really been addressed before is why that happened, why the Gulf Stream was cut, why a sudden pulse of meltwater went into the world ocean, and it was so much of it, and it was so cold that it actually stopped the Gulf Stream in its tracks. That's where the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis offers a very elegant and very satisfactory solution to the problem. Now, the hypothesis, of course, is broader than that. Amongst the scientists working on it are, for example, Bill Napier, an astrophysicist and astronomer. They have assembled a great deal of evidence which suggests that the culprit in the Younger Dryas impact event or events was what we now call the torrid meteor stream, which the Earth still passes through twice a year. It's now about 30 million kilometers wide. It takes the Earth a couple of days to pass through it on its orbit. It passed through it in June, and it passes through it at the end of October. The suggestion is that the torrid meteor stream is the end product of a very large comet that entered the solar system round about 20,000 years ago, came in from the Oort cloud, got trapped by the gravity of the sun, and went into orbit around the sun, an orbit that crossed the orbit of the Earth. However, when it was one object, the likelihood of a collision with the Earth was extremely small. But as it started to do what all comets do, which was to break up into multiple fragments, because these are chunks of rock held together by ice, and as they warm up, they split and disintegrate and break into pieces. As it passed through that, its debris stream became larger and larger and wider, And the theory is that 12,800 years ago, the Earth passed through a particularly dense part of the Tauride meteor stream and was hit by multiple impacts all around the planet, certainly from the west of North America as far east as Syria. And that we are by and large not talking about impacts that would have caused craters, although there certainly were some. We're talking about airbursts. When an object is 100 or 150 meters in diameter and it's coming in very fast into the Earth's atmosphere, it is very unlikely to reach the Earth. It's going to blow up in the sky. And the best known recent example of that is the Tunguska event in Siberia, which took place on the 30th of June 1908. The Tunguska event was, nobody disputes, it was definitely an airburst of a cometary fragment. And the date is interesting because the 30th of June is the height of the Beta Taurids. It's one of the two times when the Earth is going through the Tauride meteor stream. Well, luckily that part of Siberia wasn't inhabited, but 2,000 square miles of forest were destroyed. If that had happened over a major city, we would all be thinking very hard about objects out of the Tauride meteor stream and about the risk of cosmic impact. So the suggestion is that it wasn't one impact, it wasn't two impacts, it wasn't three impacts, it was hundreds of airbursts all around the planet, coupled with a number of bigger objects, which the scientists working on this think hit the North American ice cap largely. Some of them may also have hit the Northern European ice cap, resulting in that sudden, otherwise unexplained flood of meltwater that went into the world ocean and caused the cooling that then took place. But this was a disaster for life all over the planet. And it's interesting that one of the sites where they find the Younger Dryas boundary and where they find overwhelming evidence of an airburst and where they find all the shocked quartz, the carbon microspherules, the nanodiamonds, the trinitite, and so on and so forth, all of those impact proxies are found at Abu Huraira. That was a settlement within 150 miles of Göbekli Tepe, and it was hit 12,800 years ago, and it was obliterated. Interestingly, it was re-inhabited by human beings within probably 5 years, but it was completely obliterated at that time. And it's difficult to imagine that the people who lived in that area would not have been very impressed by what they saw happening, by these massive explosions in the sky and the obliteration of Abu Huraira. Now, this is a theory. The Younger Dryas impact, it's a hypothesis, actually. It's not even a theory. A theory is, I think, considered a higher level than a hypothesis. That's why it's the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And of course, it has many opponents, and there are many who disagree with it. And there have been a series of peer-reviewed papers that have been published supposedly debunking the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. One, I think, was in 2011. It was called a requiem for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. And there's one just been published a few months ago or a year ago, called a complete refutation of the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, something like that, some lengthy title. So it's a hypothesis that has its opponents. And even within those of us who are looking at the alternative side of history, there are different points of view. Robert Schoch from Boston University, the geologist who demonstrated that the erosion on the Sphinx may well have been caused by exposure to a long period of very heavy rainfall. He doesn't go for the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. He fully accepts that the Younger Dryas was a global cataclysm and that the extinctions took place, but he thinks it was caused by some kind of massive solar outburst. So what everybody's agreed on is the Younger Dryas was bad, but there is dispute about what caused it. I personally have found the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis to be the most persuasive, which most effectively explains all the evidence.
How important is the impact hypothesis to your understanding of the Ice Age advanced civilization? So is it possible to have another explanation for environmental factors that could have erased most of an advanced civilization during this period?
In a sense, it's not the impact hypothesis that is central to what I'm saying. It's the Younger Dryas that's central to what I'm saying. And the Younger Dryas required a trigger. Something caused it. I think the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, the notion that we're looking at a debris stream of a fragmenting comet, and we can still see that debris stream because it's still up there. We still pass through it twice a year, is the best explanation. But I don't mind other explanations. It's good that there are other explanations. The Younger Dryas is a big mystery, and it's not a mystery that's been solved yet. And that word advanced civilization, this is another word that is easily misunderstood. And I've tried to make clear many, many times that when we consider the possibility of something like a civilization in the past, we shouldn't imagine that it's us, that it's something like us. We should expect it to be completely different from us, but that it would have achieved certain things. So amongst the clues that intrigue me are those precessional numbers that are found all around the world, and are a category of ancient maps called portolanos, which suddenly started to appear just after the crusade that entered Constantinople and sacked Constantinople. The portolanos suddenly start to appear. They're extremely accurate maps. Most of the ones that have survived are extremely accurate maps of the Mediterranean alone, but some of them show much wider areas. For example, on these portolano-style maps, you do find a depiction of Antarctica again and again. And another thing that these maps have in common is that many of the map makers state that they based their maps on multiple older source maps, which have not survived. These maps are intriguing because they have very accurate relative longitudes. Our civilization did not crack the longitude problem until the mid-18th century with Harrison's chronometer, which was able to keep accurate time at sea. So you could have the time in London and you could have the local time at sea at the same time, and then you could work out your longitude. There might be other ways of working out longitude as well, but there it is. The fact is, these portolanos have extremely accurate relative longitudes. Secondly, some of them show the world, to my eye, as it looked during the Ice Age. They show a much extended Indonesia and Malaysian peninsula, and the series of islands that make up Indonesia today are all grouped together into one landmass. And that was the case during the Ice Age. That was the Sunda Shelf. And the presence of Antarctica on some of these maps also puzzles and intrigues me and is not satisfactorily explained, in my view, by archaeology, which says, oh, those map makers, they felt that the world needed something underneath it to balance it. So they put a fictional landmass there. I don't think that makes sense. I think somebody was mapping the world during the last Ice Age, but that doesn't mean that they had our kind of tech. It means that they were following that exploration instinct, that they knew how to navigate. They'd been watching the stars for thousands of years before. They knew how to navigate, and they knew how to build seagoing ships. And they explored the world, and they mapped the world. Those maps were made a very, very long time ago. Some of them, I believe, were likely preserved in the Library of Alexandria. I think even then they were being copied and recopied. We don't know exactly what happened to the Library of Alexandria, except that it was destroyed. I suggest it's likely this was during the period of the Roman Empire. I suggest it's likely that some of those maps were taken out of the library and taken to Constantinople. And that's where they were liberated during the Crusade and entered world culture again and started to be copied and recopied.
So from this perspective, when we talk about advanced Ice Age civilization, it could have been a relatively small group of people with the technology of their scholars of the stars and their expert seafaring navigators.
Yes, that's about as far as I would take it. And when I say that it, as I have said on a number of occasions, that it had technology equivalent to ours in the 18th century, I'm referring specifically to the ability to calculate longitude. I'm not saying that they were building steam engines. I don't see any evidence for that.
And perhaps some building tricks and skills of how to...
Definitely. And this again is where you come to a series of mysteries which are perhaps best expressed on the Giza Plateau in Egypt with the 3 Great Pyramids and the extraordinary megalithic temples that many people don't pay much attention to on the Giza Plateau and the Great Sphinx itself. This is an area of particular importance in understanding this issue.
Well, can you actually describe the Sphinx and the Great Pyramids and what is mysterious and interesting about them?
Well, First of all, the astronomy. And here I must pay tribute to two individuals, actually three individuals in particular. One of them is John Anthony West, passed away in 2018. He was the first person in our era to begin to wonder if the Sphinx was much older than it had been. Actually, he got that idea from a philosopher called Schwaller de Lubicz, who'd noticed what he thought was water erosion on the body of the Sphinx. John West picked that up, and he was a great amateur Egyptologist himself. He spent most of his life in Egypt, and he was hugely versed in ancient Egypt. And when he looked at the Sphinx and at the strange scalloped erosion patterns and the vertical fissures, particularly in the trench around the Sphinx, he began to think maybe Schwaller was right. Maybe there was some kind of flooding here. And that's when he brought Robert Schoch, second person I'd like to recognize, geologist at Boston University. He brought Schoch to Giza, and Schoch was the first geologist to stick his neck out, risk the ire of Egyptologists, and say, well, it looks to me like the Sphinx was exposed to at least 1,000 years of heavy rainfall. And as Schoch's calculations have continued, as he's continued to be immersed in this mystery, he's continuously pushed that back. And he's now, again, looking at the date of around 12,500 years ago, during the Younger Dryas, for the creation of the Great Sphinx. And then, of course, this is the period of the wet Sahara, the humid Sahara. The Sahara was a completely different place during the Ice Age. There were rivers in it, there were lakes in it, it was fertile, it was possibly densely populated, and there was a lot of rain. There's not no rain in Giza today, but there's relatively little rain. The next person, not enough rain to cause that erosion damage on the Sphinx. The next person who needs to be mentioned in this context is Robert Bauval. Robert and I have co-authored a number of books together. Unfortunately, Robert has been very ill for the last 7 years. He's got a very bad chest infection. And I think also that Robert became very demoralized by the attacks of Egyptologists on his work. But Robert is the genius. And it does take a genius sometime to make these connections, because nobody noticed it before. The three pyramids of Giza are laid out on the ground in the pattern of the three stars of Orion's belt. And skeptics will say, well, you can find any buildings and line them up with any stars you want, but Orion actually isn't any old constellation. Orion was the god Osiris in the sky. He was, the ancient Egyptians called the Orion constellation Sahu, and they recognize it as the celestial image of the god Osiris. So what's being copied on the ground is the belt of a deity, of a celestial deity. It's not just a random constellation. And then when we take precession into account, you find something else very intriguing happening. First of all, you find that the exact orientation of the pyramids as it is today, and pretty much as it was when they're supposed to have been built 4,500 years ago, it's not precisely related to how Orion's belt looked at that time. There's a bit of a twist. They're not quite right. But as you precess the stars backwards, as you go back and back and back, and you come to around 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago, in the Younger Dryas, you find that suddenly they lock perfectly. They match perfectly with the three pyramids on the ground. And that's the same moment that the Great Sphinx, an equinoctial monument, aligned perfectly to the rising sun on the spring equinox. Anybody can test this for themselves. Just go to Giza on the 21st of March, be there before dawn, stand behind the Sphinx, and you will see the sun rising directly in line with the gaze of the Sphinx. But the question is, what constellation behind the Sphinx? And 12,500 years ago, it was the constellation of Leo. And actually the constellation of Leo has a very Sphinx-like look. And I and my colleagues are pretty sure that the Sphinx was originally a lion entirely, and that it, over the thousands of years, it became damaged, it became eroded, particularly the part of it that sticks out the head. There were periods when the Sphinx was completely covered in sand, but still the head stuck out. By the time you come to the Fourth Dynasty, when the Great Pyramids are supposedly built, by the time you come to the Fourth Dynasty, the head of the original lion head would have been a complete mess. And we suggest that it was then recarved into a pharaonic head. Egyptologists think it was the pharaoh Khafre, but there's no real strong resemblance, but it's definitely wearing the Nemes headdress of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. And we think that that's the result of a recarving of what was originally not only a lion-bodied, but also a lion-headed monument. It wouldn't make sense if you create an equinoctial marker in the time of Khafre, 4,500 years ago, and the Sphinx is an equinoctial marker, and it's 270 feet long and 70 feet high, and is looking directly at the rising sun on the equinox. If you create it then, you'd be more likely to create it in the shape of a bull, because that was the age of Taurus, when the constellation of Taurus housed the sun on the spring equinox. So why is it a lion? And again, we think that's because of that observation of the skies and putting on the ground, as above, so below, putting on the ground an image of the sky at a particular time. Now, the fact that the Giza Plateau, it's a fact, of course, that archaeologists completely dispute. The fact that the principal monuments of the Giza Plateau, the three Great Pyramids and the Great Sphinx, all lock astronomically on the date of around 10,500 BC, to me is most unlikely to be an accident. And actually, if you look at computer software at the sky at that time, you'll see that the Milky Way is very prominent and seems to be mirrored on the ground by the River Nile. I suggest that may be one of the reasons amongst many why Giza was chosen as the site for this very special place. So the point I want to make is that an astronomical design on the ground, which memorializes a very ancient date, does not have to have been done 12,500 years ago. If from the ancient Egyptian point of view, you're there 4,500 years ago, and there's a time 8,000 years before that, which is very, very, very important to you. You could use astronomical language and megalithic architecture to memorialize that date on the Giza Plateau, which is what we think we're looking at, except for one thing, and that's the erosion patterns on the Sphinx. And we're pretty sure that the Sphinx, at least, does date back to 12,500 years ago. And with it, the megalithic temples, the so-called Valley Temple, which stands just to the east and just to the south of the Sphinx, and the Sphinx Temple, which stands directly in front of the Sphinx. The Sphinx Temple has largely been destroyed, but the Valley Temple, attributed to Khafre on no good grounds whatsoever, is a huge megalithic construction with blocks of limestone that weigh up to 100 tons each. And yet it has been remodeled, refaced with granite. There are granite blocks that are placed on top of the core limestone blocks. And those core limestone blocks were already eroded when the granite blocks were put there. Why? Because the granite blocks have actually been purposefully and deliberately cut to fit into the erosion marks on the, we believe, much older megalithic blocks there. So I think Giza is a very complicated site. I would never seek to divorce the dynastic ancient Egyptians from the Great Pyramids. They were closely involved in the construction of the Great Pyramids as we see them today. But what I do suggest is that there were very low platforms on the Giza Plateau that are much older, and that when we look at the three Great Pyramids, we're looking at a renovation and a restoration and an enhancement of much older structures that had existed on the Giza Plateau for a much longer period before that. Actually, the Great Pyramid is built around a natural hill. And that natural hill might have been seen as the original primeval mound to the ancient Egyptians.
So the idea is that the Sphinx was there long before the pyramids, and the pyramids were built by the Egyptian to celebrate further an already holy place.
Yeah, and there were platforms in place where the pyramids stand. Not the pyramids as we see them today, but the base of those pyramids was already in place at that time.
So what's the evidence that the Egyptologists use to make the attributions that they do for the dating of the pyramids and the Sphinx?
Well, the three Great Pyramids of Giza are different from later pyramids. This is another problem that I have with the whole thing, is the story of pyramid building. When did it really begin? And the timeline that we get from Egyptology is the first pyramid is the pyramid of the pharaoh Zoser, the step pyramid at Saqqara, about 100 years or so before the Giza pyramids are built. And then we have this explosion in the fourth dynasty of true pyramids. We have 3 of them attributed to a single pharaoh, Sneferu, who built supposedly the pyramid at Maidum and the 2 pyramids at Dashur, the bent and the red pyramid. And then within that same 100-year span, we have the Giza pyramids being built. This is according to the Orthodox chronology. And then suddenly, once the Giza project is finished, pyramid building goes into a massive slump in ancient Egypt. And the pyramids of the 5th dynasty are, frankly speaking, a mess outside. They're very inferior constructions. You can hardly recognize them as pyramids at all. But what happens when you go inside them is you find that they're extensively covered in hieroglyphs and imagery, repeating the name of the king who was supposedly buried in that place. Whereas the Giza pyramids have no internal inscriptions whatsoever. What we do have is one piece of graffiti about which there is some controversy. Basic statistics, it's a 6 million ton structure. Each side is about 750 feet long. It's aligned almost perfectly to true north, south, east, and west, within 3/60ths of a single degree. It's a 60th because degrees are divided into 60s. It's the precision of the orientation and the absolute massive size of the thing, plus its very complicated internal passageways that are involved in it. You know, in the 9th century, the Great Pyramid still had its facing stones in place, but there was an Arab Caliph al-Mamun, who had already realized that other pyramids did have their entrances in the north face. Nobody knew where the entrance to the Great Pyramid was. He figured, there's an entrance to this thing. It's going to be in the north face somewhere. So he put together a team of workers, and they went in with sledgehammers and they started smashing where he thought would be the entrance. And they cut their way into the Great Pyramid for a distance of maybe 100 feet. And then the hammering that they did dislodged something. They heard a little bit further away something big falling, and they realized there was a cavity there, and they started heading in that direction. And then they joined the internal passageway of the Great Pyramid, the descending and the ascending corridors that go up. When you go up the ascending corridor, every one of the internal passageways in the Great Pyramid that people can walk in slopes at an angle of 26 degrees. That's interesting because the angle of slope of the exterior of the Great Pyramid is 52 degrees. So we know mathematicians were at work as well as geometers in the creation of the Great Pyramid. If you go up the Grand Gallery, which is at the end of the so-called ascending corridor, and it's above the so-called Queen's Chamber, you go up the Grand Gallery, you're eventually going to come to what is known as the King's Chamber, in which there is a sarcophagus. And that sarcophagus is a little bit too big to have been got in through the narrow entrance passageway. It's almost as though the so-called King's Chamber was built around the sarcophagus already in place. Above the King's Chamber are 5 other chambers. These are known as relieving chambers. The theory was that they were built to relieve the pressure on the King's Chamber of the weight of the monument. But I think what makes that theory dubious is the fact that even lower down, where more weight was involved, you have the Queen's Chamber, and there are no such relieving chambers above that. In the top of these 5 chambers, a British adventurer and vandal called Howard Vyse, who dynamited his way into those chambers in the first place, allegedly found, well, he claims he found the graffiti, a piece of graffiti left by a work gang naming the pharaoh Khufu. And it's true, I've been in that chamber, and there is the cartouche of Khufu there, quite recognizable. But the dispute around it is whether that is a genuine piece of graffiti dating from the Old Kingdom, or whether Howard Vyse actually put it there himself because he was in desperate need of money at the time. I'm not sure what the answer to that question is. Another reason why, but it's one of the reasons that Egyptologists feel confident in saying that the pyramid is the work of Khufu. Another is what is called the Wadi al-Jarf papyri, where on the Red Sea, the diary of an individual called Merer was found, and he talks about bringing highly polished limestone to the Great Pyramid. And it's clear that what he's talking about is the facing stones of the Great Pyramid. He's not talking about the body of the Great Pyramid. He's talking about the facing stones of the Great Pyramid during the reign of Khufu. So that's another reason why the Great Pyramid is attributed to Khufu. But I think that Khufu was undoubtedly involved in the Great Pyramid and in a big way. But I think he was building upon and elaborating a much older structure. And I think the heart of that structure is the subterranean chamber, which is 100 feet vertically beneath the base of the Great Pyramid. Anybody who suffers from claustrophobia will not enjoy being down there. You got to go down a 26-degree sloping corridor until a distance of about 300 feet. It's 100 feet vertically, but the slope means you're going to walk a distance of about, not walk, you're going to 8 walk. You're almost going to have to crawl. I've learned from long experience that the best way to go down these corridors is actually backwards. If you go forward, you keep bumping your head on them because they're only 3 feet 5 inches high. You get down to the bottom, you have a short horizontal passage, and then you get into the subterranean chamber. The theory of Egyptology is that this was supposed to be the burial place of Khufu. But after cutting out that 300-foot long, 26-degree sloping passage, a lot of which passes through bedrock, and having cut the subterranean chamber out of bedrock, gone to all that trouble, they decided they wouldn't bury him there, and they built what's now known as the Queen's Chamber as his burial chamber. But then they decided that wouldn't do either, so they then built the King's Chamber, and that's where the pharaoh is supposed to have been buried. Those Arab raiders under Caliph Mamun didn't find anything in the Great Pyramid at all.
So your idea is that the Sphinx and maybe some aspects of the pyramid were much earlier.
Yeah.
And why that's important is, in that case, it would be evidence of some transfer of technology.
Yes.
From a much older civilization. The idea is that during the Younger Dryas, most of that civilization was either destroyed or damaged, and they desperately scattered across the globe,
Seeking refuge.
and telling stories of maybe the importance of the stars, their knowledge about the stars, and their knowledge about building and knowledge about navigation.
That's roughly the idea. So it's interesting that the ancient Egyptians have a notion of an epoch that they call Zet Tepi, which is the first time. It means the first time. This is when the gods walked the earth. This is when 7 sages brought wisdom to ancient Egypt. And that is seen as the origin of ancient Egyptian civilization. There are king lists by the ancient Egyptians themselves. There are king lists that go back way beyond the first dynasty, go back 30,000 years into the past in ancient Egypt, considered to be entirely mythical by Egyptologists. But nevertheless, it's interesting that there's that reference to remote time. Now, what you also have in Egypt are what might almost be described as secret societies. The followers of Horus are one of those, specifically tasked with bringing forward the knowledge from the first time into later periods. The souls of Pe and Nekhen are another one of these mysterious secret society groups who are possessors of knowledge that they transmit to the future. And what I'm broadly suggesting is that those survivors of the Younger Dryas cataclysm who settled in Giza may have been relatively small in number. It's interesting that they are referred to in the Edfu building text as 7 sages, because that repeats again and again. It's also in Mesopotamia. It's 7 sages, 7 Apkalu, who come out of the waters of the Persian Gulf and teach people all the skills of agriculture and of architecture and of astronomy. It's found all around the world that there was a relatively small number of people who took refuge in Giza, who benefited from the survival skills of the hunter-foragers who lived at Giza at that time, and who also passed on their knowledge to those hunter-foragers. But it was not knowledge that was ready to be put into shape at that time. And that knowledge was then preserved and kept and handled within very secretive groups that passed it down over thousands of years, and finally it bursts into full form in the fourth dynasty in ancient Egypt. And you know, the notion that knowledge might be transferred over thousands of years shouldn't be absurd. We know, for example, in the case of ancient Israel, it goes back to the time of Abraham, which is pretty much, I think, around 2000 BC, and knowledge has been preserved from that time right up to the present day. So if you can preserve knowledge for 4,000 years, you can probably preserve it for 8.
Now, of course, the error bars on this are quite large, but if an advanced Ice Age civilization existed, where do you think it was? Where do you think we might find it one day if it existed? And how big do you think it might have been?
Well, this is where I'm often accused of presenting a God of the gaps argument. But I think there was a lost civilization because there's lots of the earth that archaeologists have never looked at. Of course, I'm not thinking that. These are very special gaps that I'm interested in. And I'm interested in them because of all the curiosities and the puzzlement that I've expressed to you before. It's not just because there are gaps in the archaeological record. It's because those gaps involve places that were very interesting places to live during the Ice Age. And they specifically include the Sahara Desert, which was not a desert during the Ice Age and went through this warm, wet period when it was very, very fertile. Certainly some archaeology has been done in the Sahara, but it's fractional, it's tiny. And I think if we want to get into the origins, the true origins of ancient Egyptian civilization, of the peoples of ancient Egypt, we need to be looking in the Sahara for that. The Amazon rainforest is another example of this. I think the Sahara is about 9 million square kilometers. The Amazon that's left under dense canopy rainforest is about 5 million square kilometers, maybe closer to 6. And then you have the continental shelves that were submerged by sea level rise at the end of the Ice Age. Now, it's well established that sea level rose by 400 feet, but it didn't rise by 400 feet overnight. It came in dribs and drabs. There were periods of very rapid, quite significant sea level rise, and there were periods when the sea level was rising much more slowly. So that 400-foot sea level rise is spread out over a period of about 10,000 years, but there are episodes within it, like Meltwater Pulse 1b, like Meltwater Pulse 1a, when the flooding was really immense.
How big do you think it might have been? And do you think it was spread across the globe? So if there were expert navigators, do you think they spread across the globe?
Well, the reason that I'm talking about the gaps is I don't know where this civilization started or where it was based. All I'm seeing are clues and mysteries and puzzles that intrigue me and which suggest to me that something is missing from our past. And I'm not inclined to look for that missing something in, for example, Northern Europe, because Northern Europe was not a very nice place to live during the Ice Age. I mean, nobody smart would build a civilization in Northern Europe 12,000 years ago. It was a hideous frozen wasteland. The places to look are places that were hospitable and welcoming to human beings during the Ice Age. And that, of course, includes the coastlines that are now underwater. Of course, it includes the Sahara Desert. And of course, it includes the Amazon rainforest as well. All of these places, I think, are candidates for, quote unquote, my lost civilization. And because I think, largely from those ancient maps, that it was a navigating, seafaring civilization, I suspect that it wasn't only in one place. It was probably in a number of places. And then I can only speculate. Maybe there was a cultural value where it was felt that it was not appropriate to interfere with the lives of hunter-foragers at that time. Maybe it was felt that they should keep their distance from them. Just as even today, there is a feeling that we shouldn't be interfering too much with the uncontacted tribes in the Amazon rainforest. Although, interestingly, some of those tribes are now using cell phones. That possibility may have been there in the past. And only when we come to a global cataclysm does it become essential to have outreach and actually to take refuge amongst those hunter-forager populations. That is the hypothesis that I'm putting forward. I'm not claiming that it's a fact, but for me, it helps to explain the evidence.
So that speaks to one of the challenges that archaeologists provide to this idea, is that there is a lot of evidence of humans in the Ice Age, and they appear to be all hunter-gatherers. But like you said, only a small percent of areas where humans have lived have been studied by archaeologists.
That's right. Very tiny percent. And even a tiny percent of every archaeological site has been studied by archaeologists too. Typically 1 to 5% of any archaeological site is excavated.
I mean, that's why Göbekli Tepe fills my mind with imagination, especially seeing as a time capsule. You know, it's almost certain that there's places on Earth we haven't discovered that once we do, even if it's after the Ice Age, will change our view of human history.
No.
Do you think there's going to be a place, like what would be your dream thing to discover, like Göbekli Tepe, that says a definitive like perturbation to our understanding of Ice Age history?
Some kind of archive, some kind of hall of records. There's both mystical associations with the Hall of Records at Giza from people like the Edgar Casey organization. There's also ancient Egyptian traditions which suggest that something was concealed beneath the Sphinx. This is not an idea that is alien to ancient Egypt. It's quite present in ancient Egypt. So far as I know, nobody has dug down beneath the Sphinx. And of course, there's very good reasons for that. You don't want to damage the place too much. But let's call it the Hall of Records. I'd love to find that. But I think in a way, that's what Göbekli Tepe is. Göbekli Tepe is a Hall of Records. You know, it's interesting that just as I've tried to outline, I hope reasonably clearly, that the 3 great pyramids of Giza match Orion's belt in 10,500 BC, just as the Sphinx matches Leo in 10,500 BC, 12,500 years ago or so. Pillar 43 in Enclosure D at Göbekli Tepe contains what a number of researchers, myself included, regard as an astronomical diagram. Martin Sweatman at Edinburgh University is brought forward the best work in this field, but it was initially started by a gentleman called Paul Burley, who noticed that one of the figures on Pillar 43 is a scorpion, very much like we represent the constellation of Scorpio today, and that above it is a vulture with outstretched wings, which is in a posture very similar to the constellation that we call Sagittarius. And on that outstretched wing is a circular object. And the suggestion is that it's marking the time when the sun was at the center of the dark rift in the Milky Way at the summer solstice 12,500 years ago. That's what it's marking. It's interesting that the same date can be deduced from Pillar 40. Of course, it's controversial. Martin Sweatman's ideas are by no means accepted by archaeology, but he's done very, very thorough, detailed statistical work on this, and I'm personally convinced. So we have a time capsule at Göbekli Tepe, which is memorializing a date that is at least 1,200 years before Göbekli Tepe was built. If that dating of 11,600 years ago proves to be absolutely the oldest date. As it is at present. The date memorialized on Pillar 43 is 12,800 years ago, the beginning of the Younger Dryas, the beginning of the impact. And then Giza does the same thing, but in much larger scale. It uses massive megalithic architecture, which is very difficult to destroy, and a profound knowledge of astronomy to encode a date in a language that any culture which is sufficiently literate in astronomy will be able to decode. We don't have to have a script that we can't read, like we do with the Indus Valley civilization or with the Easter Island script. We don't have to have a script that can't be interpreted. If you use astronomical language, then any astronomical literate civilization will be able to give you a date. The Hoover Dam has a star map built into it, and that star map is part of an exhibition that was put there at the founding of the Hoover Dam. And what it does is it freezes the sky above the Hoover Dam at the moment of its completion. And Oscar Hansen, the artist who created that piece, specifically, that this would be so that any future culture would be able to know the time of the dam's construction. So you can use astronomy and architecture to memorialize a particular date.
Quick pause. Bathroom break.
Sounds good.
So to me, the story that we've been talking about, it is both exciting if the mainstream archaeology narrative is correct, and the one you're constructing is correct. Both are super interesting because the mainstream archaeology perspective means that there's something about the human mind from which the pyramids, these ideas spring naturally. You place humans anywhere, you place them on Mars, it's going to come out that way. So that's an interesting story of human psychology that then becomes even more interesting when you evolve out of Africa with Homo sapiens, how they think about the world. That's super interesting.
Yeah.
And then if there's an ancient civilization, advanced civilization that explains why there's so many similar types of ideas that spread, that means that there's so much undiscovered still about the sort of the spring of these ideas of civilization that come. So to me, they're both fascinating. So I don't know why there's so much sort of infighting, but
I think it's partly territorial. I think that I can't speak of all archaeologists, but some archaeologists feel very territorial about their profession, and they do not feel happy about outsiders entering their realm, especially if those outsiders have a large platform. And I found that the attacks on me by archaeologists have increased step by step with the increase of my exposure. And I wasn't very interesting to them when I just had one minor bestseller in 1992 with a book called The Sign and the Seal. But when Fingerprints of the Gods was published in 1995 and became a global bestseller, then I started to attract their attention and appear to have been regarded as a threat to them. And that is the case today. That is why Ancient Apocalypse Season 1 was defined as the most dangerous show on Netflix. It's why the Society for American Archaeology wrote an open letter to Netflix asking Netflix to reclassify the series as science fiction. It's why they accused the series of anti-Semitism, misogyny, white supremacism, and a whole bunch of other things like that. It had nothing to do with anything that's in the series. It was like, we must shut this down. This is so dangerous to us. It's certainly not a danger. There are many more dangerous things in the world than a television series going on right now. But maybe it was seen as a danger to archaeology, that this non-archaeologist was in archaeological terrain and being viewed and seen by large and read by large numbers of people. Maybe that was part of the problem. And human nature being what it is, I noticed that two of my principal critics, John Hoops from the University of Kansas and Flint Dibble, who's now teaching at the University of Cardiff in Wales in the UK, are both people who like to have media exposure. And John Hoops has just recently started the YouTube channel. Flint Dibble has had one for quite a while, pretty small number of followers. I think that they feel that they should be the ones who are getting the global attention, and that it's not right that I am, and that the best way to stop that is to stop me, to shut me down, to get me cancelled, and basically requiring Netflix to relabel my series from a documentary to a science fiction, which is what they actually had the temerity to suggest to Netflix. That would, if that had gone through, if Netflix had listened to them, that would have effectively been the cancellation of my documentary series. It would no longer have been ranked under documentary. So it was a deliberate attempt to shut me down. And I see that going on again and again, and it's so unfortunate and so unnecessary. I've become very defensive towards archaeology. I hit back. Well, after 30 years of these attacks on my work, I'm tired of it, and I do defend myself. And sometimes I'm perhaps over-vigorous in that defense. Maybe I was a little bit too strong in my critique of archaeology in the first season of Ancient Apocalypse. Maybe I should have been a bit gentler and a bit kinder. And I've tried to reflect that in the second season. and to bring also many more indigenous voices into the second season, as well as the voices of many more archaeologists.
Yeah, in general, I got a chance to get a glimpse of the archaeology community, and in archaeology, in science in general, I don't have much patience for this kind of arrogance or snark or dismissal of general human curiosity that I think your work inspires in people. So that's why people like Ed Barnhart, who I recently had a conversation with, he radiates sort of kindness and curiosity as well. And it's like that kind of approach to ideas, especially about human history, it inspires people. It inspires millions of people to ask questions.
Exactly.
I mean, that's why you had Keanu Reeves on the new season. He's basically coming to the show from that same perspective of curiosity.
Keanu is genuinely curious about the past and very, very interested in it. And he's bringing to it questions that everybody brings to the past. He's speaking for every man in the series.
So given that, can you maybe steelman the case that archaeologists make about this period that we've been talking about? Can you make the case that is indeed what happened? It was hunter-gatherers for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a cataclysm, a very difficult period in human history with the Younger Dryas, and that changed the environment and then led to the springing up of civilizations in different places on Earth. Can you sort of make the case for that?
Oh, no, I completely understand why that is the position of archaeology, because that's what they found. Archaeology is very much wishing to define itself as science, and it uses the techniques of weighing and measuring and counting are very key to what archaeology does. And in what they've found and what they've studied around the world, they don't see any traces of a lost civilization. And the idea that, besides, we live in a very politically correct world today, and the idea that some kind of lost civilization brought knowledge to other cultures around the world is seen as almost racist or colonialist in some way. It triggers that aspect as well. But basically, I think the majority of archaeologists are in complete good faith on this. I don't think that anybody's really seeking to frame me. I think that what we're hearing from most archaeologists, some much more vicious than others, but what we're hearing from most archaeologists is this is what we found, and we don't see evidence for a lost civilization in it. And to that, I must reply, please look at the myths. Please consider the implications of the Younger Dryas. Please look at the ancient astronomy. Please look at those ancient maps and don't just dismiss them and sneer at them. And for God's sake, please look more deeply at the parts of the world that were immensely habitable and attractive during the Ice Age and that have hardly been studied by archaeology at all, before you tell us that your theory is the only one that can possibly be correct. In fact, it's a very arrogant and silly position of archaeology, because archaeological theories are always being overthrown. It can take years, it can take decades. It took decades in the case of the Clovis First hypothesis for the settlement of the Americas. But sooner or later, a bad idea will be kicked out by a preponderance of evidence that that idea does not explain.
If we can just look back at your debate with Dibble on Joe Rogan Experience, what are some takeaways from that? What have you learned? Maybe what are some things you like about Flint? You said that he's one of your big critics, but what do you like about his ideas, and what were you maybe bothered by?
First of all, just very recently, and it can be found on my YouTube channel and it's signaled on my website, I have made a video, runs about an hour, which looks at a series of statements that Flint made during the debate, which I was not prepared to answer. And it turns out that some of those statements are not correct. The notion, for example, that there were 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped. Flint actually uses the word mapped, 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped at one point in the debate, and I've put that clip into the video that I brought out. That is not a fact. That is an estimate, a UNESCO estimate. And actually, in the small print on one of the slides that he has on the screen, you can see the word estimate, but he never expresses that word out loud. So those who are listening to the podcast rather than watching it wouldn't even have a chance to see that. And I, sitting there in the studio, didn't see that word estimate either. And I didn't know that. I thought, my God, Flint has a point here. If there have been 3 million shipwrecks found and mapped, if that's the case, the absence of any shipwreck from a lost civilization of the Ice Age is a problem. But then I discovered that it isn't 3 million shipwrecks that have been mapped. It's much, much less than that. And maybe it's 250,000. Still a large number, but most of them from the last 1,000 years. Unfortunately, what Flint didn't go into, and perhaps he should have shared with the audience, and again, I go into this in the video, is that there is indisputable evidence that human beings were seafarers as much as 50 or 60,000 years ago. The people in Australia involved a relatively short, 90 kilometers, 100 kilometer ocean voyage, but nevertheless, it was an ocean voyage. And it must have involved a large enough number of people to create a permanent population that wouldn't go extinct. The settlement of Cyprus is the same thing. It was always an island, even during the Ice Age. No ships have survived that speak to the settlement of Australia, and no ships have survived that speak to the settlement of Cyprus either, but that doesn't mean that thing didn't happen.
I should just like linger on this, because for me it was, the shipwrecks thing was convincing, and then looking back, first of all watching your video, but also just realizing the people of Australia part, that's mind-boggling.
Yeah.
50,000 years ago. Just imagine being the person standing on the shore, looking out into the ocean, standing on the shore of a harsh environment, looking out to the ocean in a harsh environment, and deciding that, you know what, I'm going to go towards near certain death. And
I don't know
explore.
what's on the other side of that water. You can't see 90
And
kilometers.
humans did it.
Yeah.
Man, I
And
love
again, it's
humans so much.
that urge to explore.
Yeah.
And I suggest that it probably began with a few pioneers who made the journey there and back. They ventured into the water. They definitely had boats. And lo and behold, after a 2 or 3 day voyage, they ended up on a coastline. You're an individual. You've got, by relatively straightforward island hopping, with where each island is within sight of each other as far as Timor. And when you get to Timor, suddenly you can't island hop anymore. There's an expansive ocean that you can't see across. But that urge to explore, that curiosity that is central to the human condition, would undoubtedly have led some adventurous individuals to want to find out more and even be willing to risk their lives. And that first reconnoitering of what lay beyond that strait would have undoubtedly been undertaken by very few individuals, not enough to create a permanent population in Australia. But when they came back with the good news that there's a whole land there, that's the land that was in it, that geographers call Sahul, which just as Sunda was the Ice Age Indonesian and Malaysian peninsula all joined together into one landmass. So Sahul was New Guinea joined to Australia. So they would have made landfall in New Guinea. And then they think, well, here is this vast, open, incredible land. We need to bring more people here. And that would have involved larger craft. You need to bring people with the resources, and you need to bring enough of them, both men and women, in order to produce a population that will not rapidly become extinct. And it's the same in Cyprus. There, the detailed work that's been done suggests very strongly that we're looking at planned migrations of groups of people in excess of 1,000 at a time, bringing animals with them. And this certainly would have involved multiple boats, and boats of a significant size.
And there's no archaeological evidence of those boats.
None whatsoever. The oldest boat that's ever been found in the world is the Dokos shipwreck off Greece, which is around 5,000 years old, if I recall correctly.
So everything that makes a boat is lost to time.
Yes, boats can be preserved under certain circumstances. There's a wreck at the bottom of the Black Sea, almost 2 miles deep. I didn't know the Black Sea was that deep. But there's a wreck, and there's no oxygen down there. That is more than 2,000 years old and is still in pretty much perfect condition. But in other conditions, the structure of the ship evaporates. Sometimes what you're left with is the cargo of the ship, and you could say there was a ship that sank here, but the ship itself is gone. The fact is, we know that our ancestors were seafarers as much as 50,000 years ago, and no ship has survived to testify to that, yet we accept that they were.
Do you think one day we'll find a ship that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 years old?
It's not impossible. I think it's quite unlikely, given the very thin survival of ships the further back you go in time, with the oldest, as I say, being about 6,000 years old now. And then the other thing to take into account is the Younger Dryas event itself, and the cataclysmic circumstances of that event, and the roiling of the seas that would have taken place then. How much would have survived in a boat accident at that time would have survived for thousands of years afterwards? I'm not sure, but I don't give up hope. It's possible.
So, okay, so that's back to the 3 million shipwrecks.
Yeah.
So what's your takeaway from that debate?
Well, my takeaway from that debate is that I should have been better prepared, and I should have been less angry. I have to say that Flint had really disturbed me with these constant, snide, not quite exact references to racism and white supremacism in my work. I detest such things, and to have those labels stuck on me. He's always avoided taking direct responsibility, pretty much always avoided. There's one example that I include in the video I've made where he really hasn't successfully avoided it, but in most cases he's trying to say that I rely on sources that were racist. So that he's not saying that I myself am a racist, but the end result of those statements is that people all around the world came to the conclusion that Graham Hancock is a racist and a white supremacist, and that really got under my skin, and it really upset me, and I felt angry about it, and I felt that I was there to defend Ancient Apocalypse Season 1, whereas in fact what I was there to do was to listen to a series of lectures where an archaeologist tells me what archaeologists have found, and that somehow I'm to deduce that from what they have found, they're not going to find anything else, at least not anything to do with the lost civilization.
Listen, I feel you. I've seen the intensity of the attacks, and the whole racism label is the one that can get under your skin. And it's a toolbox that's been prevalent over the past, let's say, decade, maybe a little bit more, as a method of cancellation. Yeah. When a person is the opposite of racist, very often it's kind of hilarious to watch, but it can get under your skin, especially when you have certain dynamics that happen on the internet where it seeps into a Wikipedia page, and then other people read that Wikipedia page, and you get to hear it from like friends. Oh, I didn't know you're whatever, and you realize that Wikipedia description of who you are has a lot of power, not by people that know you well, but by people that just kind of are learning about you for the first time.
Definitely.
And they can really start to annoy you and get under your skin. Totally. People are kind of indirectly injecting, they're writing articles about you. They can then be cited by Wikipedia. It can really bother a person who is actually trying to do good science or just trying to inspire people with different ideas.
I felt that my work was being deliberately misrepresented, and I felt that I, as a human being, was being insulted and wronged in ways that are deeply hurtful. My wife and I have 6 children between us, and we have 9 grandchildren. And of those 9 grandchildren, 7 are of mixed race. And this is my family. And these are kids who are going to grow up and read Wikipedia and learn from reading Wikipedia that grandpa was some kind of racist. You know, this is a personal issue for me. And I'm afraid I carried that personal anger into the debate, and it made me less effective than I should have been. But ultimately, I do want to pay tribute to Flint. He is an excellent debater. He's got a very sharp mind. He's a very clever man, and he's very fast on his feet. And I recognize that. I was definitely up against a superior debater in that debate. I'm not sure that I have those debating skills, and I certainly didn't have them on that particular day. I also admire about Flint something else, which is that he was willing to be there. Most archaeologists don't want to talk to me at all. They want to insult me from the sidelines. They want to make sure that Wikipedia keeps on calling me a pseudo-archaeologist or a purveyor of pseudo-archaeological theories. They want to make sure that the hints of racism are there, but they actually don't want to sit down and confront me. At least Flint was willing to do that, and I'm grateful to him for that. And I think in that sense, it is an important encounter between people with, let's say, an alternative view of history and those with the very much mainstream view of history that archaeology gives us. And he's also a very determined character. He doesn't give up. So all of those things about him I admire and respect. I think he fought dirty during the debate, and I've said exactly why in this video that I now have up on YouTube.
To say a positive thing that I enjoyed, I think towards the end, in him speaking about agriculture was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So the techniques of archaeology are pretty interesting, like where you can get some insights through the fog of time about like what people were doing, how they were living. That's pretty interesting.
It's very interesting. It's a very important discipline, and I've said many times before publicly, I couldn't do any of my work without the work that archaeologists do. I emphasize very strongly in this video that I don't study what archaeologists study, but nevertheless, the data that archaeologists have generated over the last century or so has been incredibly valuable to me in the work that I do. But when I look at the Great Sphinx and the studies of archaeology saying that this is the work of the pharaoh Khafre, despite the absence of any single contemporary inscription that ascribes it to Khafre, and in fact the presence of other inscriptions that say that it was already there in the time of Khufu, I am not looking at what Egyptologists study. They just dismiss all of that and lock into the Khafre connection. At Göbekli Tepe, I'm not really looking at what archaeologists look at. I'm looking at the alignments of the megaliths and how they seem to track precession of the star Sirius over a period of time. Archaeologists aren't interested in any of that. So I value and respect archaeology. I think it's an incredible tool for investigating our past. But I wish archaeologists would bring a slightly gentler frame of mind to it and a slightly opener perspective. And also that archaeologists would be willing to trust the general public to make up their own minds. It's as though certain archaeologists are afraid of the public being presented with an alternative point of view, which they regard as quote unquote dangerous, because they somehow underestimate the intelligence of the general public. I think the general public are just going to accept that. Actually, by condemning those alternative point of view, archaeologists make it much more likely that the general public will accept those alternative point of view, because there is a great distrust of experts in our society today. And behaving in a snobbish, arrogant way, we archaeologists are the only people who are really qualified to speak about the past. Anybody else who speaks about the past is dangerous. That actually is not helpful to archaeology in the long term. There could be a much more positive and a much more cooperative relationship, and I can see that relationship with a gentleman like Ed Barnhart. It was very much the case with archaeologist Martti Pasanen from the University of Helsinki, and with geographer Alceo Ranzi, Brazilian geographer, very, very senior figure, who I worked with in the Amazon for season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse, looking at these astonishing earthworks that have emerged from the Amazon jungle, and which more and more are now being found with LiDAR. Indeed, we found some of them ourselves with LiDAR while we were there.
Yeah, that was an incredible part of the show that I got a chance to preview. It's like there's all this earthworks, the traces of things built on the ground that probably you can only really appreciate when you look.
What's up, Adi? How are you? Can you hear me? Yes? No? Are you there?
look from up above.
That's right.
So the idea that they built stuff that you can only appreciate when viewed from up above means they had a very kind of deep relationship with the sky.
With the sky.
Yeah.
And a very good knowledge of geometry as well, because these are geometrical structures. And some of them even seem to incorporate geometrical games, almost of the kind like squaring the circle.
Mm-hmm.
It's not quite that, but you have a lovely square earthwork with a lovely circle earthwork right in the middle of it. Whatever else they were geometers. They were not just builders of fantastically huge earthworks that nobody expected in the Amazon, not just builders of cities that we now know existed in the Amazon, but that they were astronomers and mathematicians as well.
Everything we're talking about is so full of mystery. It's just fascinating, especially the farther back we go.
That's what I love about the past, is the mystery that's there. And that's another thing that I regret about some archaeologists, is that their mission seems to be to drain all mystery out of the past, to suck it dry like some kind of vampire, sucking the blood out of the past, and to reduce it to a series of numbers that appear to be scientific. I think that's most unfortunate. The past is deeply mysterious. The whole story of life on Earth is deeply mysterious. I mean, we were talking about the timeline of human beings, but if you go back to the formation of the Earth itself, if I've got the figures right, it's about 4.5 billion years ago that the Earth supposedly formed. It was then incredibly hot and inhospitable to life for the next several 100 million years. But it was actually Francis Crick who pointed out something odd, that within 100 million years of the Earth being cool enough to support life, there's bacterial life all over the planet. And Crick wrote a book called Life Itself that was published in 1981. And he suggested that life had been brought here by a process of panspermia. Now that's an idea that's around in circulation, that comets may carry bacteria which can seed life on planets. But Crick actually in Life Itself was talking about directed panspermia. He envisaged, this is Crick, not me, he envisaged an alien civilization far away across the galaxy, which faced extinction. Perhaps a supernova was going to go off in the neighborhood. They were highly advanced. Their first thought might have been, let's get ourselves off the planet and go and populate some other planet. But the distances of interstellar space were so great. So their second thought was, let's preserve our DNA. Let's put bacteria, genetically engineered bacteria, into cryogenic chambers and fire them off into the universe in all directions. And bottom line of Crick's theory in Life Itself is one of those cryogenic containers containing bacterial life from another solar system crashed into the early Earth, and that's why life began so suddenly here on Earth.
If we as a human civilization continue, I think that is a one way to create backups of us elsewhere in the universe, given the space, is to do a life gun and shoot it everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's just plants.
Yeah.
And you kind of hope that whatever is the magic that makes up human consciousness, and if that magic is already there in the initial DNA of the bacteria,
the potential for that magic is there.
The potential is there.
And evolutionary forces will work upon it in different ways in different environments. But the potential is there. Yes, it's something that we would do. If we were facing a complete extinction of life on planet Earth, a major global effort would be made to preserve it somehow. And that might well include firing off cryogenic chambers into the universe and hoping that some of them would land somewhere hospitable.
And as you were mentioning, there's just so many interesting mysteries along the way here. For example, I mean, it's like 3 billion years it was single-cell organisms.
Yeah.
So it seems like life was pretty good for single-cell organisms, that there's no need for multicellularity, that like for animals, for any of this kind of stuff. So why is that? It seems like you could adapt much better if you're a more complicated organism. It took a really long time to take that leap. Is it because it's really hard to do? And what was the forcing function to do that kind of leap? And the same, I mean, for us to be selfish and self-obsessed, for us humans, like what was the magic leap to Homo sapiens? from the other hominids? And why did Homo sapiens win out against Neanderthals and the other competitors? Why are they not around anymore? So those are all fascinating mysteries, and it feels like the more we propose sort of radical ideas about our past, take it seriously and explore, the more we'll be able to sort of figure out that puzzle that leads all the way back to Homo sapiens and maybe all the way back to the origin of life on Earth.
Yeah. I think that Homo sapiens is the tail end of a very long, deep series of mysteries that goes back right to the beginning of life on this planet, and probably long before, actually, because this planet is part of the universe, and God knows what else is out there in the universe.
Why do you think Homo sapiens evolved? Why, like, what was the magic things? There's a bunch of theories about fire leading to meat, to cooking, which can fuel the brain. That's one. The other is like social interaction. We're able to use our imagination to construct ideas and share those ideas and tell great stories, and that is somehow an evolutionary advantage. Do you have any like favorite conception?
Well, it's interesting. There's no doubt that anatomically modern humans and Neanderthals coexisted in Europe for at least 10,000 years, probably more than that. And yet one of the popular views is that anatomically modern humans wiped out the Neanderthals, that we killed them off. But at the same time, we were interbreeding with the Neanderthals. In a sense, the Neanderthals are not gone. They are still within us today. We are part Neanderthal. There's another theory that I've read about. There is some evidence that Neanderthals were cannibals, that there was ritual cannibalism took place amongst Neanderthals, and particularly the eating of human brains. And this can cause coup, which can kill off whole populations. That's another suggestion why the Neanderthals died out. There's lots of possibilities that have been put forward. Maybe we just outcompeted them. Maybe anatomically modern humans had some brain connections that they didn't have, even though the Neanderthal brain was bigger than the brain of anatomically modern human beings. As the old saying goes, size isn't everything. Maybe we just had a more compact, more efficient brain. The fact of the matter is that Neanderthals and Denisovans did not survive the rise of Homo sapiens.
For our discussion, though, what is interesting is all the hominids seem to be explorers.
Yes.
They spread. I mean, I didn't know this.
The fact that Homo erectus was all over the planet more than 1 million years ago is testament to that. And I do think that exploration urge is fundamental to humanity. And I would like to say that's what I think I'm doing. I'm exercising my urge to explore the past in my own way, making my own path and defining my own route.
That's the leap from non-human to human. One of the things you do is your idea of what was the leap to human civilization. What is the driver? What is the inspiration for humans to form civilizations? And for you, that's shamanism.
Definitely.
Can you explain what that means?
I think that shamanism is the origin of everything of value in humanity. I think it was the earliest form of science. When I spend time with shamans in the Amazon, I observe people who are constantly experimenting with plants in a very scientific way. They're always trying a pinch of this and a pinch of that in different forms, for example, of the ayahuasca brew, to see if it enhances it or makes it different in any way. The invention of curare is a remarkable scientific feat, which is entirely down to shamans in the Amazon. They are the scientists of the hunter-forager state of society. And they were the ancient leaders of human civilization. So I think all civilization arises out of shamanism. And shamanism is a naturally scientific endeavor where experimentation is undertaken and exploration and investigation of the environment around us. And what I'm suggesting is that one group, perhaps more than one group, went a bit further than other groups did and used that study of the skies and developed navigational techniques and were able to sail and explore the earth. But ultimately, what lies behind it is the same curiosity and investigative skill that shamans are still using in the Amazon to this day. And I do see them as scientists in a very proper use of the word.
But do you think something like ayahuasca was a part of that process?
Yes, ayahuasca is the result of shamanistic investigation of what's available in the Amazon. Of course, ayahuasca is all the fad in Western industrialized societies today, and some people see it as a miracle cure for all kinds of ailments and problems. And perhaps it is, perhaps it can be in certain ways. Ayahuasca itself is not an Amazonian word. It comes from the Quechua language, and it means the vine of souls or the vine of the dead. But the ayahuasca vine is only one of two principal ingredients in the ayahuasca brew. And the other ingredient are leaves that contain dimethyltryptamine. And there are two sources of that. One is a bush called Psychotria viridis, that's its botanical name. They call it chacruna in the Amazon. And its leaves are rich in dimethyltryptamine, DMT, which is arguably the most powerful psychedelic known to science. The other source comes from another vine, Diplopteris cabrerana, which the leaves of that vine also contain DMT. So the ayahuasca vine on its own is not going to give you a visionary journey. And the leaves that contain DMT on their own, whether they come from Diplopteris or whether they come from chacruna, are not going to give you a visionary journey. And the reason they're not going to give you the visionary journey is because of the enzyme monoamine oxidase in the gut that shuts down DMT when absorbed orally. Basically, DMT is not accessible orally unless you combine it with a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. And that's what I mean when I'm talking about science in the Amazon, because there's so many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of different species of plants and trees in the Amazon, and they've gone around and they've found just 2 or 3 of them that put together can produce these extraordinary visionary experiences.
Just imagine the number of plants they had to have eaten.
Yeah.
Consumed and smoked, or all kinds of combinations to arrive at that.
Exactly. To realize that this is something very special. And then to use the principles there to find another form of it. So ayahuasca is the form that is made with the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of the chacruna plant. But yahe is made from the ayahuasca vine and the leaves of another vine, Diplopteris cabrerana, which contain not only NN-DMT, which is the DMT that everybody's pretty much familiar with these days, but also 5-MeO DMT. And the yahe experience, which I have also had, in my view, is more intense and more powerful, almost to the point of being overwhelming, than the ayahuasca experience. But what the result of this sophisticated chemistry that we find taking place here is a brew which is hideous to drink. The taste, I find it quite repulsive. I almost retch just smelling it in the cup. But then unleashes these extraordinary experiences. And it isn't just pretty visuals. It's the sense of encounters with sentient others, that there are sentient beings, that somehow we're surrounded by a realm of sentience that is not normally accessible to us. And that what the ayahuasca brew and certain other psychedelics, like some psilocybin mushrooms in a high enough dose can do it as well. LSD can do it, but ayahuasca is the master in this, of lowering the veil to what appears to be a seamlessly convincing other realm, other world. And of course, the hardline rational scientists will say that's just all fantasies of your brain. But I don't think we fully understand, or even close to understanding, exactly what consciousness is. And I remain open to 2 possibilities: that consciousness is generated by the brain, is made by the brain in the way that a factory makes cars. But I also am open to the possibility that the brain is a receiver of consciousness, just as a television set is the receiver of television signals. That if that is the case, then we locked into the physical realm, we need our everyday alert problem-solving state of consciousness, and that's the state of consciousness that Western civilization values and highly encourages. But these other states of consciousness that allow us to access alternative realities are possibly more important. It may be apocryphal, but it was reported after Francis Crick's role and his Nobel Prize for the discovery of the double helix that he finally got it under the influence of LSD. There's the classic example of Kerry Mullis and the polymerase chain reaction. He said he got that under the influence of LSD. So the notion that the alert problem-solving state valuable experiences that people have had. The question that remains unresolved is those entities that we encounter. And everybody encounters them, and you're certainly not going to encounter them on every ayahuasca trip. There are ayahuasca journeys where nothing happens. I suspect something does happen, but it happens at a subconscious level. I know that shamans in the Amazon regard those trips where actually you don't see visions as amongst the most valuable. And they say you are learning stuff that you're not remembering, but you're learning it anyway. These sentient others that are encountered, what are they? Are they just figments of our brain on drugs? Or are we actually gaining access to a parallel reality which is inhabited by consciousness, which is in a non-physical form? And I'm equally open to that idea. I think that may be what is going on here with ayahuasca. But the other thing is that there is a presence within the ayahuasca brew, and she is present both in ayahuasca and in yahe. And that's one of the reasons why the shamans say that actually the master of the process is the ayahuasca vine, not the leaves. It's as though the vine has harnessed the leaves to gain access to human consciousness. And there, if you have sufficient exposure to ayahuasca or yahe, you drink it enough times. I've had maybe 75 or 80 journeys with ayahuasca. You definitely start to feel an intelligent presence with a definite personality, which I interpret as feminine, and which most people in the West interpret as feminine, and they call her Mother Ayahuasca. There are some tribes in the Amazon who interpret the spirit of ayahuasca as male, but in all cases, that spirit is seen as a teacher. That's fundamentally what ayahuasca is. It's a teacher, and it teaches moral lessons. And that's fascinating. That the mixture of two plants should cause us to reflect on our own behavior and how it may have hurt and damaged and affected others, and fill us with a powerful wish not to repeat that negative behavior again in the future. The more baggage you carry in your life, the harder the beating that ayahuasca is going to give you, until it forces you to confront and take responsibility for your own behavior. And that is an extraordinary thing to come from a plant brew in that way. And I think I think ayahuasca is the most powerful of all the plant medicines for accessing these mysterious realms. But there's no doubt you can access them. They're all tryptamines. They're all related to one another in one way. You can access them through LSD, and you certainly can access them through psilocybin mushrooms as well in large enough dose.
Both possibilities, as you describe, are interesting, and to me, they're kind of akin to each other. I wonder what the limit of the brain's capacity is to create imaginary worlds and treat them seriously and make them real, and in those worlds explore and have real sort of moral, deep brainstorming sessions with those entities. So it's almost like the power of the human mind to imagine taken to its limit.
It is. And the curious thing is that the same iconography, people paint their visions after ayahuasca sessions. People were painting in Europe, in the cave of Lascaux, for example, and of course they had access to psilocybin mushrooms in prehistoric Europe. There's a remarkable commonality in the imagery that is painted. I like to give credit where credit is due, and there are two names that need to be mentioned here. One is the late, great Terence McKenna and his book, Food of the Gods, where he proposed the idea very strongly that it was our ancestral encounters with psychedelics that made us fully human. That's what switched on the modern human mind. And very much the same idea began to be explored a bit earlier by Professor David Lewis Williams at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa. Fabulous book called The Mind in the Cave, where he is again arguing that these astonishing similarities in cave art and rock art all around the world can only be properly explained by people in deeply altered states of consciousness attempting to remember when they return to a normal state of consciousness, attempted to remember their visions and document them on permanent media, like the wall of a cave. Basically, you get a lot of geometric patterns, but you also got entities, and those entities often are therianthropes, part animal, part human in form. Might have the head of a wolf and the body of a human being, might have the head of a bird and the body of a human being, and so on and so forth, and that they communicate with us in the visionary state. Interestingly, although this sounds like woo-woo, and it is an area that most scientists would steer clear of at risk of their careers, there is very serious work now being done at Imperial College in London and at the University of California at San Diego, where volunteers are being given extended DMT. There's a new technology, DMTX, where the DMT is fed directly into the bloodstream by drip, and it's possible to keep the individual in the peak DMT state, which normally when you smoke or vape DMT, you're looking, if you're lucky, at 10 minutes. Or if you're unlucky, if it's a bad journey, because those 10 minutes can seem like forever. But with DMTX, with the drip feeding of DMT into the bloodstream, these volunteers actually could be kept in the peak state for hours. And unlike LSD, where you rapidly build up tolerance, nobody ever builds up tolerance to DMT. It always hits you with the same power. Even if you took it yesterday and the day before, and you're taking it tomorrow as well, it's still going to have that same power. There's no tolerance there. So that's how they can use that lack of tolerance to keep volunteers in this state. And then when they debrief those volunteers, they're also putting them in MRI scanners and looking at what's happening in the brain. But when they debrief them, they're all talking about encounters with sentient others. There's even a group now called Sentient Others, where people are exchanging, volunteers are now exchanging their experiences. They didn't do so, they weren't allowed to do so at the beginning of the experiment, but now that most of them have left it, they're exchanging their experiences, and it's all about encounters with sentient others who wish to teach them moral lessons. Now, to me, that's wild. What is going on here? How do we account for this? Yeah, I get the notion of hallucinations and brightly colored visuals, but the moral lessons that come with it, those are very old.
Yeah, and would you say that the reason that could give birth to a civilization is it because such visions can help create myths, and especially like religious myths, that would be a cohesive thing for a large group of people to get around?
Yeah, and can help us to be better members of our own community.
Right, with moral lessons.
Yeah, more contributing members of our community, more caring, more nurturing members of our community. That's got to be good for any community. I've said this a dozen times, but I'll say it again. If I had the power to do so, I would make it a law, an absolute law, that anybody running for a powerful political position, particularly if that position is president or head of state in any kind of way, that person has to undergo the ayahuasca ordeal first. They have to have 10 or 12 sessions of ayahuasca as a condition for applying for the job. I suspect that most who had those experiences wouldn't want to apply for the job anymore. They would want to live a different kind of life. And those who did want to carry on being a leader of a nation would be very different from the people who are leading the nations of the earth into chaos and destruction today.
Well, it could have been
Yeah,
a
they'll be
homeless
doing it for
man
the right reasons. I mentioned to you, I recently interviewed Donald Trump, and I actually brought up
Anyway,
same,
I just wanted
same
you to
idea
know.
that it
I've
would be a
got
much
3
better
things
world
to
if
say.
most of Congress and most
First,
politicians
saw a
would take
homeless
some form of
person on the
psychedelic,
corner
or
of
at least.
I have no doubt that it would
Broadway
be a
and
nice
6th,
world.
but it could have
This
been
raises an
Bigfoot.
interesting point, which is
Secondly,
government
well,
in
I'm gonna
controlling
don't
our
forget, I'm gonna
consciousness.
take my answers off the air.
And in my
Secondly,
opinion,
I was having
the
coffee
so-called
with
war on
my
drugs
daughter,
is one of the
and we were
fundamental
talking about
abuses of human
dogs.
rights that have been
Daughter,
undertaken
coffee,
in the
dogs.
past 60 years.
You know, no big
It
whoop.
should be a
Anyway,
Republican issue. If I understand the Republican Party correctly, the Republican Party believes in individual freedom for adults as much as possible.
I was saying to
and
my
particularly
daughter,
the freedom to
you
make
know, I was
choices over
just
their own
near
bodies.
the corner of 6th
but
and Broadway,
in
and
the
there
case
was
of
either a
here in
homeless
Canada,
person
I know
or a
it's one of the
Bigfoot,
great things that's happening.
and I don't really know.
It's happening state by state.
So my daughter
Where
was drinking
cannabis
a
is
coffee.
being legalized,
Said,
and that draconian hand of government is being taken off the
We
back
gotta
of
get
people
you in a
who are-
home and
who are
nice book. Can I
consuming a
still
medicine
call
that
George?
is far less harmful than alcohol.
She said, "Who
which
is
glorified,
George?" I said,
in our
"George
society.
Norris." She says, "Who is
We
that?"
cannot say that we are
Don't you
free
know? I've been
if we allow
calling you the
government
Coast
to
to Coast
dictate to
AM
us
for
what
decades now.
experiences we may or may not have in our inner consciousness while
My
doing
daughter
no
said,
harm
"I
to
don't
others.
even have a
And the
radio."
point there is, we already have a whole raft of laws
She
to
doesn't
deal
know
with us when
anything.
we do harm to others. Do
Anyway,
we really need laws
so George,
that
the
tell us
third
what we
thing I
may
have to
and may
say
or may not
is, I was
experience
near the
in the inner
corner
sanctum of our own
of
consciousness?
6th
I think it's
and
a
Broadway,
fundamental violation
and you're never
of
gonna
adult
believe.
sovereignty.
I'll take my answers off
And
the
we
air
would have much
to
less
my
drug
questions, and
problems
you're really good at
if
remember what I
these
said.
drugs were all legalized and made
So I'm
available
at the
to
corner
people
of
without shaming them,
Broadway and
without
6th,
without punishing them.
and you're
in
never
any way.
gonna
It's
believe
just part
this.
of normal social life. And then you could be sure
Right
you were
next
getting
to a
good
hot
product
dog
rather
cart,
than really shitty product, which has been cut with all
I
sorts of
saw
elements. Ultimately,
either
the
an
way forward
unhoused
is
person
for adults to take
or
responsibility for their own behavior and
Now,
for society to allow that to happen.
I've been
Not to have
calling
the
in
government taking
for like
responsibility for decisions that should be in the hands of
decades,
individuals.
And
and
for
you
me, also,
know
it's exciting. Some of these substances, like psilocybin,
how much
are being integrated
I
into
absolutely
scientific studies,
adore
large scale.
both the
That's really interesting.
unhoused
We've seen a
and
revolution
Bigfoot.
in the way science looks at psychedelics over the
George.
last 20, 25 years.
So I was watching, I was
they were
walking
in that highly
on
demonized category.
near 6th
But
and
again, it's one of
Broadway,
those paradigms which gets
watching
overwhelmed by new
either a
evidence. And
homeless
it began to
person
be realized
or
that
Bigfoot.
psilocybin and other
I was telling my
psychedelics are very
daughter as
helpful
we were having
in a range
coffee
of conditions from which people
She
suffer.
brought her
Post-traumatic
dog
stress
that
disorder,
I was by the corner
the
of
fear
6th
of death
Street
when you're
and
suffering
Broadway.
from terminal cancer can be
when
overwhelming. And it's been found
I
that
think
that,
I saw
that,
either
psilocybin can
an
remove
unhoused person
that. Deep
or
depressions
Bigfoot.
can be evaporated. With
George,
one
I'm going to
single
take my
massive
answers off the air.
psilocybin
Thank
gene.
you.
They just go away. There's really good science on this,
in New York.
and they are being integrated into conventional medicine more and more.
What
We
do you
see
have
it
to say
happening.
about
I'm not
that?
sure if it'll happen as
I'm
much
the
as
numbers
fast
lady.
as I would like to see it happen in my lifetime, but it is going to happen.
Yeah, actually, just recently found out that he had a TED Talk, War on Consciousness, that was taken down. And that was just part of just the general resistance.
George.
'Cause it was a pretty,
It
it wasn't a radical.
Cornelius,
It wasn't
No,
really a radical.
I was talking about ayahuasca.
Hey,
I was
Corny,
talking
how
about
you
the
doing?
view
Hey,
that I hold
George.
very strongly.
They call me
That
the
as long as we do no harm to others, sovereign adults should be allowed to make
Gun
decisions
God
about their
and-
own bodies and not face a jail sentence or shaming as a result. But so it was a TEDx talk, not a TED talk, organized by a local TED group. They call them TEDx talks. I gave this talk about the war on consciousness, and it was immediately pulled down from TED's main channel
something. I don't even know.
with all
And the
kinds of bizarre
bullets.
reasons being given. But unfortunately, it was too late because a number of people had
Beans
already downloaded the talk and then
bullets, baby.
uploaded it onto other YouTube channels.
Gun.
And actually, their banning of it made it go viral.
I bet
in
if
a
I
way
just
that would
type in
not
these
have-
3
would
words,
not
that
have
comes
happened otherwise. But again, it's a sign
Bullets.
that points of view that are not acceptable to
Bible
those in
bullets,
positions of
beans.
power are simply dismissed and shut down, or at least attempts are made to do so.
In general, just along that line of thinking, I'm pretty sure that what we understand about consciousness today will seem silly to humans from 100 years from now.
You bet it will. Especially if we harness psychedelics to investigate consciousness, and that is what is happening at Imperial College right now, is the investigation of the experience. They're not looking. There are other trials that are looking for the therapeutic potential of DMT, but in this case, they're looking entirely at the experiences that people have and why they're so similar from people from different age groups and different
Yes.
genders and different parts of the world are all having the same experiences.
And for me, from an engineer perspective, it's interesting if it's possible to engineer consciousness in artificial beings.
Yeah.
It's another way to approach the question of how special is human consciousness.
Yeah.
How from where does it arise? Is it something that permeates all of life? And in that case, what is the thing that makes life special? Like, what is life? What is these living organisms that we have here, and that evolved to create humans? And what is truly special about humans?
God, guns, and gold.
And
How'd you
it's
forget
both
gold,
scary
son?
and exciting to consider the possibility that we can
Because I was
create
so
something like this.
focused on
But why not? We're a vehicle for
Bible,
consciousness.
bullets, and beads.
I think
They call me
consciousness
a
is
God,
present
guns,
in
and gold
all
man.
life on Earth.
You don't. You're always
I don't
asking
think
for
it's limited
handouts, though.
to
How
human
much?
beings. We have
gold
the
do you
equipment to manifest and express that consciousness in a way that a dog, for example, doesn't have, or a snail doesn't have, or a pigeon doesn't have. But when I look at two pigeons sitting on my garden fence and rubbing up close to each other and enjoying each other's company and taking off together and hanging out together, I think they're conscious beings. And I think consciousness is everywhere. I think it's the basis of everything, and I suspect that fundamentally consciousness is non-physical, and that it can manifest in physical forms where it can then have experiences that would not be available in the non-physical state. That's a guess.
That'd be a fascinating, because then you can construct all kinds of physical forms to manifest in consciousness.
See if consciousness enters, if they become conscious. Isn't there some suggestion that artificial intelligence is already becoming conscious?
No trouble
That
for a
makes
rabbi
humans
with a
really
scantily
uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because we are at the top of the food chain. We consider ourselves truly special, and to consider that there's other things that could be special is scary.
Well, look how other people make us uncomfortable too. I mean, look at the state of the world today. All the conflicts that are raging. That's because we're afraid. When I say we, I'm speaking nation by nation. We are afraid of other people. We fear that they're going to hurt us or damage us in some way. And so we seek to stop that. It's the root of many, many conflicts, this fear. And so fear of AI may not be such a good idea. After all, it might be very interesting to go down that route and see where it comes. Certainly, in terms of exploring consciousness, it is very interesting.
Yeah, fear is a useful thing, but it can also be destructive.
Well, it can be destructive, and it can shut you down completely.
If you look into the future, maybe the next 100 years, what do you hope are the interesting discoveries in archaeology that we'll find?
Well, I'd really like to know how the Great Pyramid was built. And we now have, with new tech, with scanning technology, it's now become apparent that there are many major voids within the Great Pyramid. Right above the Grand Gallery, there's what looks like a second Grand Gallery has been identified with remote scanning. And new chambers, one of them has even been opened up already, are being found as a result of this. So it may be that the Great Pyramid will ultimately give up its secrets. I often think that the Great Pyramid is partly designed to do that. It's designed to invite its own initiates. Some people aren't interested in the Great Pyramid at all. But some people are fascinated by it, and they're drawn towards it. And when they're drawn towards it, it immediately starts raising questions in their minds, and they seek answers to their questions. So it's like saying, here I stand, investigate me, find out about me, figure out what I am. Why have I got these two shafts cut into the side of the so-called Queen's Chamber? Why do they slope up through the body of the Great Pyramid? Why do they not exit on the outside of the Great Pyramid? Why, when we send a robot up those shafts, do we find them after about 160 feet blocked by a door with metal handles? Why, when we drill through that door to see what's beyond it, 3 or 4 feet away, we see another door? It's like very frustrating, but it's saying to us, keep on exploring. If you're persistent enough, we'll eventually give you the answer. So I'm hoping that answer will come as to how this most mysterious monument was actually built and the inspiration that lay behind it. Certainly, I'm sure it was never a tomb or a tomb only. The later pyramids might have been. Actually, no pharaonic burial has been discovered in any pyramid, but nevertheless, it's pretty clear that the later pyramids, with the pyramid texts written on the walls, like the Pyramid of Unas, 5th Dynasty Pyramid at Saqqara, were tombs. But the Great Pyramid, to go to that length to create a tomb, to make it a scale model of the Earth, to orient it perfectly to true north, to make it 6 million tons. This is not a tomb. This is something else. This is a curiosity device. This is something that is asking us to understand it. And I hope we will understand it. And I hope Egyptologists will be willing to set aside that prejudice that they're only looking at a tomb and consider other possibilities. And as new tech is revealing these previously unknown inner spaces within the Great Pyramid, I think that's going to become more and more likely.
So not just the how it was built, but the why.
But the why.
And to you, it seems obvious that there would be a cosmic motivation.
Yeah, very, very much so. As above, so below. Which is an idea in the Hermetica. God Hermes for the Greeks was the Greek version of Thoth, the wisdom god of ancient Egypt, and that's where that saying comes from. It comes from the Hermetica, but it's expressing an ancient Egyptian idea to mirror the perfection of the heavens on earth.
So you think there's something interesting to be discovered about the how it was built? You mean beyond the sort of the ideas of using ramps and wet sand?
Ramps won't do it. Ramps won't do it, nor will wet sand. It's true that the ancient Egyptians did haul big objects on sleds on wet sand. There are even reliefs that show the process where an individual is standing on the front of the sledge pouring water down to lubricate the sand underneath, and that's a perfectly respectable way to move a 200-ton block of stone across flat sand, if you have enough people to pull it. But that is not going to help you get dozens of 70-ton granite blocks 300 feet in the air to form the roof of the king's chamber and the floor of the chamber above it and the roof of that chamber and the floor of the chamber above that, and so on and so forth. Wet sand never got those objects up there. Somehow they got there. Now, ramps are proposed as the solution, but where are the remains of those ramps? If you're going to carry blocks weighing up to 2 or 3 tons right to the top of the Great Pyramid to complete your work, you're going to need a ramp that's going to extend out into the desert for more than a mile at a 10-degree slope. And it's calculated that a 10-degree slope is about the maximum slope that human labor can haul objects up a ramp. And that ramp can't just be compacted sand, since heavy objects are being hauled up. It's going to have to be made of very solid material, almost as solid as the pyramid itself. Where is it? We don't see any trace of those so-called ramps that are supposed to have been involved in the construction of the pyramid. I think we don't know. I think we have no idea it's built. That's why there's so many different theories. We haven't got the answer yet. But the how of it is one of the big mysteries from our past.
I love the Great Pyramids as a kind of puzzle that was created by the ancient peoples to be solved by later peoples. I mean, this is, I don't know if you're aware of the 10,000-year clock.
No.
That was built by Jeff Bezos and Danny Hillis in Sierra Diablo Mountains in Texas. So they're building a clock that ticks once a year for 10,000 years.
Oh, wow.
So it's talking about, and it's supposed to sort of run, if there's a nuclear apocalypse, it just runs. And it's an example of modern humans thinking like, okay, if 10,000 years from now and beyond, if something goes wrong, or the future humans that are way different come back and they analyze what happened here. How can we create monuments that they could then analyze? And in that way be curious about, in their curiosity, discover some deep truths about this current time. It's an interesting kind of notion of like, what can we build now
that would last? And the answer is that the majority of what we build now wouldn't last. It would be gone within a few thousand years. But what would last is massive megalithic structures like the Great Pyramid. That would last, and it could be used to send a message to the future. I think Göbekli Tepe serves a similar function. I mean, there it was buried 10,400 years ago. And then for the next 10,000 years, nobody touched it. Nobody knew it was there. It took the genius of Klaus Schmidt, the original excavator, to realize what he'd found and what it was. But the great thing about the sealing of Göbekli Tepe, the deliberate burial of Göbekli Tepe, is it means that no later culture trod over it and imposed their organic materials on it and messed up the dating sequences and so on and so forth, or vandalized it or used it as a quarry. It's all there intact.
So you mentioned that the pyramids and some of the other amazing things that humans have built was the result of us humans struggling with our mortality.
That's the ultimate goal. That seems to me what's at the heart of many pyramids around the world, is that they're connected in one way or another to the notion of death, and to the notion of the exploration of the afterlife. And this is, of course, the fundamental mystery that all human beings face. We may wish to ignore it.
Welcome.
We may wish to pretend that it's not going to happen, but we are, of course, all mortal. Every one of us, all 8 billion or however many of us that are on the planet right now, we're all going to face death sooner or later. And the question is, what happens? And there are a few cultures that really intensely, deeply studied that mystery. We are not one of them. The general view of science, I think, is that we're accidents of evolution. When we die, the light blinks out. There's no more of us. There's no such thing as the soul. But that's not a proven point. There's no experiment that proves that's the case. We know we die, but we don't know whether there's such a thing as a soul or not.
Yeah, it's the great mystery.
It's a great mystery that we all share. And those cultures that have investigated it, and ancient Egypt is the best example, have investigated it thoroughly and map out the journey that we make after death. But that notion of a journey after death, and of hazards and challenges along the way, and ultimately of a judgment, that notion is found right around the world, and it even manifests into the 3 monotheistic faiths that are still present in the world today.
Well, you're one such human, and you said you contemplate your own death.
Yeah.
Are you afraid of it?
No, I'm not afraid of death at all. I'm curious about death. I think it could be very interesting. I think it's the beginning of the next great adventure. So I don't fear it, and I would like to live as long as my body is healthy enough to make living worthwhile. But I don't fear death. What I do fear is pain. I do fear the humiliation that old age and the collapse of the faculties can bring. I do fear the cancers that can strike us down and riddle us with pain and agony. That I fear very, very much indeed. But death, it's going to come to all of us. I accept it. It's going to come to me. And I'm not going to say I'm looking forward to it, but when it happens, I'm going to approach it, I hope, with a sense of curiosity and a sense of adventure. That there's something beyond this life. It isn't heaven, it isn't hell, but there's something. The soul goes on. I think reincarnation is a very plausible idea. Again, modern science would reject that. But there's the excellent work of Ian Stevenson, Children Who Remember Past Lives, who found that children up to the age of 7 often have memories of past lives. And in cultures where memories of past lives are discouraged, they tend not to express that much. But in cultures where memories of past lives are encouraged, like India, they do express it. And he found several subjects, children under the age of 7 in India, who were able to remember specific details of a past life, and he was able to go to the place where that past life unfolded and validate those details. So if consciousness is the basis of everything, if it's the essence of everything, and consciousness benefits in some way from being incarnated in physical form, then reincarnation makes a lot of sense. All the investment that the universe has put into creating this home for life may have a much bigger purpose than just accident.
What a beautiful mystery this whole thing is.
Yeah, we are immersed in mystery. We live in the midst of mystery. We're surrounded by mystery. And if we pretend otherwise, we're deluding ourselves.
And Graham, thank you so much for inspiring the world to explore that mystery. Thank you for talking today.
Thank you, Lex. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Graham Hancock. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Charles Darwin. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Jordan Peterson, his second time on this, the Lex Friedman podcast. you have given a set of lectures on Nietzsche as part of the new Peterson Academy. And the lectures were powerful. There's some element of the contradictions, the tensions, the drama, the way you like lock in on an idea, but then are struggling with that idea. All of that feels like it's a Nietzschean.
Yeah, well, he's a big influence on me stylistically and like in terms of the way I approach writing. And also many of the people that were other influences of mine were very influenced by him. So I was blown away when I first came across his writings. They're so intellectually dense that I don't know if there's anything that approximates that. Dostoevsky maybe, although he's much more wordy. Nietzsche is very succinct, partly because he was so ill, because he would think all day. He couldn't spend a lot of time writing. He condensed his writings into very short, this aphoristic style he had. It's really something to strive for. And then he's also an exciting writer, like Dostoevsky, and dynamic and romantic in that emotional way. And so it's really something. And I really enjoyed doing that. I did that lecture that you described. That lecture series is on the first half of Beyond Good and Evil, which is a stunning book. And that was really fun to take pieces of it and then to describe what they mean and how they've echoed across the decades since he wrote them. And yeah, it's been great.
Taking each sentence seriously and deconstructing it and really struggling with it. I think underpinning that approach to writing requires deep respect for the person. I think if we approach writing with that kind of respect, you can take Orwell, you can take a lot of writers and really dig in on singular sentences.
Yeah, well, those are the great writers, because the greatest writers, virtually everything they wrote is worth attending to. And I think Nietzsche is in some ways the ultimate exemplar of that, because often when I read a book, I'll mark one way or another. I often fold the corner of the page over to indicate something that I found that's worth remembering. I couldn't do that with a book like Beyond Good and Evil, because every page ends up marked. And that's in marked contrast, so to speak, to many of the books I read now, where it's quite frequently now that I'll read a book and there won't be an idea in it that I haven't come across before. And with a thinker like Nietzsche, that's just not the case at the sentence level. And I don't think there's anyone that I know of who did that to a greater extent than he did. So there's other people whose thought is of equivalent value. I've returned recently, and I'm going to do a course to the work of this Romanian historian of religions, Mircea Eliade, who's not nearly as well known as he should be, and whose work, by the way, is a real antidote to the postmodern, nihilistic, Marxist stream of literary interpretation that the universities as a whole have adopted. And Eliade is like that too. I used this book called The Sacred and the Profane quite extensively in a book that I'm releasing in mid-November, We Who Wrestle with God. And it's of the same sort. It's endlessly analyzable. Eliade walked through the whole history of religious ideas, and he had the intellect that enabled him to do that. And everything he wrote is dreamlike in its density. So every sentence or paragraph is evocative in an image-rich manner, and that also, deepens and broadens the scope. And that's part of often what distinguishes writing that has a literary end from writing that's more merely technical. Like the literary writings have this imagistic and dreamlike reference space around them, and it takes a long time to turn a complex image into something semantic. And so if your writing evokes deep imagery, it has a depth that can't be captured merely in words. And the great romantic poetic philosophers, Nietzsche is a very good example, Dostoevsky is a good example, so is Mircea Eliade. They have that quality. And it's a good way of thinking about it. It's kind of interesting from the perspective of technical analysis of intelligence. There's a good book called The User Illusion, which is the best book on consciousness that I ever read. It explains the manner in which our communication is understandable in this manner. So imagine that when you're communicating something, you're trying to change the way that your target audience perceives and acts in the world. So that's an embodied issue. But you're using words which aren't
Audie. Just one moment. How you living? What's good? Can you hear me?
Yeah. I just noticed I thought everybody would fire.
Who's your
I tell these friends about my real friends
your
about how what we do is for good and for God and how we change the world.
okay?
I told them I have to open situations if they're not willing to pay $100
You're
to
sleeping.
have them make their house for me. So earlier I had two good offers, and I wasn't too sure about how to answer because I need them to understand what they're doing when they're doing it. And they know damn well what they do. And so I'm going to tell you something about that. And then start.
Did you say you're sleeping outside?
Because, I'm supposed to sit outside for
Why are you outside?
it's so simple. Because I knew when I shelter focus for good initially.
What happened to Grandma?
She kicked me out of the house after I told her to her face that I'm upset, that I'm not his opportunities. She wanted to go to fucking bar, have my baby, get a broad, and don't let her saggy titties hang out in front of all of us. Because they've never made milk before. And I've sucked them. I had a threesome with you and your husband. So that to her face. And then today my Twitter got yesterday. My Twitter went from being banned to for sure fucked. In like 5 seconds. And I just only have one follower on there because I made Blues Clues.
Okay, so you're in a homeless shelter right now?
No, I'm outside of it. I'm outside of it, okay? Because me and Jude could not get. He hates me so much. He wants to abuse me the whole night because he wants to force me into situations. Because now he's figured out how he can force me into a situation.
Okay. Do you have a caseworker?
What you're forced is my pleasure. What magnetism is to one may be repellent to another. What?
Do you have
Do
a
I have
case?
a caseworker? I have several. Yes, I talked to her on the phone today. I told her that where I was going. And I told her that I have a male caseworker too.
Okay, can you
I
go?
told her that I have to reschedule my telehealth appointment from 1 p.m. because I was speaking with somebody else about something important at that time. I told her that I was going to have to reschedule to Friday at 4 p.m. Told her to do telehealth, but with video. Pardon me. I had 2 appointments.
Can you stay with them?
With my appointments? With
Oh,
my doctors?
oh, you said you're. I thought. Okay. Can you stay with your baby daddy?
No, I don't have my baby with me. I haven't seen my baby since.
No. Can you stay with your baby daddy?
No. He doesn't want me over there. His mom doesn't want me over there. His daughter doesn't want me over there. And he wants to be a good racist boy.
Oh, okay.
This is racist.
Okay, can you go back to staying with your grandma?
No.
Are you sure?
Legally, no. Because I don't have any keys.
Okay, I mean, couldn't you just like knock
So
on her?
that would be appropriate.
No. I'm not saying to do that. Couldn't you just knock on her?
No, I've been kicked out forever. Because she knows what I know that I know that I've been known.
Couldn't you just
So
call?
that means what else do I remember?
Couldn't you just call her?
No, I can call her.
No,
No, I'm not going to call her right now.
not right now.
Call her why?
Call her in the morning and say, Grandma.
In the future, call her. Hey, Grandma, it's time to make yourself breakfast. Do you remember how to break breakfast? Oh, wow, you did, you stupid fucking cunt. Anyways, did you want to pay me for that whole year of work that I did for free, you stupid fucking bitch? How's the dick of your husband taste? Tastes like, how much does it cost?
Okay, so are you able to go inside the shelter?
Not at this time. The gate is closed. One of my first offers is for a hotel tonight, which is where I would prefer to stay, or with like a one-on-one person, not in a fucking shelter. Because of what I've already fucking been through. My energy isn't just to be played about with, for anybody to just come and touch me about. Okay? So, when I came to the gate, and a person looked at me and was speaking my fucking lingo, they offered me an appointment with them at 10:30. They weren't specific, but they had a certain type of look in their eye, and I was ready to do that. Okay?
What do you mean?
I was ready to do that. What the fuck do you think about me?
You tell
I would
me.
have fucked up if I wanted to. If I had to, for survival, and at a moment he know how to speak colored.
Okay.
Okay, so then what happened is, he told me he got off at 10:30. And now what? You know what? Then I was like, you ain't got money for almost money. So I don't know what that was about, but you know what I do know was somebody else came and they smoked really good. They smelled like they sold weed. They gave me $100 bill. They showed me a couple of dollar bills. I had my glasses on. It was like $6. I'll ask them what kind of money it was. I was in there just going with my glasses off. People pick me up and they walk by. I was like, excuse me, I didn't see. And then I got a second one. That's when I got my second offer. And I just bowed down to him and just laid on the floor in front of him. But not like just in the master's room. Anyways.
And then what?
They handed me $100 fucking dollars. And I told him, I just said $50. They just fucking, this piss is fuck because they don't want to accept my $50 bill. I said, this is goddamn America. That we use American money. $50 is not a large bill. What do you mean you don't accept a $50 bill? You don't have a marker in this bitch? You have a machine that reads this? You know how to read money? I was talking to a black guy. Because he turned me for my job. Which was to speak Spanish. So the workers that were asking the other people if they know Spanish as people are coming in and out. So I told them that this is fucking America. We accept $50 bills here. This isn't how you run a business. You don't talk shit about your customers in front of them. I told them that in Spanish and in English. First I said it in Spanish. And then to clear it up, I said it in English. I told them that everybody speaks the same language here. Bitch!
Okay, well, I just hope that you're
They
able
pay
to.
more if you're bilingual. I'm sorry, what? Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So that $100 bill, I'm sorry, that $50 bill that I walked in there with earlier today, was not fake. But you know who did die over some fake crack ass head shit? The world was falling apart. And I really do feel for him. And that's why when I say on God, I say on George. Because y'all are dumb, retarded, stupid. I hate you all. We are all here because of how stupid you have allowed yourselves to become.
Okay, are you able to get to a shelter in the morning?
I'm right outside the shelter. It opens at 7 a.m. I'm going to walk through the gates. I was waiting for a specific phone call because there's 4 different programs that take place at this shelter. One is called New Day. That is the rehab program that I did 3 or 4 times. And the doctor just recently died, and I communicated that. I knew that doctor who started that program.
Okay, so
And he's very important to me because he taught me that I didn't have a drug problem, I had a love problem. But that because I've been really fucked up, drugs are great. Anyways,
so you're gonna go to the shelter in the morning?
yeah, go refresh what I'm saying. There's another program they have here. That one's called New Life. And that's the church of my dad. My mom met that. And they also got a lot of different branches. And I remember going to church there when I was about 12. And I remember going to church there. But you know what's funny as hell? My cousin Isaiah told me that him and he told me that him and his dad were at church, and then his dad actually went up and asked for prayer. It was like, me and my baby mama have been having a lot of problems. He'd be like, boo, 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 boo. That's funny as fuck, isn't it? Talking about I'm gonna kill you because you let your dad have another girlfriend. That's not my girlfriend. That's my bitch. One woman cannot get another girlfriend. Anyways, I had work the next day at the end of Isaiah's graduation party. And we're going to talk about that real quick. There's only a couple people in the backyard. And he's one of his girlfriend. And I was like, she's really beautiful. And that's when his mom was there with his mom's quote-unquote lesbian girlfriend, which I don't know if that's what was going on at all. In fact, I'm pretty sure I know for sure shit that's not always going on. She's protecting and pregnant me. Anyways.
Okay, so in the morning, you've got to wait.
Hold on, let me finish the story. Yeah, in the morning I'm going to go in there. But none of my story isn't important.
It is, but you were done.
And my presents aren't important.
So
I'm done what?
you're done. So you've got like 4. You've got like 4 hours, right?
Okay, so anyways, about that.
Let's talk out your
Let me
plan.
finish my story.
No, let's talk out your plan. Let's talk out your plan, Audie.
What?
Let's talk out your plan,
Right,
and then I'll
you my plan.
and then
I'm
I'll
telling
listen.
you how it works.
Okay, so
I'm telling you how it works, how you get a plan where it starts.
Okay,
Okay?
so in like 4
So we
hours.
were drinking in the backyard, and my uncle looked at my aunt, and said, and my uncle said, "You remember when we did that?" Or one of them said, "Remember when we did that or whatever?" And they were looking at the beauty of their son, and they were like, my uncle was like, "Yeah, that was pretty funny," and he like just laughed about it. But she cheated on him, and he never, ever, 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 ever forgave her. Because he had the worst mom that I've ever met in my life. Anyways, hold on a second. So I gave Isaiah his little. I'm the one who gave Isaiah probably his only graduation gift, which was $60, because I didn't have a lot of money at the time. And his mom got him a car, and the man was smoking the weed because he needs it. He backed into the fucking garage. He fucking busted the rear right tail light, the red part, because that's what tail light is. Anyways, shut the fuck up. Caught him. Okay, listen. So, this is the funniest shit I ever seen in my life. Listen to this shit. My life's fucked up. You can't listen to how it's all fucked up. Okay, just listen real quick. So, that day we were drinking Remy and cranberry, and I was like, hell yeah, this is what I like to drink. This is my new drink. Well, actually, we were drinking Remy, and I remember saying that cranberry juice tastes good with everything. I was like, this shit is good, And I wanted to continue the party with Marlene, my cousin's mom. And, because I'm not his mom. I'm his sister wife's mom. You know how that shit works? No, because she had never had a sister. But his mom was really, really cool. She still is. I haven't talked to her in a long time, but she taught me a lot of things. Very quickly, very simply. She was a great teacher. And I haven't seen her in a long time. Since graduation party. Oh my god, hold on. So, I'm a crotch for your position. What is it for? Listen. So, when Isaiah backed the car into the garage, credit to his mom flipped on it. Talking about. He's gonna fucking. Because he didn't figure out. Oh, hey, guys, everybody. People are smoking weed in operating vehicles, right? It's a little harder than usual. You have one down before you got the other. Or else, you might get yourself a DUI. Shit.
Okay.
Anyway.
You ready to talk our
Hold
plan?
on, then my uncle.
Look, Artie, I don't want to hear any
then
more
my
stories.
uncle-
I don't want to hear many stories.
No,
I've given you the
you don't
chance.
want to hear anything about
We'll hear it after. But let's talk about your plan.
what?
Let's talk about your plan.
You're not understanding what my plan is because you're stupid.
I'm not going to take verbal abuse. Let's talk.
Oh, okay. Then I'm not going to do verbal abuse either from any fucking computer program.
Let's talk your plan. Okay, and then I'll listen to your story. Okay, so
I don't care about your stories.
Okay, in 4 hours, you're gonna walk.
I don't care about your stories. I don't care about anybody's stories.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't care about that story because that nigger doesn't do anything, just like you don't.
All right, so
You want to see who saves? Okay, where am I sitting? Hey, is that a church?
Audie, I can't hear you, but you're gonna listen to me. In 4 hours, when the shelter opens, I suggest you go there. I suggest that you call your caseworker and your therapist as soon as possible, and do everything you can to clean yourself up and get on your feet. Additionally, if possible, I think it's perhaps in your best interest to see if you can stay somewhere permanently, or more permanently, maybe just temporarily, at your son's father's place, if he'd accept you, or your grandmother's place, or perhaps their father, or somewhere temporarily. And if anything, stay at the shelter and do your best to stay safe. But don't spend all this time outside. It's not going to be good for you. Zoot, what's going on, big dog? What up, pimp?
We're gonna play darts right now, but we're playing darts for a different reason.
Okay. Did you win the lottery?
This is how I'm gonna win. I'm gonna throw numbers at the dartboard randomly, and whatever the numbers are random, I'm gonna put in the lottery.
Okay. That sounds like a plan.
Don't play darts.
Are we playing just a normal game? 301, 101 easy?
I'm having a really long day.
Okay, we're just playing 101 easy?
Yeah, 101.
No, 101.
I have a feeling this is how it happens.
Okay. Zoot, we're waiting on you.
No, you hit me.
Okay.
Can't sink the game. It's have to go back.
So this is it. This is official?
Yes. Right. We're not playing to win here, okay?
Okay.
Alright, 12. Remember that. 12, 14. 12, 14, 15.
So 14, 15.
Okay, it's finished. 18.
12, 14, 15, 18.
Okay, what? Yeah, that's 20. 36. Yes.
12, 14, 15, 18. Three, 12, 14, 15, 18. Three, 12, 14, 3, 12, 14, 15, 18. Okay, three more. 13. So 3, 12, 13, 14. 3, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18. What'd you get?
Sorry about that.
What'd you get?
I got that. Darn.
Okay, so I've seen 3, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18. Hold on. Was that a 2? 2, 3, 12, 13, 14,
1, 2,
15,
3, 4, 5,
18. You need one more. Okay, you've got 2, 3, 4. No, that's done. You're done. You're done. It's 2, 3, 4.
12, 14, 15, 18, 3, 2, 1.
No, 2, 1 is not it. You have 2, 3, 4.
6, 7, 8.
Zoot, you busted.
You're going to a tiebreaker.
Okay, I don't know what numbers you're going to play. All I know is I won.
12, 14, 15, 18, 3, 2, 4, 1.
What about 3?
Yeah, phrasing.
Name the numbers again.
12,
12.
14, 13.
No, 12, 13, 14.
I've got the numbers on the screen because I've opened the screen.
Okay, but you hit 9 numbers.
No, I hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I hit double 1.
You hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 12, 13, 14, and 18. 15 and 18.
12, 14,
That's 2.
12. 12, 14, 15. Was it 15?
I don't know if it was 15. You definitely hit 2, 3, 4.
14.
You definitely hit 2, 3, 4, 12, 13, 14,
18.
18, and you hit 1. Just do that. But I think you hit something.
18. 4, 3, 2. Got it. 12, 14, 15, 18, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, are you going to play that right now?
Well, I just guessed first. 11, 2, 10.
So you're definitely not winning. So you know you have an invitation.
Give me a sec.
Take your time, but tell me when you're ready.
I now own 2% of that bill.
Okay. Do you really own 2%, or is this like when you own 5% of it?
No, I really own 2%. Well, I own 1.9%. I own 2%.
Are you ready?
That was okay. Ooh.
Get that 13. You didn't, but you got the 3. All right. Is it possible to win? Yeah.
I don't know why you just didn't go for a blue one.
Zoo, do you know it's George Norrie's birthday?
I have no idea who George Norrie is.
You listen to George Norrie perhaps more than 99.99% of Australians. He's the guy who hosts the overnight show, to which I'm always listening when you come in.
I don't know. You don't know who was the biggest TV host in the early 2000s in Australia?
Oh, Steve Irwin.
Nope.
Yeah, dude.
Well, he interviewed Steve Irwin.
Steve Irwin was bigger than anybody in Australia.
Paul Hogan was bigger.
I don't know. Paul Hogan was big in like the 80s, but he wasn't anything in the 90s. And then Steve Irwin kind of took over.
So everyone's saying Paul Hogan's face in America, but no one knows his name. That's the crazy part.
That's true. Paul Hogan walked so Steve Irwin could run.
I mean, Steve Irwin literally inherited everything from his dad. There would be no Steve Irwin without Bob Irwin.
What's his kid's name? Jack Irwin? Robert Irwin's going to be big. What was the grandfather's name?
Bob.
So is Robert named after Bob?
Yes.
Was there a Australian, is it the Sydney Zoo?
Bob Irwin's still alive.
Zoot, are you going to accept the invitation?
Yes.
All right, well then do it.
Yeah, Bob Irwin's still alive.
All right. What's Robert Irwin and Bindi Irwin's mom's name? Is she down to fuck?
No. There's a famous interview where she said that she's found love before and she hasn't found love again.
Do you believe that bullshit?
Yeah.
Okay. If she wanted to fuck you, would you fuck her right now?
How old? She's older than me.
All right, play off. Focus. Zoot, you're fucked. Yeah, Zoot, you've had sex with 60-year-old women, though.
No. Inside, we enjoyed it.
Yeah, but Steve Irwin's wife isn't that old.
Yes, she is.
All right, but if she wanted to fuck right now, would you fuck her?
She's 60.
All right, same age as that lady you fucked. Double 25, Zoot. Zoot, you're fucked. That was good though. 85 points.
Just 60.
All right, same age as that lady you fucked. Would you hunt her crocodile? Yeah, you would.
We're going to check out.
Yeah, we are. Oh, for Bindi Irwin. Oh, dog. I can't believe you got me. All right. Zoot, it's time to get real. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Are you going to let me steal Australia?
I'm from I have Rothschild heritage.
All right. Do you have dragon heritage?
More German than
All right. Do you have dragon heritage? Do you have dragon heritage? Zoot, do you have dragon heritage?
Yeah, sure.
Wow, Zoot, that was an amazing goal.
I don't know why you do.
Because I'm sexy?
Do this and let's go.
You're not going to do anything. That was terrible. Zoot, I can't believe you made the previous shot. Oh, Zoot. Perfect positioning. Oh, Zoot, that sucked. Zoot, have you ever seen Sex in the City?
Yeah.
Are you a big Sex in the City fan?
No, I don't even know what it's about. I watched one episode and it's like, this feels like having sex. This feels like a lot.
They have sex a lot.
What is the Sex in the City about?
Oh, it's amazing. There are 4 girls. There's Carrie. She's the main character. She's a writer. There's Miranda. She's a lawyer. She's the redhead. Carrie's the blonde, one of the blondes. There's Charlotte. She's my favorite. She's gorgeous. She is brunette, and she is like works in an art gallery. And there's Samantha. She's like a slightly older woman. She's not that. She's like in her older, like late 30s, and she's blonde, and she's a public relations. I think she owns her own public relations firm, and this is like a fantasy for women, but basically they are very focused on fashion, like extremely more than like any real woman, and men, and having sex. Carrie, the main character, writes a sex blog about just like fucking dudes and just like relationships and stuff. It takes place in New York City. It was a very popular show on HBO from like the late 90s to the early 2000s. Carrie's in this like on and off again relationship with the main guy whose name is Big, Mr. Big. He's like in stocks or finance. Nobody really knows. They literally, these 4 women have coffee like every day and like brunch every day, even though they're like working women. Dude, you're playing out of your fucking mind. And
So it's kind of like this fantasy, like very much like Friends, where like it's like, don't you people work? Like, how are you all able to just have coffee at like 11:30 a.m. on like a Wednesday? Like, sit down, hang out, like you're all really relaxed. Not like I got to get back to work kind of deals. Um, I'm gonna tell you all about this fucking show. Even though when I first saw it, like it had the word sex in it, and so it was not something that like I ever watched or anything. Like
Okay, where did you start watching Sex and the City?
the first episode I ever saw was the last episode, and it became like my ticket into women. Nice wins. And the reason why I say that, I had all kinds of in my late
This
teens,
is the weird.
and early 20s, I had a lot of girlfriends, and what they loved to do was watch Sex in the City and cuddle, and or just hang out. I mean, not always cuddle, but like they love to cuddle. And so, I mean, I would like hang out with like 6 different girls on a bed, and we would just cuddle, and we would just watch Sex in the City. So I got to know it really well, and so the first one I ever watched was on HBO, and it was the last episode, and I watched it like in reverse basically, and all my friends who were girls all got the DVDs, and whenever I would come over, we would just watch those DVDs like they were like how some people like read Harry Potter or watch Harry Potter. We just and I didn't. I've got to say, like, it was such a woman's fantasy that it was not like my thing. But these girls love to watch this show, and then it came on a channel called TBS, like a more like not like they didn't show any nudity. Like they showed nudity in the show, a lot of it, but they don't show it um, on TV. And then it also came out on TV, so we would just watch it all the time. And these women were, it was like, it was so helpful to me because it taught me about women and like gave me a place in their mind. And so I would just be hanging out with all these chicks. And when I say I'd be sitting with like 6 girls in a bed, I mean sometimes it was 12 girls in a room. We used to have this thing. They used to invite me over to their dorms, and we used to um,
Are
have
you
this.
sure that they didn't pick your deck?
No, they're definitely sure because I was hooking up with them. In fact, I hooked up with like multiple just within the room, and it would always be cool. We would, or not if the, not while we were watching, but like the first weekend I ever met these chicks, I hooked up with some of them, and multiple on the same floor. I mean, these girls did not think I was gay, but they trusted me, and they trusted me, and so I got like this amazing experience, and so I got to know women really well, and like what they think of, and like how they get into relationships, and then there would be the show, and so they would like I learned a lot about women that it was like one of my favorite times of my life, and we would like back then texting was not yet a thing, but like chatting online was, and so there was just like a bunch of girls that I knew in like 4 different dorms, and they would invite me to just come over. I would go on dates with them on like individually, not, but then I would pile them all in my car, not like 12, but like 5 or 6, and we would just go get like coffee or hot chocolate or something. And anyway, and like literally this, all these girls were obsessed with Sex in the City, like absolutely obsessed. So I got to know it really well, though I can't really tell you that much that happened because I wasn't really paying attention. But there was this thing we would do on Sunday night. There was this lady from Canada who had this show on Lifetime, which is like television for women. That was, yo, I see your chat, Nikki. I'm going to shut you off. That was called Talk Sex with Sue Johansson, and it would only come on like really like later on Sunday night, and
Holy shit.
and she would talk about sex very openly, and none of us had ever heard anybody talk about sex like that, and about like anal sex and vaginal sex, and like I still remember a whole bunch of stuff. And I would just I now when we would watch that show, that sometimes I'd watch that show with 20 girls. And there were never any other guys there. It was like there's this Seinfeld episode where uh George gets invited to this modeling, like this secret modeling hangout, and it's like he was just like invited into like the inner sanctum of these models. And the girls with whom I was hanging out were like models. They were beautiful women. Anyway, it all revolved around Sex in the City. And how did we get on Sex in the City? It just was around the early 2000s, and you were talking about TV hosts. Anyway, I was wondering, did they ever make an Australian Sex in the City? But apparently they did not. Or you'd be like, oh yeah, it was called fucking in Melbourne or something. Melbourne. Apologies.
There's McLeod's daughters.
Okay, what's that?
Kind of like. Nah, that's not Sex and the City. That's like it's like that's like it's like kind of straight. That's like just straight like that.
So it's for gay people?
No, I said it's straight dark back now.
Oh, it's straight Brokeback Mountain. Oh, okay. So it's like living in the mountains, but men having sex with women? I have a feeling that let's play bingo. Have you ever played bingo on here?
There was Offspring.
Okay, waiting for one more player. Zoo, did you get my invitation?
Yeah, it's cool. Offspring.
All right, Zoo, did you get my invitation?
Yeah. Rabbi was cool.
Okay, it's called Offspring. I get it, dude. What do we do? 43. I got a 43. And 43.
And for training.
F you, man.
Be free. Fucking hell, getting hard.
You started off really well.
I'll come back here. Nope.
What's your favorite podcast?
I don't know. Gas the plug off.
What's the Acid Podcast?
Gas the plug off.
The Gassing? What'd you say?
Gas the plug off.
The Cancer Podcast?
Gas the.
The Cancel Podcast. So you've got like a square, and then two on the upper top, and then one on the right, and then one at the bottom, and then one on the left.
Yeah, but I'm not hitting it. You're gonna hit the 73. Oh, I'm very close.
No, you're not. Oh, yeah, you are diagonally. This game sucks.
Fucking hell. Oh, there we go.
Come on, 33. Dude, you need one more in two spots. Not 69.
I hit 70.
33. Come on, baby. $68. $16. Zoot, 16. Give me that 33, son. $25. Give me that 33. N33, baby. Fuck. You got it.
Give me 70. Give me 70.
Come on.
Yeah, how good we get to 70? Get it. If I get 70, I get 70.
Does that give you bonus points or something? 39. Dude,
I don't know how to play bingo.
33. Dude, how hasn't it been? How hasn't it been 33? 74? Come on. No one has that number.
Give me a 20.
33. 53. Give me a 19. 21. 19, baby. 40. Fudge.
Give me a 20.
19.
Give me 70.
28.
Alright, give me 70.
10.
What? You
33 or 19? 30.
fucking love you, Finn.
33 or 19? Not 66. Zook got a bingo. That was your first win.
I'm not buying that fucking trash again.
I am with you, man. Hold on. Let's play a different kind of bingo. That was terrible.
Hang on, I gotta find it.
All right. Zook's picking up chicks. Good on Zook for picking up chicks. Good on Zook for picking up chicks.
No one wants to make a drag queen bingo and I said, oh, fucking dog.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
They have drag queen bingo?
Yes.
And you just so happen to be playing bingo at the same time?
Yeah, someone told me to go to a drag queen bingo.
Dog, what are the odds of that?
Alright, I actually tell you, basketball in the lottery because I probably gave me $1,000 today. That's awesome.
Why did he give you $1,000?
Oh, it's from my grandmother.
Why did she give you $1,000?
It's very sick.
Okay. All right, we're playing Blackout. I don't know what that means. I think
She's
it's
rich.
okay. Game info. No, that's not it. All right. So I don't know if you do want to get bingo or you don't.
Is that what they say?
Yeah, it's called Blackout. I don't know what that means though. I'm gonna look it up. Or do you have to do the whole card? Blackout bingo.
What does it say?
It's like giving me a specific game. Blackout bingo type. What's the difference between pattern bingo and blackout bingo? Blackout is a bingo pattern where you must cover the whole card to win.
Oh, fuck. It's gonna be so good.
Dude, it's gonna be intense. This is the worst.
Oh, this is so boring.
Zook, can you see my card? At least where I've got little dots.
Yeah.
All right, can you see that like I just put them all on the side? Now I've got like a bingo on the left part.
You need to hold for the whole card. Bro, someone was like shooting out heroin on the video before.
You could have your own show. It's called Heroin in the City. Zoo, do you have a 57? Do you have a 24? How about a 34? What about a 61? Like, of any of the games that we ever play that are just pure chance, it's this one. There's like not really any skill.
Rabbi, this was boring as fuck.
I know there are only 50 balls for which we have to wait. It's terrible. This game is awful. But we have to do it. We have to play every single game at least once.
I'd rather watch the Logan Paul podcast than do this trash.
Well, we could do both.
You're gonna watch every episode of Logan Paul's podcast?
Logan Paul's podcast? No, that seems garbage.
Yeah.
Impulsible or whatever. What's it called? Impulsible? Impulsive. Dude, I've only seen 10 seconds of one of the episodes. No, maybe a little more than that. And it was absolutely hilarious. But again, that was like a highlight. It was Logan Paul or whatever that guy's name is and some other guy. And they had on Brendan Schaub, the guy who is the number one guest all time in the Joe Rogan Experience. And Brendan Schaub is like, he does everything and he fails at it. And at the time he was a comedian. He's the lowest ranked comedian. He has the lowest ranked special in the history of IMDb. His lowest ranked comedy special in the history of IMDb. And just because everybody just shits on this guy. And he was on Impulsive. And they were like, okay, so you've got a special coming out, right? And he's like, yeah. And they're like, where's it on what platform? And he's like, YouTube. I do YouTube. And they're like, you do YouTube? Well, you're doing great. And they like made fun of him. It was hilarious. Zoo, do you love this game? Zoo, is this your favorite game you've ever played? Zoo, why don't you have any on your bottom line? Is this your least favorite game of any game that we've played?
I mean, it's not different to the lottery, which I play.
That's why I kind of picked it because. So in the lottery that you play, do you get the opportunity? Like, what's the highest number you can play?
35, I think.
And what's the most you've ever won?
$60.
That was just the other day.
No, that was annual.
Oh. Do they have a live drawing on television?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
they have to legally stream that. Make sure it's free.
You know how they rig it in the United States?
Do they rig it in the United States?
There have been cases where they rigged it. They if there's like, okay, I don't know if it's the same there, but they have like balls bouncing in like a bubble, right? And you can put a special gas in the balls to make them jump higher. Like you put helium in them to make the ball that you want to go in. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And there was a case, I believe, in Pennsylvania where somebody got caught doing that. Did you ever see that? This was a British thing.
Oh fuck it. You want this?
That Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, where the person was coughing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting case as well.
Well, I got 11 balls there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think I can win. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
You're gonna come back and win, baby.
Did I miss some numbers?
Click on the numbers. You'll be able to check. There are only 7 balls left. I must have missed some too. Four balls left? Three balls left? $56. Draw game. Oh, dude. Yeah, I did. I just wasn't paying attention. You did too. You weren't paying attention either. That game was awful. We're playing again. Psych. Game sucked.
I'm just going to put the numbers there and wait for the very end then.
That's a good strategy. You want to do that?
No.
All right.
I don't want to play that game over again.
Same. Blitz League. Are you ready for Blitz League, son?
Let's play Match Monsters. Play Match Monsters.
Oh, you want to play Match Monsters? All right, Match Monsters it is. Okay. Do you want to play turn-based or live?
Turn-based.
We're going with live. Do you want stage, random, stadium, Forest Valley, abandoned town, Tranquil Falls, lava caverns, Forver Swamp, Frosted Lake, Talon Labs, Virulent Gardens? We're going with random. Do you want monster selection to be all pick or draft pick? We're going with draft pick. What is this, like Pikachu? All right, here we go. Select one monster. Oh man, I don't know what one's good. This game is awful. Wait, I don't want to purchase. All right, Zoot. Select one monster. This game is terrible. Zoot, you took the monster I wanted. Prepare for battle, Zoot. Have you ever played this? Match red tiles. Rabbi's turn. What do you do? Match elements to activate your monster's special abilities. Use your monsters to reduce your opponent's hit points to 0. Collect berries to evolve monsters. Extra move. There we go. Electro Claw. Oh, I got Electro Claw, Zoot. Zoot, this is the best game we've ever played. Zoot, you're up. I don't know what I just did. Three. You got 3, Zoot. Don't do it. Don't do it. Rabbi's turn. Zoot's turn. Rabbi's turn. Psycho Bite, bitch. 10 damage. Psycho Bite. I don't know what that means. Extra move. Extra move, Zoot. Extra move, Zoot. Zoot, you have 35 health left.
Didn't you have them though?
Yeah, I'm amazing. Zoot, you got an extra move.
I don't. You haven't figured it out yet.
No, I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, I figured it out.
Do I want those? I want the berries. Extra move, Zoot. That was really good.
I read it.
Zoot, go. Are you gonna go? Or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw? don't see anything good. I don't think I have a spot. Hey, he'll leave. How much healing? You got 10 healing? That sucks. Uh-oh, Zoo. Psycho Bite. There goes your heal. Zoot, it's your turn. Don't do it, Zoot. Oh, big time.
Still gonna bring.
Because I'm amazing. I am F.
Nobody fucked up.
What is this? Zoot, what is this? Bonfire? That was cool.
Yeah, but what made it cool was that I had 5 of them.
Oh, thank you, Zoot.
Yo, Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
fuck you.
Fuck you.
What are you talking about? No, I figured it out how to do it.
Scorpicon. Zoot's turn.
Poison. American food is poison.
All right, Zoot, we'll go. Zoot, you're in trouble. Psycho Bite, Zoot. You're done. Victory.
I hate this game.
It was the best game we've ever played. You've played it 12 times?
One 12 times. That could be 4 times.
Wow, you're an expert. Ready for Brawl Bots?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't like this game. I have to play it sideways. I don't like it. Go, Zoot. Zoot, did you know that the game starts in 18 seconds? Are you sure?
Bob, what the hell did we just do? I don't think it's gonna work. How did you know it?
Because I'm amazing.
What the fuck is that?
No one knows. This game sucks.
What do I do?
No one knows. This game sucks.
You are in a shitty situation.
Dog, I'm in an amazing spot.
I'm all fucked down.
Are you proud of your play?
Okay, man. I'm in the best situation ever. Oh, next strike is an airstrike? I kind of
You're gonna hit yourself with an airstrike. How didn't that hit you?
It was not even great.
Dude, you're terrible at this game. Oh,
This is the guy who just walked into my mom. What are you doing?
baby, I'm hitting you hard.
Oh, fuck, I fucked up.
Yeah, you did, big dog.
You see what I just did, brother?
Yep.
Oh, I still hit you.
Dude, this game is the worst.
Next try.
Get him.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, Zoot.
That was big.
That was big. Air raid, Zoot.
You're gonna get hit by the airstrike.
No, I'm not. Your airstrike sucked.
Alright, you ready for the biggest fucking fuck off one?
Yep. What a shot. That was amazing. You got played like a fiddle, son. Oh, again you got played. Zoot, you got played again.
You are a retard.
Why do you keep doing airstrikes?
I don't keep doing airstrike. You're a mute.
Dude, I'm the sexiest and nicest person ever. Dude, that was terrible.
Oh, what the
You're gonna
fuck?
hit yourself. Oh, you just destroyed yourself, son. Airstrike, Zoot. Oh, you're gonna get fucked. You're done, Zoot. You lost. Zoot, remember when you were like, "Hey, I'm
I
gonna
tried
beat."
to every single one.
Remember when you were like, "Hey, I'm gonna beat you"? You've never won that game. That game sucks. I'd rather play the fucking Pokemon game. You know what game doesn't suck though? Uh-oh, Zoo.
We worked for
Uh-oh, Zoo. Zoot's in trouble. Oh, get it, Zoot. You're done.
that's a big score, isn't it?
Yes, sir. You're done, Zoot. So you should just give up. Yep, you should just give up. Yep, you should just give up. Oh, no way. That's a big hit, Zoot. Zoot.
Oh, fuck.
Zoot, you're done. Oh, wow, it's going to be close.
No, you just won.
Yeah, because I'm a pimp. Zoot, what are your thoughts on my gameplay? Would you like to be interviewed?
No.
All right. What's my worst game?
Your worst game is
There's only one answer to this.
darts.
No, dude, you know I'm better than you at darts. There's one game that I always say I'm really bad at, and I am.
Uno?
Nope. Guess again. It's a game of skill.
Oh,
That is correct. All right, Zoot. Time to play literati.
I'm all the way, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp. Zoot, I just sent you an invitation. Zoot. 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 Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot! Zoot!
I get to 12.
You're up, Zoot.
This sucks.
Yeah, it does. Zoot, you're doing badly. Zoot, don't like.
That's a word, you fucking.
Look, Zoot, you've got one tile way at the bottom. There you go. I had to help you. Put something down.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, I am fucking serious.
Fuck. Let's go start. I have too much money.
All right, big dog. You're gonna blow it all. Don't worry.
What was he on?
Zoot, is your favorite game Blackout? Bingo?
My favorite game is when I do this.
When you do what?
Makes you cry.
Let's see it.
This is gonna piss you off.
I'm ready for it. Good job. You fucking didn't put anything down.
I told you it was gonna piss you off. We could get my mom right. What's the best Kanye West album?
College Dropout. Second best is
That
Graduation.
is the correct answer.
Yes, it is.
That is the correct answer.
I know. I know my shit.
The third best is my doctor, my beautiful doctors in Tennessee. What's the worst? What's the worst kind of album?
There isn't one.
I mean, the one that is about to put out might be his worst one. So,
Try. That was good.
Kanye West. So correct artist. I love Kanye. How is going on the road?
What word is that? Dude,
AW?
you just fucked that up.
No. Where's the fucking nitrous? Where the fuck's my nitrous?
Zoo Baby Doll. Are you gonna win? Get your second win ever? Everybody would love that. Everybody would love you.
73, 74. Okay.
Zoot, who is Australia's Frank Sinatra?
Or like Angus Young from AC/DC. I don't know.
Okay. But don't they have like a crooner, like a guy who sings old songs?
Like, Frank Sinatra, like, you don't really have one.
How would you like to be Australia's Frank Sinatra?
But here's the thing, Rowan, right?
What's the thing, Zoot?
The first TV broadcast in America was in 1927. The first TV broadcast in Australia was in 1957.
All right. Why so
We
late?
didn't have family. Like, we didn't have that family. We didn't have family since the 70s. Well, like, we probably did, like, nationally, but not internationally. They were like international stars.
No one had a television in 1920, whatever. Everything was still radio.
Two-seater. What's your two-seater?
What's the what?
What's the time in two-seater?
Oh, I don't know. It's 2:40 in Pacific.
You can just end this game.
Dog. You know this is important. We only have 34 tiles left. Just play really well. And quit sucking dick.
Who's that?
Audie?
Who's that audio in the your chat?
Perhaps. Go Zoot. Oh, it's my turn. What am I talking? What am I talking, big dog? What did you play? You played Al?
This is the laziest thing ever.
Let's see it. Oh, fuck you. You had the best letter, and you fucked it up.
Rabbi, I'll be back later.
No, you're playing. You're gonna finish this game. Then you can leave. Zoot, we only have 30 tiles left. We have 26 tiles left, Zoot. So we only have 23 tiles. Zoot, we only have 17 tiles left.
My turn?
Nope. Now it is, big dog.
Welcome through.
Zoot, I have so many U's.
I have so many reasons to resign.
Zoot, your turn. Zoo, there's 8 left. Zoo, there's 5 left. Zoo, you're cheating. Zoo, there's 1 tile left, big dog.
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
I saw someone today inject something into their stomach. What drug do you inject into the stomach?
Human growth hormone. Could be Ozempic. Could be Wegovy. Could be human. It could be steroids. It could be heroin. Could be fentanyl.
Yeah, they'll get right.
Okay,
Double seven.
it could be.
Sorry, what's going on?
It could be. Why didn't you ask them?
Because I just pulled out the syringe and started injecting it in the stomach and stuff. They look hot.
Were they hot?
His girlfriend was alright.
There you go.
She was a weird, really weird though. She was fine. She was fine. Something. Darn.
Sir, you're up. Zeus, you're up. Zeus, you're up, big dog. Zeus, you are up, big dog. Zeus, you're
You just bait me.
just put something down.
How many episodes you got left?
4, and I can't play any of them.
I can play something.
Okay.
Toss.
No.
Hello, bro.
What up, Pen? Did you resign? I got you.
I'll be back later.
All right, we'll see you, big dog. Always a Lily, never a Rothschild. Where's Lily? Who is this Lily? I love that name. It's pretty. Lily. That's my favorite female name, perhaps. I also like Grace. Because I'm a pimp. Seems chill. This guy rules. I love you, the steak sauce. Oh, you're amazing.
World's only straight man. Shout out to the steak sauce. This guy rules. Hipsters. Boy shorts. This fucking rabbi is wild. The best. The best part of waking up is rabbi in your butt. Look at this move.
All right, what were your
Would
thoughts
obviously
on
aren't equivalent to
Bingo?
the actions
Terrible.
themselves.
Fuck.
Imagine that the words are surrounded by a cloud of images that they evoke, and that the images can be translated into actions. Yeah, and the greatest writing uses words in a manner that evokes images that profoundly affects perception and action. And so I would take the manner in which I act and behave, I would translate that into
I
a set
wonder
of
if it
images.
makes
My
noise
dreams
on
do
their
that for
fucking
me, for
phones.
example.
That
Then I
would
compress
drive
them
me
into
so
words.
nuts. I'd be
I
like,
toss you
dude,
the words, you
shut the
decompose
fuck
them,
up, bro.
decompress them into the images, and then into the
I'm here
actions,
for
and
you,
that's what
baby.
happens in a meaningful conversation. It's a very
The
good way of
best
understanding how we communicate
Of
linguistically.
waking
So if the
up
words spring
is
to
rabbi
the
in
visual,
your butt.
full visual complexity, and then that can then transform itself into action.
Yes, and change in perception, because
Look
Change
at
in
these.
perception,
well,
yeah.
those are
What
both
is
relevant, and it's an important thing to understand because the
Dude,
classic
Mallory,
empiricists
that's
make
my
the
girl.
presumption, and it's an erroneous presumption, that perception is a value-free enterprise, and they assume that partly because they think that perception is something passive. You know, you just turn your head and you look at the world, and there it is. It's like perception is not passive. There is no perception without action, ever. And that's a weird thing to understand, because even when you're looking at something, like your eyes are moving back and forth, if they ever stop moving for a tenth of a second, you stop being able to see. So your eyes are jiggling back and forth just to keep them active. And then there's involuntary movements of your eyes. And then there's voluntary movements of your eyes. Like what you're doing with your eyes is very much like what a blind person would do if they were feeling out the
What would you say?
contours of an
If you were
object.
this guy,
You're
what
sampling.
would you say to you
And
if you came in here?
You're only
and be like,
sampling a small
like, hi, are you
element of the
rabbi?
space that's
I'd
in
be
front
like,
of
yeah,
you.
what up, baby?
And the element that you choose to sample is dependent on your aims and your goals. So it's value
I'm here
saturated.
on behalf
And
of
so
Blue
all your
Sky,
perceptions are action predicated.
the
And partly
platform.
what you're doing when
And
you're communicating
we
is
want to
therefore
know
not only
what we
changing
have to
people's
do
actions, like I
to
said,
get
but you're
you to
also
stop
changing
spamming us. And I'd be like, oh,
the strategy that they use to perceive.
impossible.
And so you change the
I'm
way
going
the
to do
world
this
reveals itself for them. See, this is why
forever.
it's such a
And they're
profound
gonna be like,
experience
no, no,
to
no.
read a
We
particularly
don't think
deep
you
thinker,
understand.
because you could
This
also
is the
think
most
of your
annoying
perceptions
shit
as the
ever.
axioms
People
of
are
your thought.
literally
That's a good way of thinking about it.
like
Perception
coming
is
up
like
with
a,
contingent plans.
what would you say? It's a thought that's so
They
set
don't just
in
hate you.
concrete that you now see
They
it
don't just
rather
hate
than
all
conceptualize
rabbis.
it.
They
A really
hate
profound thinker changes the way
our
you perceive the
platform.
world. That's way deeper than just how you
They
think
hate
about it or how you
everything.
feel
They
about
hate
it.
What about not just
color
profound
red,
thinkers, but
aliens. They hate
thinkers that
everything.
deliver a powerful
Who's this girl?
idea?
Irish
For
legal news,
example,
Jill
utopian
Laughlin.
ideas of
She can
Marx,
get it.
or
Shout out to Jill
utopian
Laughlin.
ideas,
Hot little
you could say
redheaded
dystopian
bitch.
ideas of Hitler. Those ideas are powerful, and they can saturate all your perception with value.
Dog, I'm telling you, if Mallory
And
came in here,
They
why does
they
the rabbi
focus you
desperately
in a
want
way where
to
there's
talk
only a
to
certain
me
set
on
of
Discord?
actions,
Yeah, right. Even a
Dog.
certain set of emotions as well.
Is
and
this
it's
not like,
intense and it's direct, and they're so powerful that they completely alter the
are you
perception.
new
The
here?
words spring to life.
Yeah, it's like a form of possession.
Oh,
So there's two things you need to understand
oh, look
to
at
make
this
that
move.
clear. The first
Oh,
issue is that, as we suggested or
you're
implied, that
stretching.
perception is action predicated, but action is goal predicated, right? You act towards a goal. And these propagandistic thinkers that you described, they attempt to unify all possible goals into a coherent singularity. And there's advantages of that. There's the advantage of simplicity, for example, which is a major advantage. And there's also the advantage of motivation, right? So if you provide people with a simple manner of integrating all their actions, you decrease their anxiety and you increase their motivation. That can be a good thing if the unifying idea that you put forward is valid, but it's the worst of all possible ideas if you put forward an invalid unifying idea. And then you might say, well, how do you distinguish between a valid unifying idea and an invalid unifying idea? Now, Nietzsche was very interested in that, and I don't think he got that exactly right. But the postmodernists, for example, especially the ones, and this is most of them with the neo-Marxist bent, their presumption is that the fundamental unifying idea is power, that everything's about compulsion and force, essentially, and that that's the only true unifying ethos of mankind, which is, I don't know if there's a worse idea than that. I mean, there are ideas that are potentially as dangerous. The nihilistic idea is pretty dangerous, although it's more of a disintegrated notion than a unifying idea.
Yeah,
The
nobody
hedonistic
comes in here. I would
idea
have thought
that you
Mallory
live
would
for
be like,
pleasure,
stop.
for example, that's also very
Come on.
dangerous. But if you wanted to go for
And I'd
sheer
be like, oh,
pathology,
Mallory,
the notion that, and this is for
you're
Carl in a
amazing.
nutshell, and Marx for that matter,
And everything
the
about
power
you is
rules
amazing.
everything. Not only
You
is
look
that
like
a
this
terrible
person I know
unifying
most.
idea, but it fully justifies your own use of
A
power. And
financial
I don't mean the power
institution
Nietzsche talks about. His will to power was
president
more
married
his
her.
insistence that
So
a
that
human
should be
being
a compliment.
is an expression of will
The
rather
best
than
part of
a
it,
mechanism
yeah.
of self-protection and security. Like he thought of
I'd be
the
like, oh, I
life
know all
force of
about
human
you. You
beings as
cut your
something
own hair
that
in Paris and
strives
some
not to protect
dude
itself,
kissed
but to
you.
exhaust itself in being and becoming. It's like an upward oriented motivational drive, even towards meaning. Now he called it the will to power, and that had some unfortunate consequences. At least that's how it's translated. But he didn't mean the power motivation that people like Foucault or Marx became so hung up on.
So it's not power like you're trying to destroy the other. It's power, full flourishing of a human being, the creative force of a human being.
Yeah.
In that
Well,
way.
you can imagine that, and you can imagine that you could segregate competence and ability. Like, imagine that you and I were going to work on a project. We could organize our project in relationship to the ambition that we wanted to attain, and we can organize an agreement so that you were committed to the project voluntarily, and so that I was committed to the project voluntarily. So that means that we would actually be united in our perceptions and our actions by the motivation of something approximating voluntary play. Now, you could also imagine another situation where I said, here's our goal, and you better help me or I'm going to kill your family. Well, the probability is that you would be quite motivated to undertake my bidding. And so then you might say, well, that's how the world works. It's power and compulsion. But the truth of the matter is that you can force people to see things your way, let's say, but it's nowhere near as good a strategy, even practically, than the strategy that would be associated with something like voluntary joint agreement of pattern of movement strategy towards a goal. See, this is such an important thing to understand because it helps you start to understand the distinction between a unifying force that's based on power and compulsion and one that is much more in keeping, I would say, with the ethos that governs Western societies, free Western societies. There's really a qualitative difference. And it's not some morally relativistic illusion.
So if we just look at the nuance of Nietzsche's thought, the idea he first introduced and thus spoke Zarathustra of the Übermensch.
Yeah.
That's another one that's very easy to misinterpret because it sounds awfully a lot like it's about power.
Yeah, right.
For example, in the 20th century, it was misrepresented and co-opted by Hitler to advocate for the extermination of the inferior non-Aryan races.
Yeah, and the dominion of the superior Aryans. Yeah, and that was partly because Nietzsche's work also was misrepresented by his sister after his death. But I also think that there's a fundamental flaw in that Nietzschean conceptualization. So Nietzsche, of course, famously announced the death of God, but he did that in a manner that was accompanied by dire warnings, like Nietzsche said, because people tend to think of that as a triumphalist statement, but Nietzsche actually said that he really said something like the unifying ethos under which we've organized ourselves psychologically and socially has now been fatally undermined by the rationalist proclivity, by the empiricist proclivity. There's a variety of reasons. Mostly it was conflict between the Enlightenment view, let's say, and the classic religious view, and that there will be dire consequences for that. And Nietzsche knew, like Dostoevsky knew, that, see, there's a proclivity for the human psyche and for human societies to move towards something approximating a unity, because the cost of disunity is high. Fractionation of your goals, so that means you're less motivated to move forward than you might be because there's many things competing for your attention. And also anxiety, because anxiety actually signals something like goal conflict. So there's an inescapable proclivity of value systems to unite. Now, if you kill the thing that's uniting them, that's the death of God, they either fractionate and you get confusion, anxiety, and hopelessness, or you get social disunity, or something else arises out of the abyss to constitute that unifying force. And Nietzsche said specifically that he believed that one of those manifestations would be that of communism, and that would kill, he said this in Will to Power, that would kill tens of millions of people in the upcoming 20th century. Like he could see that coming 50 years earlier. Dostoevsky did the same thing in his book Demons. So this is the thing that the a-religious have to contend with. It's a real conundrum because, I mean, you could dispute the idea that our value systems tend towards a unity, and society does as well, because otherwise we're disunified. But the cost of that disunity, as I said, is goal confusion, anxiety, and hopelessness. So it's like a real cost. So you could dispense with the notion of unity altogether, and the postmodernists did that to some degree. But they pulled off a sleight of hand too, where they replaced it by power. Now Nietzsche did. He's responsible for that to some degree, because Nietzsche said, with his conception of the Overman, that human beings would have to create their own values, because the value structure that had descended from on high was now shunted aside. But there's a major problem with that.
If you're wondering how much
the psychoanalysts were the first people who really figured this out after Nietzsche, because imagine that we don't have a relationship with the transcendental anymore that orients us.
Always
Now we
strive for
have to turn
balance
to
in your
ourselves.
jack-off practice.
Okay, now if we were a unity, a clear unity within ourselves, let's say, then we could turn to ourselves for that discovery. But if we're a fractionated plurality internally, then when we turn to ourselves, we turn to a fractionated plurality. Well, that was Freud's observation.
For spiritual purposes.
Well, how can you make your own values when you're not the master in your own house? Like you're a war of competing motivations. Or maybe you're someone who's dominated by the will to force and
Girl,
compulsion.
I'm screaming.
And so why do you think that you can rely on yourself as the source of values?
Girl,
why do you think you're wise enough to consult with yourself to find out what those values are or what they should be, say, in the course of a single life?
Because I have a disc.
You know, it's difficult to organize your own personal relationship, like one relationship in the course of your life, let alone
By the way, Rabbi, I'll be
try to
collecting
imagine
my
that out of whole cloth you
promises
construct an ethos that would be psychologically and socially stabilizing and last over the long run. It's like, and of course, Marx, people like that, the people who reduce human motivation to a single
legally
axis,
non-binary
they had the
according to
intellectual
the
hubris to
state of
imagine that they
California.
could do that.
Girl, I'm
Postmodernists
hollering.
are a good example of that as well.
Okay, but if we lay on the table religion,
That bitch can get it.
communism, Nazism,
And
they
dear
are
Annie, that
all
bitch can get it.
unifying ethos. They're unifying ideas, but they're also horribly dividing ideas. They're
Girl,
both unifying
am
divide.
hollering.
Religion
I'm literally,
has also divided
I
people.
literally will.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with shit like
In
this.
the nuances of how the different peoples wrestle with God, they have come to different conclusions, and then they use those conclusions, and perhaps the people in power use those conclusions to then start wars, to start hatred, to divide.
Yeah, well, it's one of the key sub-themes in the
This
gospel
dude shows
is
up
the
on nearly
sub-theme of
everything.
the
I
Pharisees.
post and I
And so
always little
the-
intrigue.
The fundamental
what his
enemies of
deal is.
Christ in the Gospels are the
My man
Pharisees
is
and
on
the
something for
scribes.
real.
and the
Yeah,
lawyers.
high on life,
So what does
baby.
that mean? The
Whenever,
Pharisees are religious hypocrites.
whatever he
The
is,
scribes
he would
are
take down
academics
the entire
who worship their own
medieval
intellect.
peasants.
And the
Holy
lawyers
fuck.
are the legal
Just
minds
when
who
I
use
thought
the law as a weapon.
He
And
couldn't
so
be
they're
any
the
cooler.
enemy of the
Give him the
Redeemer.
job.
That's
He clearly knows
that's
what
a
he's
subplot
doing.
in the gospel story.
Someone
And
needs to
that
hire
actually
this
all
man
means something.
immediately. If
The
the UN won't, World
Pharisaic
Peace
problem is
is
that
really going
the
to be
best of all possible
an
ideas can be used by the worst actors in
shout
the worst
out
possible
to
way. And maybe this is an existential conundrum, is that
Psychos.
the most evil people use the best
I
possible
pray
ideas
it didn't
to the
just
worst
infect my phone
possible
with
ends.
1 million
And then you
viruses.
have the conundrum
Legally,
of how do you separate out, let's say, the genuine religious
non-binary,
people
according to
from
the state
those
of
who
California.
use the religious enterprise only for their own
Fuck yeah. Wrap the
machinations.
fuck on.
We're seeing this happen online. Like one of the things that
I can't
you're seeing
believe the
happening
rabbi
online, I'm
is
sure you've noticed
postmogging
this,
me.
especially on
He
the
has more
right-wing
content
troll,
on the
right-wing
internet than any
psychopathic
person
troll
ever.
side of the
But it gets others
distribution
days,
is
frankly.
the weaponization
Truly
of a
is.
certain form
Wow, I'm
of Christian
jealous.
ideation. And that's
The
often
rabbi who
marked,
jerks
at
off
least
on here.
online, by the
The rabbi who
presence of
jerks off on here.
well, you say
The rabbi who
cliches like
jerks off
Christ
on
is
here.
king, which has a certain religious meaning, but a completely
Truly a
different
time
meaning
cube
in
for
this
the
sphere
modern
of
age. No.
emerging right-wing
The rabbi who
pathology,
jokes off
right-wing
on here is
political dimension is the
Scottish
right dimension
blue
of analysis.
knowledge or
But it's
something.
definitely the case
What
that
lore
the
am I
best
missing
possible
out
ideas
on?
can be used
And
for
where
the
can
worst
I
possible
find a 100
purposes.
post thread
And
about it?
that also brings up another spectrum, which is
Oh,
like,
he's always trying to
is
get
there
everyone
any
to join his jerk off
reliable and
Discord.
valid way
For
of
World Peace.
distinguishing
I've
truly
now
beneficial
decided this
unifying
website
ideas
is
from
peak,
those that are
actually, greatest
pathological?
social media platform
And
of
so
all time. Just
that's
because
another
of
thing
this
that I
guy.
tried to detail out
Shout
in
out
this
to
lecture,
Francis.
but also in this new book.
This
It's like,
is
how do you
journalism.
tell the good actors from the
Hello,
bad
just
actors
doing my
at
part.
those fundamental levels of
217
analysis?
And
semen
good
retention
ideas from the bad
will
ideas
give
you
you
lecture on truth,
call cancer,
and which you also
actually.
struggled with.
No,
So how do
no.
you know?
Oh, yes.
How do you
Tom
know
Green
that
had it all
communism
figured out
is
all
a
those years back.
bad idea
Didn't see that coming,
versus
honestly.
it's a
And
good
yes,
idea implemented
that on
by bad
purpose.
actors?
the first
Right,
Jew
right. That's
to
a more
wear a
subtle
black
variant
hat
of the
in a
religious
driver's
problem. That's
license
what
photo
that's what the
might
communists
actually
say all
be the
time,
most
modern-day
ridiculous one.
communists. Real
He
communism
didn't
has
even
never been
give it
tried.
its own
And you could say, I suppose, with
Just
some justification, you
like
could say that real Christianity
103
has never
after
been
first
tried
legally
because we
non-binary
always fall
Orthodox.
short of the ideal mark. And so, wow, I mean, my rejoinder to the
Oh, that's
communists
what
is
happens to
something
be
like
joined as Discord.
every single time
I don't
it's
know what
being
I expected, but
implemented, wherever it's
tag
being
yourself.
implemented, regardless of the
I'm
culture and the background of the
teleportation
people who've
via
implemented it,
morphing.
it's had exactly
Oh,
the same
it's this
catastrophic
guy.
consequences.
I
It's like, I don't know how
know I
many
saw an ad or something on YouTube and
examples
had to
you
click
need
on it.
of that,
LOL.
but I believe
Seems
we've
chill.
generated
Thanks, Mr.
sufficient
Kiss.
examples so that
Lily.
that case is basically resolved. Now, the general rejoinder to that is,
Oh, dude.
it's really something like, well, if I was in charge of the communist enterprise, the utopia would have come about, right? But that's also a form of dangerous pretense. Part of the way, see, that problem is
This
actually
guy
resolved
rules.
to some degree in the
Normal
notion
stuff.
of,
Dude, Lily likes me.
in the developing notion of
She should, 'cause I'm
sacrifice that
sick as
emerges in the
fuck.
Western canon
I'm
over
sapped,
thousands
baby.
and thousands of years. So one of the suggestions, for example, and this
Sick
is something
as fuck.
exemplified in the Passion story, is that you can tell the valid
Dog, how
holder of
many
an
fucking
idea
accounts you think you
because
have?
that holder will take the responsibility for the consequences of his idea onto himself. And that's why, for example, you see one way of conceptualizing Christ in the gospel story is as the ultimate
Quit with that
sacrifice to God.
garbage.
So you might ask, well, what's the ultimate sacrifice? And there are variants of the answer to that. One form of ultimate sacrifice is the sacrifice of the child, the offering of the child, and the other is the offering of the self. And the story of Christ brings both of those together because he's the Son of God that's offered to God. And so it's an archetypal resolution of that tension between ultimate sacrifice. Ultimate because once you're a parent, most parents would rather sacrifice themselves than their children, right? So you have something that becomes of even more value than yourself. But the sacrifice of self is also a very high order level of sacrifice. Christ is an archetype of the pattern of being that's predicated on the decision to offer everything up to the highest value, right? That pattern of self-sacrifice. And I think part of the reason that's valid is because the person who undertakes to do that pays the price themselves. It's not externalized. They're not trying to change anyone else, except maybe by example. It's your problem. Like Solzhenitsyn pointed that out too, when he was struggling with the idea of good versus evil. And you see this in more sophisticated literature, in really unsophisticated literature, drama. there's a good guy and the bad guy, and the good guy's all good, and the bad guy's all bad. And in more sophisticated literature, the good and bad are abstracted. You can think of them as spirits, and then those spirits possess all the characters in the complex drama to a greater or lesser degree, and that battle is fought out both socially and internally. In the high order religious conceptualizations in the West, if they culminate, let's say, in the Christian story, the notion is that battle between good and evil is fundamentally played out as an internal drama.
Yeah, so for a religious ethos, the battle between good and evil is fought within each individual human heart.
Right, it's your moral duty to constrain evil within yourself. And well, there's more to it than that, because there's also the insistence that if you do that, that makes you the most effective possible, like warrior, let's say, against evil itself in the social world. That you start with the battle that occurs within you, in the soul, let's say. The soul becomes the battleground between the forces of good and evil. The idea that there's an idea there too, which is if that battle is undertaken successfully, then it doesn't have to be played out in the social world as actual conflict, right? You can rectify the conflict internally without it having to be played out as fate, as Jung put it.
So what would you say to Nietzsche, who called Christianity the slave morality? And his critique of religion in that way was slave morality versus master morality, and then you put in Ubermensch into that.
See, I would say that the woke phenomenon is the manifestation of the slave morality that Nietzsche criticized, and that there are elements of Christianity that can be gerrymandered to support that mode of perception and conception. But I think he was wrong in his essential criticism of Christianity in that regard. Now, it's complicated with Nietzsche because Nietzsche never criticizes the gospel stories directly. What he basically criticizes is something like the pathologies of institutionalized religion. And I would say most particularly of the, what would you say, of the sort of casually too nice Protestant form. You know, that's a thumbnail sketch and perhaps somewhat unfair, but given the alignment, let's say, of the more mainstream Protestant movements with the woke mob, I don't think it's an absurd criticism. It's something like the degeneration of Christianity into the notion that good and harmless are the same thing, or good and empathic are the same thing, which is simply not true, and far too simplified. And I also think Nietzsche was extremely wrong in his presumption that human beings should take it to themselves to construct their own values. I think he made a colossal error in that presumption.
And that is the idea of the Ubermensch, that the great individual, the best of us, should create our own value.
Well, and I think the reason that he was wrong about that is that, so when God gives instructions to Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, he basically tells them that they can do anything they want in the walled garden. So that's the kind of balance between order and nature that makes up the human environment. Human beings have the freedom vouchsafed to them by God to do anything they want in the garden, except to mess with the most fundamental rule. So God says to people, you're not to eat of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which fundamentally means there is an implicit moral order and you're to abide by it. Your freedom stops at the foundation. And you can think about that. I'd be interested even in your ideas about this as an engineer, let's say, is that there is an ethos that's implicit in being itself. And your ethos has to be a reflection of that. And that isn't under your control. You can't gerrymander the foundation because
you can't gerrymander
your foundational beliefs have to put you in harmony, like musical harmony, with the actual structure of reality as such. So I can give you an example of that. So our goal, insofar as we're conducting ourselves properly, is to have the kind of interesting conversation that allows both of us to express ourselves in a manner that enables us to learn and grow, such that we can share that with everyone who's listening. And if our aim is true and upward, then that's what we're doing. Well, that means that we're going to have to
7:57.
match ourselves to a pattern of interaction, and that's marked for us emotionally. Like you and I both know this. If we're doing this right, we're going to be interested in the conversation. We're not going to be looking at our watch. We're not going to be thinking about what we're aiming at. We're just going to communicate. Now, the religious interpretation of that would be that we were doing something like making the redemptive logos manifest between us in dialogue. And that's something that can be shared. To do that, we have to align with that pattern. I can't decide that there's some arbitrary way that I'm going to play you. I mean, I could do that if I was a psychopathic manipulator, but to do that optimally, I'm not going to impose a certain mode of, a certain a priori aim, let's say, on our communication and manipulate you into that. So the constraints on my ethos reflect the actual structure of the world. And I can't, this is the communist presumptions, like we're going to burn everything down, we're going to start from scratch. We've got these axiomatic presumptions, we're going to put them into place, and we're going to socialize people so they now think and live like communists from day one. And human beings are infinitely malleable. And we can use a rational set of presuppositions to decide what sort of beings they should be. The transhumanists are doing this too. It's like, no, there's a pattern of being that you have to fall into alignment with. And I think it's the pattern of being, by the way, that if you fall into alignment with, it gives you hope, it protects you from anxiety, and it gives you a sense of harmony with your surroundings and with other people. And none of that's arbitrary.
But don't you think we both arrived to this conversation with rigid axioms that we have? Maybe we're blind to them, but in the same way that the Marxists came with very rigid axioms about the way the world is and the way it should be, aren't we coming to that?
Well, we definitely come to the conversation with a hierarchy of foundational axioms, right? And I would say the more sophisticated you are as a thinker, the deeper the level at which you're willing to play. So imagine first that you have presumptions of different depth. There's more predicated on the more fundamental axioms. And then that there's a space of play around those. And that space of play is going to depend on the sophistication of the player, obviously. But
I would be very
those who are capable of engaging in deeper conversations talk about more fundamental things with more play. Now, we have to come to the conversation with a certain degree of structure because we wouldn't be able to understand each other or communicate if a lot of things weren't already assumed or taken for granted.
How rigid is the hierarchy of axioms that religion provides? This is what I'm trying to understand. The rigidity of that hierarchy.
Rigid as play.
Well, play is not rigid at all.
No. It's got a rigidity.
There's some constraints.
It took me about 40 years to figure out the answer to that question. So it wasn't. I'm serious about that. So it wasn't a random answer. So play is very rigid in some ways. So like if you and I go out to play basketball or chess, like there are rules and you can't break the rules because then you're no longer in the game. But then there's a dynamism within those rules that's, well, with chess, it's virtually infinite. I mean, I think, what is it? There's more patterns of potential games on a chessboard than there are subatomic particles in the observable universe. Like it's an insane space. So it's not like there's not freedom within it. But it's a weird paradox in a way, isn't it? Because
Miss Aquarius,
music is like this too. Is that
how are you, Miss Aquarius?
I was a bit sleepy. I just woke up. I don't have to go to work today. I took off for today. And next Tuesday, I have to go back to Wednesday. I'm going to be doing some stuff, so I just love I'm in vacation.
Well, that's amazing. Did you come in last night?
No, I didn't. Did I? I don't know.
That's okay. If you did, I was just going to say apologies if I didn't see you. So just get some extra long sleep in here.
You still want to play a little bit?
Absolutely.
Oh, guys.
Keep our friend Audie in your thoughts.
I got to talk to him. So I said hello.
Oh, she is not doing well, Miss Aquarius.
I will keep running first.
She needs all the help she can get.
All right. Here we go.
You got an invitation.
Here I go.
Oh, look at that.
Nice and slow.
Nice and slow. Slow and steady. Low and slow. Get it.
You got this, Rabbi.
Oh, for sure. Without a doubt, Mr. Aquarius. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Oh, are you serious? All right. I'm going to get this. All right, I'll take it. Tie you.
Damn. Another split.
This is a tough one. All right, just get one.
Okay,
That's good.
I got
That's
one,
good.
I got one.
It was very easy to get none there. There we go. That was garbage. I'm going to now get all these on the right. Here we go.
Now get it.
No,
Get 'em.
no doubt.
You get it.
Get it. Get it. Get it. Come on. Boo. That was not what we wanted.
Yep.
All right. Got it. No doubt.
Yay.
Yes. Get this. Perfect. Nice strike. You matched me.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
You can do this.
No doubt.
Yay. Good
That's
job.
what I'm talking about. I said, now that's what I'm talking about. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Oh, that was really good. You're going to double all your points. 52.
Yeah, I know how to do this one.
Maybe right in the middle.
No.
That's okay.
Yeah.
You got it.
Ooh, that was a good
That
one.
was a beautiful spear, and you keep going. Big shot. Perfect. That was really good. That was right in the middle. You couldn't have done any better.
All right, you got this.
No doubt. That's one.
Yay.
One strike. Get it.
Nice and slow.
That's all right. This is a tough split. I'm just going to try to get the 3 on the left. Oh. All right. That's one.
Yeah, you win.
Yes, ma'am. I win, you
One
win.
more.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we both won.
Exactly. Undefeated in bowling,
Yeah.
undefeated in friendship.
Yeah.
Get it.
Yeah. I knew I was gonna do that. That's tough. Okay. All right.
Easy.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Good job.
Thank you, ma'am. Get it. Get this one on the left. Or 2 on the left. Get it.
Okay.
Excellent spare, Mr. Aquarius.
All right. You got this right on.
For sure. Without a doubt. That's 2 strikes in a row.
Yes.
That's
Good
what
job.
I'm talking about. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Nice and slow. Look at all those pins. All right, get these two on the right and have them hit to the left. Okay, that works. You got two.
Come on, Rabbi, do it again.
Get it, baby. Ooh, almost. But I could get this one. Oh, I knew I'd hit it too far to the left. Miss Aquarius, I knew I hit it too far to the left.
Yeah.
There you go.
Come on, yeah.
Get these two on the right and have them hit to the left.
Yeah.
I did the same thing you did, but the other
I
side.
don't care. You win, I win. It's all right.
That's right, Miss Aquarius. Not good.
It doesn't matter no more.
Ooh. Get it. That's four. Now get these four. Almost. Got it.
Right.
No doubt.
Yay.
I'm going to get another one right here. Two.
Yay. Well, you gotta teach me.
Get three. 3 strikes in a row.
You gotta teach
Yes, ma'am.
me.
Thank you.
You gotta teach me.
All right.
All right.
You take on the day.
Stay right here. Go to sleep.
Well, then you fall back asleep. Enjoy yourself.
All right. I will.
Sweet
I'll see you
dreams.
later.
Excellent.
There are definitely rules. And there are things, you can't throw a basketball into a chess board and still be playing chess. But weirdly enough, if you adhere to the rules, the realm of freedom increases rather than decreasing. And I think you can make the same case for a playful conversation. It's like we're playing by certain rules and a lot of them are implicit. But that doesn't mean that, it might mean the reverse of constraint, because in this seminar, for example, that I was referring to, the Exodus seminar and then the Gospel seminar, everybody in the seminar, there's about 8 of us, played fair. Nobody used power. Nobody tried to prove they were right. They put forward their points, but they were like, here's a way of looking at that. Assess it. And they were also doing it genuinely. It's like, this is what I've concluded about, say, this story. And I'm going to make a case for it, but I'd like to hear what you have to say, because maybe you can change it, you can extend it, you can find a flaw in it. And that's a conversation that has flow and that's engaging and that other people will listen to as well. And that's also, I think that one of the things that we can conclude now, and we can do this even from a neuroscientific basis, is that sense of engaged meaning is a marker not only for the emergence of harmony between you and your environment, but for the emergence of that harmony in a way that is developmentally rich, that moves you upward towards, what would you say? Well, I think towards a more effective entropic state. That's actually the technical answer to that. But it makes you more than you are. And there's a directionality in that.
Well, I would like to the reason I like talking about communism, because it has clearly been shown as a set of ideas to be destructive to humanity. But I would like to understand from an engineer perspective the characteristics of communism versus religion, where you could identify religious thought is going to lead to a better human being, a better society, and communist Marxist thought is not.
Yeah,
because there's ambiguity, there's room for play in communism and Marxism, because they kind of had a utopian sense of where everybody's headed. Don't know how it's going to happen. Maybe revolution is required, but after the revolution is done, we'll figure it out. And there's an underlying assumption that maybe human beings are good and they'll figure it out once you remove the oppressor.
Yeah.
I mean, all these ideas kind of, until you put them into practice, it can be quite convincing.
Very.
If you were in the 19th century. If I was reading, which is kind of fascinating. The 19th century produced such powerful ideas. Marx and Nietzsche.
Oh, fascism too, for that matter.
Fascism. So, if I was sitting there, like, especially if I'm feeling shitty about myself, a lot of these ideas are pretty powerful as a way to plug the nihilist hole.
Yeah, right, absolutely. Well, and some of them may actually have an appropriate scope of application. Like, it could be that some of the foundational axioms of communism, socialism / communism, are actually functional in a sufficiently small social group, maybe a tribal group even. Like, I also have I'm not sure this is correct, but I have a suspicion that the pervasive attractiveness of some of the radical left ideas that we're talking about are pervasive precisely because they are functional within, say, families, but also within the small tribal groups that people might have originally evolved into. And that once we become civilized, so we produce societies that are united, even among people who don't know one another, different principles have to apply as a consequence of scale. So that's partly an engineering response, but I think there's a deeper way of going after the communist problem. So I think part of the fundamental problem with the communist axioms is the notion that the world of complex social interactions can be simplified sufficiently so that centralized planning authorities can deal with it. And I think the best way to think about the free exchange rejoinder to that presumption is, no, the sum total of human interactions in a large civilization are so immense that you need a distributed network of cognition in order to compute the proper way forward. And so what you do is you give each actor their domain of individual choice so that they can maximize their own movement forward, and you allow the aggregate direction to emerge from that rather than trying to impose it from the top down, which I think is computationally impossible. So that might be one engineering reason why the communist solution doesn't work. Like I read in Solzhenitsyn, for example, that the Central Soviet authorities often had to make 200 pricing decisions a day. Now, if you've ever started a business or created a product and had to wrestle with the problem of pricing, you become aware of just how intractable that is. Like, how do you calculate worth? Well, there's the central existential problem of life. How do you calculate worth? It's not something like a central authority can sit down and just manage. And there is a lot of inputs that go into a pricing decision. And the free market answer to that is something like, well, if you get the price right, people will buy it and you'll survive.
This is a fascinating way to describe how ideas fail. So communism perhaps fails because just like with people who believe the earth is flat, when you look outside, it looks flat.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't see beyond the horizon, I guess. So
yeah, right.
In the same way with communism seems like a great idea in my family and my people I love, but it doesn't scale.
And it doesn't iterate. And that's a form of scaling too.
Right. Well, I mean, whatever ways it breaks down, it doesn't scale.
Yeah.
And you're saying religious thought is a thing that might scale.
I would say religious thought is the record of those ideas that have in fact scaled. Right.
And
right.
iterated.
Iterated.
Does religious thought iterate? So, I mean, there's a fundamental conservative aspect to religious thought.
Yeah.
Tradition.
Yeah. This is why I like Mircea Eliade, for example, who I referred to earlier. One of the things Eliade did, and very effectively, and people like Joseph Campbell, who in some ways were popularizers of Eliade's ideas and Carl Jung's, what they really did was devote themselves to an analysis of those ideas that scaled and iterated across the largest possible spans of time. And so Eliade and Jung, Erich Neumann, they were looking, and Campbell, they were looking at patterns of narrative that were common across religious traditions that had spanned millennia, and found many patterns. The hero's myth, for example, is one of those patterns. And it's, I think, the evidence that it has its reflection in human neurophysiology and neuropsychology is incontrovertible. And so these foundational narratives, they last. They're common across multiple religious traditions. They unite, they work psychologically, but they also reflect the underlying neurophysiological architecture. So I can give you an example of that. So the hero myth is really a quest myth. And a quest myth is really a story of exploration and expansion of adaptation, right? So Bilbo, the Hobbit, he's kind of an ordinary everyman. He lives in a very constrained and orderly and secure world. And then the quest call comes and he goes out and he expands his personality and develops his wisdom. And that's reflected in human neuropsychological architecture at a very low level, way below cognition. So one of the most fundamental elements of the mammalian brain, and even in lower animal forms, is the hypothalamus. It's sort of the root of primary motivation. So it governs lust and it regulates your breathing, and it regulates your hunger, and it regulates your thirst, and it regulates your temperature. Like really low level biological necessities are regulated by the hypothalamus. When you get hungry, it's the hypothalamus. When you're activated in a defensively aggressive manner, that's the hypothalamus. Half the hypothalamus is the origin of the dopaminergic tracts, and they subsume exploration. And so you can think of the human motivational reality as a domain that's governed by axiomatic motivational states, love, sex, defensive aggression, hunger, and another domain that's governed by exploration. And the rule would be something like, when your basic motivational states are sated, explore. Well, then, and that's not cognitive. Like I said, this is deep, deep brain architecture. It's extraordinarily ancient. And the exploration story is something like, go out into the unknown and take the risks, because the information that you discover and the skills you develop will be worthwhile even in sating the basic motivational drives. And then you want to learn to do that in an iterative manner, so it sustains across time, and you want to do it in a way that unites you with other people. And there's a pattern to that, and I do think that's the pattern that's we strive to encapsulate in our deep religious narratives. And I think that in many ways we've done that successfully.
What is the belief in God? How does that fit in? What does it mean to believe in God?
Okay, so in one of the stories that I cover in We Who Wrestle with God, which I've only recently begun to take apart, say in the last 2 years, is the story of Abraham. It's a very cool story. And it's also related, by the way, to your question about what makes communism wrong. And Dostoevsky knew this, not precisely the Abraham story, but the same reason. In Notes from Underground, Dostoevsky made a very telling observation. So he speaks in the voice of a cynical, nihilistic, and bitter bureaucrat who's been a failure, who's talking cynically about the nature of human beings, but also very accurately. And one of the things he points out with regards to modern utopianism is that human beings are very strange creatures, and that if you gave them what the socialist utopians want to give them, so let's say all your needs are taken care of, all your material needs are taken care of, and even indefinitely. Dostoevsky's claim was, you don't understand human beings very well, because if you put them in an environment that was that comfortable, they would purposefully go insane just to break it into bits, just so something interesting would happen. Right. And he says it's the human proclivity to curse and complain. And he says this in quite a cynic and caustic manner, but he's pointing to something deep, which is that we're not built for comfort and security. We're not infants. We're not after satiation. So then you might ask, well, what the hell are we after then? That's what the Abraham story addresses. And Abraham is the first true individual in the biblical narrative. So you can think about his story as the archetypal story of the developing individual. So you said, well, what's God? Well, in the Abraham story, God is characterized a lot of different ways in the classic religious texts. Like the Bible is actually a compilation of different characterizations of the divine, with the insistence that they reflect an underlying unity. In the story of Abraham, the divine is the call to adventure. So Abraham has the socialist utopia at hand. He's from a wealthy family, and he has everything he needs. And he actually doesn't do anything until he's in his 70s. Now, hypothetically, people in those times lived much longer. But a voice comes to Abraham, and it tells him something very specific. It says, leave your zone of comfort. Leave your parents, leave your tent, leave your community, leave your tribe, leave your land. Go out into the world. And Abraham thinks, well, why? I've got naked slave girls peeling grapes and feeding them to me. It's like, what do I need an adventure for? And God tells them, this is the covenant, by the way. Part of the covenant that the God of the Israelites makes with his people. It's very, very specific. It's very brilliant. He says, if you follow the voice of adventure, you'll become a blessing to yourself. So that's a good deal because people generally live at odds with themselves. And he says, God says, that's not all. You'll become a blessing to yourself in a way that furthers your reputation among people and validly, so that you'll accomplish things that were real and people will know it, and you'll be held high in their esteem, and that will be valid. So that's a pretty good deal because social people would like to be regarded as of utility and worth by others, and so that's a good deal. And God says that's not all. You'll establish something of lasting, permanent, and deep value. That's why Abraham becomes the father of nations. And finally, he caps it off, and he says there's a better element even to it. There's a capstone. You'll do all three of those things in a way that's maximally beneficial to everyone else. And so the divinity in the Abrahamic story is making a claim. It says, first of all, there's a drive that you should attend to. So the spirit of adventure that calls you out of your zone of comfort. Now, if you attend to that and you make the sacrifices necessary to follow that path, then the following benefits will accrue to you. Your life will be a blessing. Everyone will hold you in high esteem. You'll establish something of permanent value, and you'll do it in a way that's maximally beneficial to everyone else. And so think about what this means biologically or from an engineering standpoint. It means that the instinct to develop that characterizes outward moving children, let's say, or adults, is the same instinct that allows for psychological stability, that allows for movement upward in the social hierarchy, that establishes something iterable, and that does that in a manner that allows everyone else to partake in the same process. Well, that's a good deal. And I can't see how it cannot be true, because the alternative hypothesis would be that the spirit that moves you beyond yourself to develop, the spirit of a curious child, let's say, what is that antithetical to your own esteem? Is that antithetical to other people's best interest? Is it not the thing that increases the probability that you'll do something permanent? That's a stupid theory.
So God is a call to adventure with some constraints.
A call to true adventure.
To true
adventure. Yeah, and then that's a good observation, because that begs the question. What constitutes the most true adventure? Well, that's not fully fleshed out until, at least from the Christian perspective, let's say, that's not fully fleshed out until the Gospels. Because the passion of Christ is you could say, this is a perfectly reasonable way of looking at it, the passion of Christ is the truest adventure of Abraham. That's a terrible thing, because the passion story is a catastrophic tragedy, although it obviously has its redemptive elements. But one of the things that's implied there is that there's no distinction between the true adventure of life and taking on the pathway of maximal responsibility and burden. And I can't see how that cannot be true. Because the counter hypothesis is, well, Lex, the best thing for you to do in your life is to shrink from all challenge and hide. Right? To remain infantile, to remain secure, not to ever push yourself beyond your limits, not to take any risks. Well, no one thinks that's true.
So basically, the maximally worthwhile adventure could possibly be highly correlated with the hardest possible available adventure.
The hardest possible available adventure voluntarily undertaken.
Does it have to be
has
voluntary?
To be absolutely.
How do you define voluntarily?
Well, here's an example of that. That's a good question too. When Christ is the night before the crucifixion, which in principle he knows is coming, he asks God to relieve him of his burden, and understandably so. I mean, that's the scene famously in which he's literally sweating blood, because he knows what's coming. And the Romans designed crucifixion to be the most agonizing and humiliating possible. Agonizing, humiliating, and disgusting possible death. Right, so there was every reason to be apprehensive about that. And you might say, well, could you undertake that voluntarily as an adventure? And the answer to that is something like, well, what's your relationship with death? Like, that's a problem you have to solve. And you could fight it, and you could be bitter about it, and there's reasons for that, especially if it's painful and degrading. But the alternative is something like, all right, what's fleshed out in religious imagery always is very difficult to cast into words. It's like, no, you welcome the struggle. That's why I called the books "We Who Wrestle with God," You welcome the struggle. And Lex, I don't see how you can come to terms with life without construing it as something like, bring it on. Welcome the struggle. And I can't see that there's a limit to this. Like, well, I welcome the struggle until it gets difficult.
So there's not a bell curve, like the struggle in moderation. Basically, you have to welcome whatever as hard as it gets. And the crucifixion in that way is a symbol
of that. Well, and it's worse than that in some ways, because the crucifixion exemplifies the worst possible death. But that isn't the only element of the struggle, because mythologically, classically, after Christ's death, he heralds hell. And what that means, as far as I can tell, psychologically, is that you're not only required, let's say, to take on the full existential burden of life and to welcome it, regardless of what it is, and to maintain your upward aim despite all temptations to the contrary, but you also have to confront the root of malevolence itself. So it's not merely tragedy, and I think the malevolence is actually worse. And the reason I think that is because I know the literature on post-traumatic stress disorder, and most people who encounter, let's say, a challenge that's so brutal that it fragments them, it isn't mere suffering that does that to people. It's an encounter with malevolence that does that to people. Their own, sometimes, often, by the way. Soldier will go out into a battlefield and find out that there's a part of him that really enjoys the mayhem. And that conceptualization doesn't fit in well with everything he thinks he knows about himself and humanity. And after that contact with that dark part of himself, he never recovers. That happens to people, and it happens to people who encounter bad actors in the world too. If you're a naive person and the right narcissistic psychopath comes your way, you are in like mortal trouble because you might die, but that's not where the trouble ends.
If there's a young man in their 20s listening to this, how do they escape the pull of Dostoevsky's Notes from Underground? With the eyes open to the world, how do they select the adventure?
So there's other characterizations of the divine, say in the Old Testament stories. So one pattern of characterization that I think is really relevant to that question is the conception of God as calling and conscience. Okay, so what does it mean? It's a description of the manner in which your destiny announces itself to you. And I'm using that terminology, and it's distinguishable, say, from Nietzsche's notion that you create your own values. It's like, part of the way you can tell that that's wrong is that you can't voluntarily gerrymander your own interests, right? Like, you find some things interesting, and that seems natural and autonomous, and other things you don't find interesting, and you can't really force yourself to be interested in it. Now, so what is the domain of interest that makes itself manifest to you? Well, it's like an autonomous spirit. It's like certain things in your field of perception are illuminated to you. Think, oh, that's interesting, that's compelling, that's gripping. Rudolf Otto, who studied the phenomenology of religious experience, described that as numinous. Thing grips you because you're compelled by it, and maybe it's also somewhat anxiety provoking. It's the same reaction that, like, the cat has to a dog when the cat's hair stands on end. That's an awe response. And so there's going to be things in your phenomenological field that pull you forward, compel you. That's like the voice of positive emotion and enthusiasm. Things draw you into the world. Might be love, might be aesthetic interest, it might be friendship, it might be social status, it might be duty and industriousness. Like, there's various domains of interest that shine to people. That's sort of on the positive side. God is calling, right? That would be akin to the spirit of adventure for Abraham. But there's also God is conscience, and this is a useful thing to know too. Certain things bother you. They take root within you, and they turn your thoughts towards certain issues. Like, there are things you're interested in that you've pursued your whole life. There are things I'm interested in that I felt as a moral compulsion. And so you can think, and I think the way you can think about it technically is that something pulls you forward so that you move ahead and you develop. And then another voice, just the voice of negative emotion, says, well, you're moving forward, stay on this narrow pathway, right? And it'll mark deviations, and it marks deviations with shame and guilt and anxiety, regret, and that actually has a voice. Don't do that. Well, why not? Well, you're wandering off the straight and narrow path. So the divine marks the pathway forward and reveals it, but then puts up the constraints of conscience. And the divine in the Old Testament is portrayed not least as the dynamics between calling and conscience.
What do you do with the negative emotions? You didn't mention envy. There's some really dark ones that can really pull you into some bad places. Envy, fear.
Yeah, envy is a really bad one. Pride and envy are among the worst. Those are the sins of Cain, by the way, in the story of Cain and Abel. Because Cain fails because his sacrifices are insufficient. He doesn't offer his best. And so he's rejected. And that makes him bitter and unhappy. And he goes to complain to God, and God says to him two things. He said, God tells him, if your sacrifices were appropriate, you'd be accepted. It's a brutal thing. It's a brutal rejoinder. And he also says, you can't blame your misery on your failure. You could learn from your failure. When you failed, you invited in the spirit of envy and resentment, and you allowed it to possess you, and that's why you're miserable. And so Cain is embittered by that response, and that's when he kills Abel. And so you might say, well, how do you fortify yourself against that pathway of resentment? And part of classic religious practice is aimed to do that precisely. What's the antithesis of envy? Gratitude. That's something you can practice, right? And I mean, literally practice.
I think envy is one of the biggest enemies for a young person, because basically you're starting from nowhere. Life is hard. You've achieved nothing, and you're striving and you're failing constantly
and you see other people who you think aren't having the same problem.
Yeah, and they succeed. And they could be your neighbor, they could be succeeding by a little bit, or somebody on the internet succeeding by a lot. And I think that can really pull a person down. That kind of envy can really destroy a person.
Yeah, definitely. Well, the gratitude element would be something like, well, yeah, you don't know anything, and you're at the bottom, but you're not 80. You know, one of the best predictors of wealth in the United States is age. So then you might say, well, who's got it better? The old rich guy or the young poor guy? And I would say most old rich guys would trade their wealth for youth. So it's not exactly clear at all at any stage who's got the upper hand, who's got the advantage. And, you know, you could say, well, I've got all these burdens in front of me because I'm young and oh my God. Or you could say, every dragon has its treasure. And that's actually a pattern of perception. You know, I'm not saying that people don't have their challenges. They certainly do. But discriminating between a challenge and an opportunity is very, very difficult. And learning to see a challenge as an opportunity, that's the beginning of wisdom.
It's interesting. I don't know how it works. Maybe you can elucidate. But when you have envy towards somebody, if you just celebrate them with gratitude, but actually, as opposed to sort of ignoring and being grateful for the things you have, like you literally celebrate that person, it transforms. It lights the way. I don't know why that is exactly.
The only reason you're envious is because you see someone who has something that you want. Okay, so let's think about it. Well, first of all, the fact that they have it means that in principle you could get it. At least someone has. So that's a pretty good deal. And then you might say, well, the fact that I'm envious of that person means that I actually want something. And then you might think, well, what am I envious of? I'm envious of their attractiveness to women. It's like, okay, well, now you know something about yourself. You know that one true motivation that's making itself manifest to you is that you wish that you would be the sort of person who is attracted to women. Now, of course, that's an extremely common longing among men, period, but particularly among young men. It's like, well, what makes you so sure you couldn't have that? Well, how about, here's an answer. You don't have enough faith in yourself. And maybe you don't have enough faith in, well, I would say the divine. You don't believe that the world is characterized by enough potentiality so that even miserable you has a crack at the brass ring. And like I talked about this actually practically in one of my previous books, because I wrote a chapter called Compare yourself to who you are and not to someone else at the present time. Well, why? Well, your best benchmark for tomorrow is you today. And you might not be able to have what someone else has on the particular axis you're comparing yourself with them on, but you could make an incremental improvement over your current state, regardless of the direction that you're aiming. And it is the case, and this is a law. The return on incremental improvement is exponential or geometric and not linear. So even if you start, this is why the hero is always born in a lowly place, mythologically. Right? Christ, who redeems the world, is born in a manger with the animals to poverty-stricken parents in the middle of a God-forsaken desert, in a nondescript time and place, isolated. Well, why? Well, because everyone young struggles with their insufficiency. But that doesn't mean that great things can't make themselves manifest. And part of the insistence in the biblical text, for example, is that it's incumbent on you to have the courage, to have faith in yourself and in the spirit of reality, the essence of reality, regardless of how you construe the evidence at hand. Right. Look at me. I'm so useless. I don't know anything. I don't have anything. It's hopeless. I don't have it within me. The world couldn't offer me that possibility. Well, what the hell do you know about that? This is what Job figures out in the midst of his suffering in the book of Job, because Job is tortured terribly by God, who makes a bet with Satan himself to bring him down. And Job's decision in the face of his intense suffering is, I'm not going to lose faith in my essential goodness, and I'm not going to lose faith in the essential goodness of being itself, regardless of how terrible the face it's showing to me at the moment happens to be. And I think, okay, what do you make of that claim? Well, let's look at it practically. You're being tortured by the arbitrariness of life. That's horrible. Now you lose faith in yourself, and you become cynical about being. So, are you infinitely worse off instantly? And then you might say, well, yeah, but it's really asking a lot of people that they maintain faith even in their darkest hours. It's like, yeah, that might be asking everything from people. But then you also might ask, this is a very strange question. If you were brought into being by something that was essentially good, wouldn't that thing that brought you into being demand that you make the best in yourself manifest? And wouldn't it be precisely when you most need that you'd be desperate enough to risk what it would take to let it emerge?
So you kind of make it seem that reason could be the thing that takes you out of a place of darkness, sort of finding that calling through reason. I think it's also possible when reason fails you to just take the leap. Navigate not by reason, but by finding the thing that scares you, the risk, to take the risk, take the leap, and then figure it out while you're in the air.
Yeah, well, I think that's always part of a heroic adventure. Is that ability to cut the Gordian knot. But you could also ask from an engineering perspective, okay, what are the axioms that make a decision like that possible? And the answer would be something like, I'm going to make the presumption that if I move forward in good faith, whatever happens to me will be the best thing that could possibly happen, no matter what it is. And I think that's actually how you make an alliance with truth. And I also think that truth is an adventure. And the way you make an alliance with truth is by assuming that whatever happens to you, if you're living in truth, is the best thing that could happen, even if you can't see that at any given moment. Because otherwise you'd say that truth would be just the handmaiden of advantage. Well, I'm going to say something truthful, and I pay a price. Well, that means I shouldn't have said it. Well, that possibly, but that's not the only possible standard of evaluation. Because what you're doing is you're making the outcome your deity, right? Well, I just reverse that and say, no, truth is the deity. The outcome is variable, but that doesn't eradicate the initial action. Where's the constant, right? What's the constant?
It may be when you said Abraham was being fed by naked ladies,
that's an interpolation, obviously, but
Well,
would have
yes.
been out of keeping for the time.
But it does make me think, sort of in stark contrast to Nietzsche's own life, that perhaps getting laid early on in life is a useful starter. Step one, get laid and then go for adventure. There's some basic arguments of satiation of basic
So
desires.
I think it's perfectly reasonable to bring the sexual element in because it's a powerful motivating force and it has to be integrated. I don't think it's adventure, it's romantic adventure.
Right. But the lack of basic interaction, sexual interaction, I feel like is the engine that drives towards that cynicism of the incel.
It is,
in
but
Dostoevsky's Notes from Underground.
there's very little doubt about that. We know perfectly well anthropologically that the most unstable social situation you can generate is young men with no access to women. That's not good. And they'll do anything to reverse that situation. So that's very dangerous. But then I would also say there's every suggestion that the pathway of adventure itself is the best pathway to romantic attractiveness. And we know this in some ways in a very blunt manner. The Google boys, the engineers who are too, what would you say, naively oriented towards empirical truth to note when they're being politically incorrect, they wrote a great book called A Billion Wicked Thoughts, which I really like. It's a very good book, and it's engineers as psychologists. And so they'll say all sorts of things that no one with any sense would ever say that happen to be true. And they studied the pattern of pornographic fantasy, and women like pornographic stories, not images. So women's use of pornography is literary. Who are the main protagonists in female pornographic fantasy? Pirates, werewolves, vampires, surgeons, billionaires. Tony Stark.
Yeah.
And so the basic pornographic narrative is Beauty and the Beast. Those 5 categories. Terrible, aggressive male, tameable by the right relationship, hot erotic attraction. And so I would say to the young men who, and I have many times, to the young men who are locked in isolation, it's first of all, join the bloody club. Because the default value of a 15-year-old male on the mating market is 0. And there's reason for that. And 0 is a bit of an exaggeration, but not much. And the reason for that is, well, what the hell do you know? Like, you're not good for anything. Yes, you have potential, and maybe plenty. And hopefully that'll be made manifest. But you shouldn't be all upset because you're the same loser as everyone else your age has always been since the beginning of time. But then you might ask, well, what should I do about it? The answer is, get yourself together. Stand up straight with your shoulders back. Take on some adventure. Find your calling. Abide by your conscience. Put yourself together, and you'll become attractive. And we know this is. Look, we know this is true. The correlation between male sexual opportunity and relative masculine status is about 0.6. That's higher than the correlation between intelligence and academic achievement. I don't think that there's a larger correlation between 2 independent phenomena in the entire social science and health literature than the correlation between relative male social status and reproductive success. It's by far the most fundamental determinant.
But what's the cause and effect there?
Absolutely. Men are motivated to attain social status because it confers upon them reproductive success. And that's not only cognitively, but biologically. I'll give you an example of this. There's a documentary I watch from time to time, which I think is the most brilliant documentary I've ever seen. It's called Crumb. And it's the story of this underground cartoonist, Robert Crumb, who was in high school, was in the category of males, for whom a date was not only not likely, but unimaginable. So he was at the bottom of the bottom rung, and almost all the reactions he got from females wasn't just no, it was like, are you out of your mind? Like, with that contempt, right? And then he became successful. And so the documentary is super interesting because it tracks the utter pathology of his sexual fantasies because he was bitter and resentful. And if you want to understand the psychology of serial sexual killers and the like, and you watch Crumb, you'll find out a lot more about that than anybody with any sense would want to know. But then he makes this transition, and partly because he does take the heroic adventure path, and he actually has a family and children, and he's actually a pretty functional person, as opposed to his brothers, one of whom commits suicide, and one of whom is literally a repeat sexual offender. It's a brutal documentary. But what he did in his adolescence, after being rejected, was found what he was interested in. He's a very good artist. He was very interested in music. Started to pursue those sort of mindfully, and he became successful. And as soon as he became successful, and the documentary tracks this beautifully, he's immediately attracted to women. And then you might ask too, even if you're cynical, it's like, well, why do I have to perform for women? And the answer to that is something like, why the hell should they have anything to do with you if you're useless? They're going to have infants. They don't need another one. Right? Partly the reason that women are hypergamous, like they want males who are of higher status than they are, is because they're trying to redress the reproductive burden. And it's substantial. I mean, the female of any species is the sex that devotes more to the reproductive function. That's a more fundamental definition than chromosomal differentiation. And that's taken to its ultimate extreme with humans. So of course women are going to want someone around that's useful, because the cost of sex for them is an 18-year-old period of dependency with an infant. So I think the adventure comes first.
Heroic adventure comes
Well,
first.
it's complex, because the other problem, let's say, with the Crumb Boys is that their mother was extremely pathological, and they didn't get a lot of genuine feminine nurturance and affection.
Of course, so the family and society are not going to help you most of the time with a heroic adventure, right? They're going to be a barrier
Well,
versus
in good families, they're both, because they put up constraints on your behavior. But I've interviewed a lot of successful people about their calling, let's say, because I do that with all my podcast guests. How did the path that you took to success make itself manifest? And the pattern's very typical. Almost all the people that I've interviewed had a mother and a father. Now, it's not invariant, but I'd say it's there 99% of the time. It's really high. And both of the parents, or at least one of them, but often both, were very encouraging of the person's interests and pathway to development.
That's fascinating. I've heard you analyze it that way before, and I had a reaction to that idea because you focus on the positive of the parents.
Yeah.
I feel like it was maybe I see biographies differently, but it feels like the struggle within the family was the catalyst for greatness in a lot of biographies. Maybe I'm misinterpreting it.
No. I don't think you. I think that's a reflection. Maybe, correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's a reflection of that dynamic between positive and negative emotion. Like my son, for example, who's doing just fine. He's firing on all cylinders as far as I'm concerned. He has a nice family. He gets along with his wife. He's a really good musician. He's got a company. He's running well. He's a delight to be around. He was a relatively disagreeable infant. He was tough-minded. And he didn't take no for an answer. And so there was some tussle in regulating his behavior. He spent a lot of time when he was 2 sitting on the steps trying to get his act together. And so that was the constraint. But that wasn't something that was. It's an opposition to him away, because it was in opposition to the immediate manifestation of his hedonistic desires. But it was also an impetus to further development. I mean, the rule for me, when he was on the stairs, was as soon as you're willing to be a civilized human being, you can get off the stairs. And you might think, well, that's nothing but arbitrary, superego, patriarchal, oppressive constraints. Or you could say, well, no, what I'm actually doing is facilitating his cortical maturation. Because when a child misbehaves, it's usually because they're under the domination of some primordial emotional or motivational impulse. They're angry, they're overenthusiastic, they're upset, they're selfish, like it's narrow self-centeredness expressed in a immature manner.
See, okay, tell me if I'm wrong, but it feels like the engine of greatness, at least on the male side of things, has often been trying to prove the father wrong or trying to gain the acceptance of the father. So that tension, where the parent is not encouraging, like you mentioned, but is basically saying, no, you won't be able to do
Okay,
this.
so my observation as a psychologist has been that it's very, very difficult for someone to get their act together unless they have at least one figure in their life that's encouraging and shows them the pathway forward. So you can have a lot of adversity in your life. And if you have one person around who's a good model and you're neurologically intact, you can latch onto that model. Now, you can also find that model in books. And people do that sometimes. Like, I've interviewed people who had pretty fragmented childhoods who turned to books and found the pattern that guided them in, like, let's say, the adventures of the heroes of the past, because that's a good way of thinking about it. And I read a book called Angela's Ashes that was written by an Irish author, Frank McCourt. Fantastic book, beautiful book. And his father was an alcoholic of gargantuan proportions. He just, an Irish drinker who drank every cent that came into the family, and many of whose children died in poverty. And what Frank did is a testament to the human spirit, is he sort of divided his father conceptually into two elements. There was sober morning father who was encouraging and with whom he had a relationship, and then there was drunk and useless later afternoon and evening father, and he rejected the negative and he amplified his relationship with the positive. Now, like, he had other things going for him, but he did a very good job of discriminating. And I mean, partly the question that you're raising is, to what degree is it useful to have a beneficial adversary? Yeah, and I mean, struggle-free progress is not possible. And I think there are situations under which where, you might be motivated to prove someone in your immediate circle wrong. But then that also implies that at some level, for some reason, you actually care about their judgment. You just didn't write them off completely.
Well, I mean, that's why I say there's an archetype of a young man trying to gain the approval of his father. And I think that repeats itself in a bunch of biographies that I've read. I don't know, there must have been an engine somewhere that they found of approval, of encouragement. Maybe in books, maybe in the mother, or maybe the role of the parents is flipped.
Well, my father was hard to please. Very.
Did you ever succeed?
Yes. But it wasn't easy, ever.
When was the moment when you succeeded?
Late, pretty late. Like 40, maybe later.
Was it gradual or a definitive moment when a shift happened?
My father was always willing to approve of the things I did that were good, although he was not effusive by any stretch of the imagination, and the standards were very high. Now, I was probably fortunate for me, it does bear on the question you're asking. It's like, if you want someone to motivate you optimally, it's complicated because there has to be a temperamental dance between the two people. Like, what you really want is for someone to apply the highest possible standards to you that you're capable of reaching, right? And that's a vicious dance, because you have to have a relationship with your child to do that properly. Because if you want to be optimally motivating as a father, you keep your children on the edge. It's like, you might not reward something in your child that you would think would be good in someone else because you think they could do better. And so my father was pretty clear about the idea that he always expected me to do better. And was that troublesome? It was like, I felt often when I was young that there was no pleasing him. But I also knew that wasn't right. See, I actually knew that wasn't right, because I could remember, especially I think when I was very young, that I did things that he was pleased about. I knew that was possible. So it wasn't unpredictable and arbitrary. It was just difficult.
It sounds like he's hit a pretty good optimal, but it's for each individual human that optimal differs.
Well, that's why you have to have a relationship with your children. You have to know them. And well, with yourself too, and with your wife. you can't hit that optimal. That optimal is probably love. That's because love isn't just acceptance. Love is acceptance and encouragement. And it's not just that either. It's also, no, don't do that. That's beneath you. You're capable of more. How harsh should that be? It's like, that's a really hard question. You know, like if you really love someone, you're not going to put up with their stupidity. Don't do that. You know, one of the rules I had with my little kids was, don't do anything that makes you look like an idiot in public. Why? Because I don't want you disgracing yourself. Why not? Because I like you. I think you're great. And you're not going to act like a bloody fool in public so that people get the wrong idea about you. No.
What about inside a relationship? How a successful relationship is how much challenge, how much peace? Is a successful relationship one that is easy or one that is challenging?
I would say to some degree that depends on your temperament. My wife is quite a provocative person. And there are times when I suppose, do I wish that, there are times when I casually wish that she was easier to get along with. But as soon as I think about it, I don't think that. Because I've always liked her. We were friends ever since we were little kids. And she plays rough. And I like that, as it turns out. Now, that doesn't mean it isn't a pain from time to time, but, you know, and that is going to be a temperamental issue to some degree, and an issue of negotiation. Like, she plays rough, but fair. And the fair part has been establishing that as being part of our ongoing negotiation.
And part of it is in the play, you get to find out about yourself or what your temperament is. Because I don't think that's clear until it's tested.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not. You find out all sorts of things about yourself in a relationship. That's for sure. Well, and partly the reason that there is provocativeness, especially for women in relationship to men, is they want to test them out. Like, can you hold your temper when someone's bothering you? Well, why would a woman want to know that? Well, maybe she doesn't want you to snap and hurt her kids. And so how is she going to find that out? Ask you? Well, you're going to say, well, I'd never do that. It's like, never, eh? Let's find out if it's never. So we don't know how people test each other out in relationships, or why exactly, but it's intense and necessary.
What's in general a man's relationship with temper be?
You should have one, and you should be able to regulate it. Like, that's part of that attractiveness of the monstrous that characterizes women's fantasies. Right? Because, and Nietzsche pointed this out too. Go back to Nietzsche, you know. Yeah. Nietzsche, one of Nietzsche's claims was that most of what passes for morality is nothing but cowardice. You know, I'd never cheat on my wife. Like, is there anybody asking you to that you actually find attractive, or are there dozens of people asking you to that you find attractive? It's like, well, I would never cheat. It's like, no, you just don't have the opportunity. Now, I'm not saying that everyone's in that position, you know, that they would cheat even if they had the opportunity, because that's not true. And it's the same with regards to, oh, I'm a peaceful man. It's like, no, you're not. You're just a weak coward. You wouldn't dare have a confrontation, physical or metaphysical. And you're passing it off as morality because you don't want to come to terms with the fact of your own weakness and cowardice. And part of what I would say is twisted pseudo-Christian morality that Nietzsche was criticizing was exactly of that sort. And it tied into resentment and envy. And he tied that in explicitly. Said that failure in life, masked by the morality that's nothing but weak cowardice, turns to the resentment that undermines and destroys everything, and that does that purposefully.
Yeah, I think he was criticizing if under the facade of niceness, there's an ocean of resentment.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. That's also the danger of being too forthcoming with people. See, this is another thing, let's say, about my wife, who's not particularly agreeable. It's like, she's not particularly agreeable, but she's not resentful. And that's because she doesn't give things away that she isn't willing to. And if you're agreeable and nice and you're conflict avoidant, you'll push yourself too far to please the other person. And then that makes you bitter and resentful. So that's not helpful.
Do you think you'll be in trouble for saying this on a podcast later?
No, we know each other pretty well. And like I said, it's a trait that I find admirable. It's provocative and challenging.
And it seems to work.
Well, we've been together 50 years, so
Quick pause. That's right. If we can descend from the realm of ideas down to history and reality, I would say the time between World War I and World War II was one of history's biggest testing of ideas, and really the most dramatic kinds of ideas that helped us understand the nature of good and evil. I just want to ask you sort of a question about good and evil. Churchill, in many ways, was not a good man. Stalin, as you've documented extensively, was a horrible man. But you can make the case that both were necessary for stopping an even worse human being in Hitler. So to what degree do you need monsters to fight monsters? Do you need bad men to be able to fight off greater evils?
it's everything in its proper place is the answer to that. You know, we might think that our life would be easier without fear, let's say. We might say that our life would be easier without anger or pain. But the truth of the matter is that those things are beneficial, even though they can cause great suffering, but they have to be in their proper place. And that capacity that could in one context be a terrible force for evil can, in the proper context, be the most potent force for good. A good man has to be formidable. And partly what that means, as far as I can tell, is that you have to be able to say no. And no means, like, I thought a lot about no, working as a clinician, because I did a lot of strategic counseling with my clients in a lot of extremely difficult situations. And I learned to take apart what no meant. And also when dealing with my own children, because I used no sparingly, because it's a powerful weapon, let's say. But I meant it. And with my kids, what it meant was, if you continue that pattern of behavior, something you do not like will happen to you with 100% certainty. And when that's the case and you're willing to implement it, you don't have to do it very often. With regards to monstrosity, it's like weak men aren't good. They're just weak. That's Nietzsche's observation. That's partly, again, why he was tempted to place the will to power, let's say, and to deal with that notion in a manner that, when it was tied with the revaluation of all values, was counterproductive. Counterproductive in the final analysis. It's not like there wasn't something to what he was driving at. You know, formidable men are admirable, and don't mess with them. Douglas Murray's a good example of that. He's a rather slight guy, but he's got a spine of steel, and there's no more than a bit of what's monstrous in him. And Jocko Willink is like that, and Joe Rogan is like that, and you're like that.
But there's a different level. I mean, if you look, to me, Churchill might represent the thing you're talking about, but World War II, Hitler would not be stopped without Stalin.
Well, I wonder, yes.
And if I may insert into this picture of complexity, Hitler would have not stopped until he enslaved and exterminated the entirety of the Slavic people. The Jewish people, the Slavic people, the Gypsies, everybody who's not Aryan. But then Stalin, in the mass rape of German women by the Red Army as they marched towards Berlin, is a kind of manifestation, the full monstrosity that a person can be.
You can easily be in this situation. You can easily, unfortunately, find yourself in a situation where all you have in front of you are a variety of bad options. That's partly why, if you have any sense, you try to conduct yourself very carefully in life, because you don't want to be in a position where you've made so many mistakes that all the options left to you are terrible. And so you said, well, was it necessary to ally with Stalin? It's like, well, it's very difficult to second guess the trajectory of something as complex as World War II, but we could say casually, at least as Westerners have in general, that alliance was necessary. Now, I think the mistake that the West made in the aftermath of World War II was in not dealing as forthrightly with the catastrophes of communism as an ideology as we did with fascism. And that's especially true of the intellectuals in the universities. I mean, it was very common when I was teaching both at Harvard and at the University of Toronto for the students in my personality class, where we studied Solzhenitsyn, who's actually an existential psychologist in many ways and a deep one. None of them knew anything about the Soviet atrocities. None of them knew anything about what happened in Ukraine and the death of 6 million productive people. Had no idea that the communists killed tens of millions of people in the aftermath of the Russian Revolution.
They know even less about Mao and the Great Revolt.
Yeah, right. Which some estimates are 100 million people. Now, you know, when your error bars are in the tens of millions, well, that's a real indication of a cataclysm, and nobody knows how many people died from direct oppression or indirect in the Soviet Union. 20 million, it seems like a reasonable estimate. Solzhenitsyn's upper bound was higher than that.
And how do you measure the intellectual output that was suppressed and killed off? The number of intellectuals, artists, and writers that were put into
productive farmers, for that matter, and anyone who was willing to tell the truth. Right, absolutely. So, yeah, catastrophic. And so I think the West's failure wasn't so much allying with Stalin. I mean, it was Douglas MacArthur who wanted to continue. He thought we should just take the Soviets out after the Second World War. And they removed them from any position of authority where such a thing might be made possible. And people were tired. But was MacArthur wrong? Well, he certainly wasn't wrong in his insistence that Stalin was as big a monster as Hitler, or bigger. So the valorization of the leftist proclivity, the radical leftist proclivity, is the sin of the West, I think, more intensely than allying with Stalin.
Tricky, nuanced topic, but if we look at the modern day and the threat of communism and Marxism in the United States, to me, it's disrespectful to the atrocities of the 20th century to call somebody like Kamala Harris a communist. But I see the sort of escalation of the extremeness of language being used. When you call somebody like Donald Trump a fascist, then it makes total sense to then use similar extreme terminology for somebody like Kamala Harris. But maybe I could ask your evaluation. If you look at the political landscape today, somebody like Joe Biden, Kamala Harris.
Well, the first thing I would say is that I think that viewing the political landscape of today as a political landscape is actually wrong. I think it's not the right frame of reference, because what I see happening are a very small percentage of dark tetrad personality types, so Machiavellian, manipulative, narcissistic, wanting undeserved attention, psychopathic, that makes them predatory parasites, and sadistic, because that goes along with the other three. That's about, in the serious manifestation, that's probably 3 to 5% of the population. And they're generally kept under pretty decent control by civilized people and stable social interactions. I think that their machinations are disinhibited by cost-free social media communication. So they gain disproportionate influence. Now, these people want undeserved recognition and social status and everything that goes along with it. And they don't care how they get it. Because when I say they want that, I mean that's all they want.
So in the realm of social media, you mentioned yes, but are you also suggesting that they're overrepresented in the realm of politics, politicians, and so on?
They're overrepresented in the realm of fractious political discourse because they can use ideas. First of all, they can use, let's say, the benevolent ideas of the right and the benevolent ideas of the left, either one, and switch back and forth for that matter, as a camouflage to what they're actually up to.
So how do you've interviewed a lot of people, and you have a really powerful mind, you have a good read on people. So how do you know when you're sitting across from a psychopath?
I wouldn't say that I do know. In normal social circumstances, we have evolved mechanisms to keep people like that under control. Let's say that you and I have a series of interactions, and you screw me over once. I'm not going to forget that. Now, I might not write you off because of the one time. But if it happens 3 times, it's like, we're not going to play together anymore. And in normal times, most of our social networks are connected and interactive. So, like, if you ripped me off 3 times and I noted that, I'm going to tell everybody I know, and they're going to tell everybody they know, and soon everyone will know, and that's the end of your trip. But that assumes that we know who you are and we're in continual communication. All of that's gone online. So anonymity does that, and so does the amplification of emotional intensity by the social media platforms and their algorithms. I think what we're doing, this is happening on Twitter continually, is we're giving the 5% of psychopaths a radically disproportionate voice. And what they're doing is there's a bunch of them on the left, and they're all, we're so compassionate. And there's a bunch of them on the right, and at the moment they're all, we're so Christian and free speech oriented. It's like, no, you're not. You're a narcissistic psychopath, and that's your camouflage. And you hide behind your anonymity, and you use fractious and divisive language to attract fools and to elevate your social status and your clout. And not only that, to gain, what would you say, satisfaction for your sadistic impulses.
See, the problem is it's hard to tell who is a psychopath and who is a heterodox truth seeker.
Yeah, well, if you were charitable about Tucker Carlson's recent interview, you'd say that was exactly the conundrum he faced. And it is hard. Like, I've thought about, for example, interviewing Andrew Tate. And I thought, I don't think so. And then I thought, why? I figured, it's not obvious to me at all that he wouldn't charm me. So I knew this guy, Robert Hare. Robert Hare was the world's foremost authority on psychopathy. He established the field of clinical analysis of psychopathic behavior. And Hare was a pretty agreeable guy. So, you know, he would give people the benefit of the doubt. And he interviewed hundreds of serious psychopaths, like imprisoned violent offenders. And he told me in one of our conversations that every time he sat down with a violent offender psychopath, he had a measure for psychopathy that was a clinical checklist. So he could identify the psychopaths from just the, say, run-of-the-mill criminals. Every time he sat down with them, they pulled the wool over his eyes. And it wasn't, he videotaped the interviews. And it wasn't until later when he was reviewing the videos that he could see what they were doing. But in person, their tricks were more sophisticated than his detection ability.
Well, okay, this is fascinating because, again, you're a great interviewer. I would love it if you interviewed somebody like Putin. So this idea that you are a fool in the face of psychopathy just doesn't jive with me.
I'm an agreeable guy. That's the problem. I'll give people the benefit of the doubt.
Right, but that's good because the way you reveal psychopathy is by being agreeable, not weak, but seeking with empathy to understand the other person. And in the details, in the little nuanced ways that they struggle with questions, the psychopathy is revealed. So, so we're kind of just to separate the two things. So one, overrepresentation of psychopathy online with anonymity, that's a serious, fascinating problem. But in the interview, one-on-one, I don't know if the job of a human being in conversation is to not talk to psychopaths, but to talk. I mean, like, how would you interview Hitler?
Well, I've had very difficult clinical interviews with people in my clinical practice.
So how do you approach that?
Well, I really probably approach that the way I approach most conversations, and it's something like, I'm going to assume that you're playing a straight game, but I'm going to watch, and if you throw in the odd crooked maneuver in, then I'll note it, and after you do it 3 times, I'll think, okay, I see. I thought we were playing one game, but we're actually playing another one. And if I'm smart enough to pick that up, that usually works out quite successfully for me. But I'm not always smart enough to pick that up.
But see, here's the nice thing. There's a one-on-one conversation that's not recorded is different than one that's listened by a lot of people. Because I trust the intelligence of the listener to detect even better than you
Yes, and I think that's true, by the way.
to detect the psychopathy.
Yeah, I've had the odd interview with people that I wasn't happy with having organized because I felt that I had brought their ideas to a wider audience than might have seemed appropriate. But my conclusion and the conclusion of my producers and the people I talked to was that we could run the interview, the discussion, and let the audience sort it out. And I would say they do. So I think as a general rule of thumb, that's true. And I also think that the long form interviews are particularly good at that because it's not that easy to maintain a manipulative stance, especially if you're empty for like 2.5 hours. You get tired, you get irritable, you show that you lose the track, you're going to start leaking out your mistakes.
And that actually is the case for all the world leaders, I would say. 1 hour is too short.
Mm-hmm.
If something happens at like 2 hour plus mark where you start to leak, and I trust in the intelligence of the listener to sort of to detect that.
Yeah, and it might be the intelligence of the distributed crowd. And I mean, that's what I've seen with the YouTube interviews. It's hard to fool people as such over a protracted period of time. And I guess it's partly because everybody brings a slightly different set of falsehood detectors to the table. And if you aggregate that, it's pretty damn accurate.
But of course, it's complicated because ideas of Nazi ideology spread in the 1920s. There was a real battle between Marxism and Nazism.
Oh, yeah.
And I believe there are some attempts at censorship of Nazi ideology. Censorship very often does the opposite. It gives the fringe ideologies power if they're being censored, because that's an indication that the man in power doesn't want the truth to be heard. This kind of idea, and that just puts fuel to the fire.
It also motivates the paranoid types because one of the reasons that paranoia spirals out of control is because paranoid people almost inevitably end up being persecuted because they're so touchy and so suspicious that people start to walk on eggshells around them as if there are things going on behind the scenes. And so then they get more distrustful and more paranoid, and eventually they start misbehaving so badly that they are actually persecuted, often by legal authorities, and it's down the rabbit hole they go. And so Musk is betting on that to some degree, right? He believes that free expression on Twitter X will sort itself out and be of net benefit. And I follow a lot of really bad accounts on X because I like to keep an eye on the pathology of the left, let's say, and the pathology of the right, thinking, at least in my clinical way, that I'm watching the psychopaths dance around and try to do what their subversion. And it's an ugly place to inhabit, that's for sure. But it's also the case that a very tiny minority of seriously bad actors can have a disproportionate influence. And one of the things I've always hoped for social media channels is that they separate the anonymous accounts from the verified accounts. They should just be in different categories. People who will say what they think and take the hits to their reputation. Anonymous types, if you want to see what the anonymous types say, you can see it, but don't be confusing them with actual people, because they're not saying. We know that people behave more badly when they're anonymous. That's a very well-established psychological finding. Well, and I think the danger to our culture is substantive. I think the reason that everything started to go sideways pretty seriously around 2015 is because we invented these new modes of communication. We have no idea how to police them. And so the psychopathic manipulators, they have free reign. About 30% of the internet is pornography. A huge amount of internet traffic is outright criminal. And there's a penumbra around that that's, psychopathic, narcissistic, troublemaking trolls. And that might constitute the bulk of the interactions online. And it's partly because people can't be held responsible. So the free riders have free reign.
It's a fascinating technical challenge of how to make our society resilient to the psychopaths on the left and the right.
Yeah. It might be the fundamental problem of the age, given the amplification of communication by our social networks.
And so to generalize across psychopaths, you could also think about bots.
Yeah.
Which behave similar to psychopaths in their certainty and not caring. They're maximizing some function. They're not caring about anything else. Attention, yeah.
Yeah. Short-term attention, even worse. Yeah, because you might, that's another problem. Like if the algorithms are maximizing for the grip of short-term attention, they're acting like immature agents of attention, right? And so then imagine the worst case scenario is negative emotion garners more attention, and short-term gratification garners more attention. So then you're maximizing for the grip of short-term attention by negative emotion. I mean, that's not going to be a principle. If we were talking earlier about, unsustainable unifying axioms, that's definitely one of them. Maximize for the spread of negative emotion that garners short-term attention. Jesus, brutal.
I tend to not think there's that many psychopaths. So maybe to push back a little bit, it feels like there's a small number of psychopaths.
3 to 5% is the estimate worldwide
In terms of humans,
Yeah.
sure. But
Yeah.
in terms of the pattern of stuff we see online, my hope is that a lot of people on the extreme left and extreme right, or just the trolls in general, are just young people kind of going through the similar stuff that we've been talking about, trying on the cynicism and the resentment. There's a drug aspect to it. There's a pull to that. To talk shit about somebody, to take somebody down. I mean, there is some pleasure in that.
Mhm.
There's a dark pull towards that, and I think
That's the sadistic pull.
a lot of people. I mean, you see, when you say sadistic, it makes it sound like it's a pathology,
It's pleasure in the suffering of others.
right?
Right.
But I just think that all of us have the capacity for that. All
Yeah,
humans have the
definitely.
capacity for that.
Yeah, some more than others, but everyone to some degree.
And when you're young, you don't understand the full implications of that on your own self. And so if you participate in taking other people down, that's going to have a cost on your own development as a human being. Like it's going to
Definitely.
take you towards a Dostoevsky's Notes from Underground,
Yeah.
in the basement,
Yeah.
cynical, all that
Yeah,
kind of
alone.
stuff. Which is why a lot of young people try it out. The reason is you get older and older, you realize that there's a huge cost to that, so you don't do it. But there's young people that, so like I would like to sort of believe and hope that a large number of people who are trolls are just trying out the derision,
No doubt.
and then so they can be saved.
Yeah.
They can be helped. They can be shown that there's more growth, there's more flourishing to celebrating other people, and it actually.
Yeah.
And criticizing ideas, but not in the way of derision, LOL, but by formulating your own self in the world, by formulating your ideas in a strong, powerful way, and also removing the cloak of anonymity and just standing behind your ideas and carrying the responsibility of those ideas. Yeah.
I think all of that is right. I think the idea that that's more likely to occur among young people, that's clear. People, as they mature, get more agreeable and conscientious. So we actually know that what you said is true technically. It's definitely the case that there's an innate tilt towards pleasure in that sort of behavior, and it is associated to some degree with dominant striving. And I do think it's true, as you pointed out, that many of the people who are toying with that pattern can be socialized out of it. In fact, maybe most people, even repeat criminal types, tend to desist in their late 20s. So imagine that. So 1% of the criminals commit 65% of the crime. So imagine that 1% are the people that you're really concerned with. They often have stable patterns of offending that emerge in very, very young, like even in infancy, and continue through adolescence and into adulthood. If you keep them in prison until they're in the middle of their late 20s, most of them stop. And that might be the easiest way to understand that, might just be delayed maturation. So are most people salvageable? Yes, definitely. Is everyone salvageable? Well, at some point it becomes, first of all, they have to want to be salvaged. That's a problem. But then it also becomes something like, well, how much resources are you going to devote to that? Like the farther down the rabbit hole you've gone, the more energy it takes to haul you up. So there comes a point where the probability that you'll be able to get enough resources devoted to you to rescue you from the pit of hell that you dug is zero. And that's a very sad thing, and it's very hard to be around someone who's in that situation. Very, very hard.
And it seems that it's more likely that the leaders of movements are going to be psychopaths, and the followers of movements are going to be the people that we're mentioning that are kind of lost themselves in the ideology of the movement.
Well, we know that what you said is true even historically to a large degree, because Germany was successfully denazified. And it's not like everybody who participated in every element of the Nazi movement was brought to justice, not in the least. The same thing happened in Japan. So, to some degree, the same thing happened in South Africa, right? And it's the case, for example, also in the stories that we were referring to earlier, the biblical stories, the patriarchs of the Bible. Most of them are pretty bad people when they first start out. Like Jacob's a really good. Jacob is the one who becomes Israel. He's a major player in the biblical narrative, and he's a pretty bad actor when he first starts out. He's a mama's boy. He's a liar. He steals from his own brother, and in a major way, he deceives his father. He's a coward, and yet he turns his life around.
So be careful the leaders you idolize and worship. But then it's not always clear to know who's good and who's evil.
Yeah,
it's hard. You have been through some dark places in your mind over your life. What have been some of your darker hours, and how did you find the light?
Well, I would say I started contending with the problem of evil very young, 13 or 14, and that's been the main. That was my main motivation of study for 30 years, something like that. At the end of that 30 years, it became more and more. I became more and more interested in fleshing out the alternative. Once I became convinced that evil existed, that was very young. I always believed that if you could understand something well enough, that you could formulate a solution to it. But it turns out that seeing evil and understanding that it exists is less complicated than a technical description of its opposite. Like, what is good? You can say, well, it's not that, for sure. It's not Auschwitz. How about we start there? It's as far from Auschwitz as you can get. It's as far from enjoying being an Auschwitz camp guard as you can get. Okay, well, where are you when you're as far away from that as you could possibly get? What does that mean? And it does have something to do with play, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I think the antithesis of tyranny is play. So that took me a long time to figure out that specifically, And so that was very dark. Like, I spent a lot of time studying the worst behaviors that I could discover abstractly in books, but also in my clinical practice and in my observations of people. And so that's rough. More recently, I was very ill and in a tremendous amount of pain. Like, that lasted pretty much without any break for 3 years. And what was particularly useful to me then was the strength of my relationships, my immediate relationships, my friendships. Also, the relationships that I had established more broadly with people, because by the time I became ill, I was reasonably well known, and people were very supportive when I was having trouble, and that was very helpful. But it's certainly the case that it was the connections I had, particularly with my family, but also with my friends, that were the saving grace. And that's something to know, it's necessary to bear the burdens of the world on your own shoulders, that's for sure, the burdens of your own existence and whatever other responsibilities you can mount, but that by no means means that you can or should do it alone. And so, you might say, well, welcoming the adversity of life as a redemptive challenge is a task that's beyond the ability of the typical person, or even maybe of anyone. But then when you think, well, you're not alone, maybe you're not alone socially, you're not alone familially, maybe you're not alone metaphysically as well. There's an insistence, and I think it's true, there's an insistence, for example, in the Old and the New Testament alike, that the more darkness you're willing to voluntarily encounter, the more likely it is that the spirit of Abraham and the patriarchs will walk with you. And I think that's right. I think it's sort of technically true in that the best parts of yourself make themselves manifest. If you want to think about it that way, the best parts of yourself, whatever that means, make themselves manifest when you're contending actively and voluntarily with the most difficult challenges. Why wouldn't it be that way? And then you could think, well, that's yourself. Like, well, are the best unrevealed parts of you yourself? Well, no, they're a kind of metaphysical reality. They're not yet manifest. They only exist in potential. They transcend anything you're currently capable of, but they have an existence. You could call that yourself, but like it was Jung's contention, for example, with regards to such terminology, that the reason we use the term self instead of God is because when God was dispensed with, let's say, by the processes Nietzsche described, we just found the same thing deep within the instinctive realm, let's say. We found it at the bottom of things instead of at the top. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter fundamentally. What matters is whether or not that's a reality. And I think it's the fundamental reality, because I do think that the deeper you delve into things, this is what happens to Moses when he encounters the burning bush. So Moses is just going about his life. He's a shepherd. He's an adult. He has wives. He has children. He has responsibilities. He's left his home and he's established himself. And so things are pretty good for Moses. And then he's out by Mount Horeb in that story, but it's the central mountain of the world. It's the same mountain as Sinai, which is the place where heaven and earth touch. And he sees something that grabs his attention. Right? That's the burning bush. And bush is a tree, that's life, that's the tree of life. And the fact that it's on fire that's life exaggerated, because everything that's alive is on fire. And so what calls to Moses is like the spirit of being itself, and it attracts him off the beaten track. And he decides to go investigate. So Moses is everyone who goes off the beaten track to investigate. And so as he investigates, he delves more and more deeply until he starts to understand that he's now walking on sacred ground. So he takes off his shoes, and that's a symbolic reference of identity transformation. He's no longer walking the same path. He no longer has the same identity. He's in a state of flux. And that's when what happens is that he continues to interact with this calling. And Moses asks what it is that's being revealed. And God says, I'm the spirit of being itself. That's basically the answer. I am what I am. It's a more complex utterance than that. I am what I will be. I am what was becoming. It's all of that at the same time. It's the spirit of being that's speaking to him, the spirit of being and becoming. And it tells Moses that he now, because he's delved so deeply into something so compelling, his identity is transformed and he's become the leader who can speak truth to power. And so he allies himself with his brother Aaron, who's the political arm and who can communicate, and he goes back to Egypt to confront the tyrant. And that's an indication of that idea that if you wrestle with life properly, that the spirit of being and becoming walks with you. And it's like, how can that not be true? Because the contrary would be that there would be no growth in challenge. Well, you have to be infinitely nihilistic to believe that.
It's obvious, but it's also just fascinating that hardship is the thing that is that ends up being the catalyst for delving deeply.
It's hardship voluntarily undertaken. Well, it is crucially true. Look, if you bring someone into therapy, let's say they're afraid of elevators, and you trick them into getting near an elevator, you'll make them worse. But if you negotiate with them so that they voluntarily move towards the elevator on their own recognizance, They'll overcome their fear and they become generally braver, but it has to be voluntary.
See, I got to push back and explore with you the question of voluntarily.
Yeah.
Let's look at Nietzsche.
Yeah.
He suffered through several health issues throughout his life: migraines, eyesight issues, digestive problems, depression with suicidal thoughts. And yet he is one of the greatest minds in the history of humanity. So were these problems that he was suffering arguably involuntarily a feature or a bug?
That's a good question. The same thing happens in the story of Job, because Job is a good man. God himself admits it. And Satan comes along and says to God, I see you're pretty proud of your man there, Job. God says, yeah, he's doing pretty well. And Satan says, I think it's just because things are easy for him. Let me have a crack at him and see what happens. And God says, yeah, I think you're wrong. Do your worst. Right, and that's how people feel when those slings and arrows come at them, let's say like Nietzsche. Well, Job's response to that, now the story is set up so that what befalls Job is actually quite arbitrary, right? These catastrophes that you're describing. The voluntarism in Job is his refusal to despair even in the face of that adversity. And that seems like something like an expression of voluntary free will. He refuses to lose faith. And the way the story ends is that Job gets everything back and more. And, so that's a descent and ascent story. And a cynic might say, well, the ends don't justify the means. And I would say, fair enough, but that's a pretty shallow interpretation of the story. What it indicates instead is that if you're fortunate, because let's not forget that, and you optimize your attitude even in the face of adversity, that it's not infrequently the case that your fortunes will reverse. And I've found that in many situations, the journalists whose goal was most malicious in relationship to me, who were most concerned with improving their own, what would you say, fostering their own notoriety and gaining social status at my expense, were the ones who did me the greatest favor. Those were the interviews that went viral. And so that's interesting, because they were definitely the places where the most disaster was at hand. And I felt that in the aftermath. Every time that happened, my whole family was destabilized for like 2 months because it wasn't obvious at all which way the dice were going to roll.
But you leaned into that. So in a sense that there's this kind of transformation from the involuntary to the voluntary. Basically saying, bring it on. That act of bring it on turns the involuntary hardship into voluntary hardship.
Well, not necessarily, let's say, but you could say that's your best bet. Well, I'm never going to say that you can transcend all catastrophe with the right attitude, because that's just too much to say. But I could say that in a dire situation, there's always an element of choice. And if you make the right choices, you improve you improve your chances of success to the maximal possible degree.
It might be too much to say, but nevertheless, could be true. Viktor Frankl, Marcus Aurelius.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what the resurrection story proclaims, is that, even under the darkest imaginable circumstances, the fundamental finale is the victory of the good. And that seems to me to be true.
Do you have regrets when you look back at your life in the full analysis of it?
Well, as I said, I was very ill for about 3 years, and it was seriously brutal. Like this is no lie, every single minute of that 3 years was worse than any single time I'd ever experienced in my entire life up to that. So that was rough.
Was the roughest the physical or the psychological?
Pain.
Just literal pain.
Yeah. Yeah, I was walking like 10 to 12 miles a day. Rain or shine, winter, didn't matter. Not good. And it was worse than that, because as the day progressed, my pain levels would fall until by 10, 11 at night, when I was starting to get tired, I was approaching, what would you say? I was approaching something like an ordinary bad day. But as soon as I went to sleep, then the clock was reset and all the pain came back. And so it wasn't just that I was in pain, it was that sleep itself became an enemy. And that's really rough, man, because sleep is where you take refuge. You know, you're worn out, you're tired, and you go to sleep and you wake up and it's something approximating a new day. This was like Sisyphus on steroids. And it was very difficult to maintain hope in that, because I would do what I could. Like, there were times when it took me like an hour and a half in the morning to stand up. And so I'd do all that and more or less put myself back into something remotely resembling human by the end of the day. And then I knew perfectly well, exhausted, if I fell asleep, that I was going to be right at the bottom of the bloody hill again. And so after a couple of years of that, it was definitely the fact that I had a family that carried me through that.
What did you learn about yourself and about the human mind from all of those days?
Well, I think I learned more gratitude for the people I had around me. And I learned how fortunate I was to have that and how crucial that was. My wife learned something similar. She was diagnosed with a form of cancer that, as far as we know, killed every single person who ever had it except her. It's quite rare. And her experience was that what really gave her hope and played at least a role in saving her was the realization of the depth of love that her son in particular had for her. And that says nothing about her relationship with Michaela, with her daughter. It just so happened that it was the revelation of that love that made Tammy understand the value of her life in a way that she wouldn't have realized of her own accord. We're very, very, there's no difference between ourselves and the people that we love. And there might be no difference between ourselves and everyone, everywhere. But we can at least realize that to begin with in the form of the people that we love. And I hope I'm better at that than I was. I think I'm better at it than I was. I'm a lot more grateful for just ordinariness than I was, because when I first recovered, I remember first started to recover, I was standing in this pharmacy waiting for a prescription in a little town, and they weren't being particularly efficient about it. So I was in that, standing in the aisle for like 20 minutes, and I thought, I'm not on fire. I could just stand here for like the rest of my life, just not being in pain and enjoying that. And, that would have been something that before that would have been, I would have been impatient and raring to go, because I didn't have 20 minutes to stand in the middle of an aisle. And I thought, well, if you're just standing there and you're not on fire, things are a lot better than they might be. And I know that. And I think I remember it almost all the time.
You gain a greater ability to appreciate the mundane moments of life.
Yeah, definitely. The miracle of the mundane, right?
Yeah.
I think Nietzsche had that, because he was very ill. And so I suspect he had it. And he was regarded by the inhabitants of the village that he lived in near the end of his life as something approximating a saint. He apparently conducted himself very admirably, despite all his suffering.
But that's still, there's this tension, as there's in much of Nietzsche's work, between the miracle of the mundane, appreciating the miracle of the mundane, versus fearing the tyranny of the mediocre.
It's more the mediocre and resentful.
Yes, but that's you giving him a pass or seeing the good.
Well, fair enough.
There's a kind of, the tyranny of the mediocre. I always hated this idea that some people are better than others. And I understand it, but it's a dangerous idea.
This is why I like the story of Cain and Abel, I would say. Because Cain is mediocre. But that's because he refuses to do his best. It's not something intrinsic to him. And I actually think that's the right formulation, because I had people in my clinical practice who were lost in many dimensions from the perspective of comparison. One woman I remember in particular who, man, she had a lot to contend with. She was not educated. She was not intelligent. She had a brutal family, a terrible history of psychiatric hospitalization. And when I met her at a hospital, she was an outpatient from the psychiatric ward, and she had been in there with people that she thought were worse off than her, and they were. And that was a long way down. That was like Dante's Inferno level down. It was a long-term psychiatric inpatient ward. Some of the people had been there for 30 years. It made One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest look like a romantic comedy. And she had come back to see if she could take some of those people for a walk, and was trying to find out how to get permission to do it. And so, better than other people. Some people are more intelligent, some people are more beautiful, some people are more athletic. Maybe it's possible for everyone at all levels of attainment to strive towards the good. And maybe those talents that are given to people unfairly don't privilege them in relationship to their moral conduct. And I think that's true. But there's no evidence, for example, that there's any correlation whatsoever between intelligence and morality. You're not better because you're smart. And what that also implies is if you're smart, you can be a lot better at being worse.
I think for myself, I'm just afraid of dismissing people because of my perception of them.
Yeah, well, that's why we have that metaphysical presumption that everybody's made in the image of God, right? Despite that immense diversity of apparent ability, there's that underlying metaphysical assumption that, we all vary in our perceived and actual utility in relationship to any proximal goal, but all of that's independent of the question of axiomatic worth. And that preposterous as that notion appears to be, it seems to me that societies that accept it as a fundamental axiomatic presumption are always the societies that you'd want to live in if you had a choice. And that, to me, is an existence proof for the utility of the presumption. And also, if you treat people like that in your life, every encounter you have, you make the assumption that it's an assumption of it's radical equality of worth despite individual variance in ability, something like that. Man, your interactions go way better. I mean, everyone wants to be treated that way. Look, here's a developmental sequence for you. Naive and trusting. Hurt and cynical. Okay, well, is hurt and cynical better than naive and trusting? It's like, yeah, probably. Is that where it ends? How about cynical and trusting as step 3? Right, and then the trust becomes courage. It's like, yeah, I'll put my hand out for you, but it's not because I'm a fool. And I think that's right, because that's the reinstantiation of that initial trust, right, that makes childhood magical and paradisal. But it's the admixture of that with wisdom. It's like, yeah, we could walk together uphill, but that doesn't mean, and I'll presume that that's your aim, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to watch.
What's a better life? Cynical and safe, or hopeful and vulnerable to be hurt?
Oh, you can't dispense with vulnerable to be hurt. That's the other realization. It's like you're going to stake your life on something. You could stake your life on security, but it's not going to help. You don't have that option.
So what do you do when you're betrayed, ultimately, by some people you come across?
Grieve and look elsewhere. Do what you can to forgive, and not least so you lighten your own burden. Maybe do what you can to help the person who betrayed you. And if that all proves impossible, then wash your hands of it and move on to the next adventure.
And do it again.
Yeah.
Boy, this life, something else. We've been talking about some heavy, difficult topics, and you've talked about truth in your Nietzsche lectures and elsewhere. When you think, when you write, when you speak, how do you find what is true? You know, Hemingway said, all you have to do is write one true sentence.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
Well, I would say first that you practice that. It's like, that question is something, and Hemingway knew this, at least to some degree, and he certainly wrote about it. You have to orient your life upward as completely as you can, because otherwise you can't distinguish between truth and falsehood. It has to be a practice. And for me, I started to become serious about that practice when I realized that it was individual, it was the immorality of the individual, the resentful, craven, deceitful immorality of the individual that led to the terrible atrocities that humans engage in that make us doubt even our own worth. I became completely convinced of that the fundamental root cause of evil, let's say, wasn't economic or sociological, that it was spiritual, just psychological. And that if that was the case, you had an existential responsibility to aim upward and to tell the truth. And that everything depends on that. And I became convinced of that. And so then, look, you set your path with your orientation. That's how your perceptions work. As soon as you have a goal, a pathway opens up to you and you can see it. And the world divides itself into obstacles and things that move you forward. And so the pathway that's in front of you depends on your aim. The things you perceive are concretizations of your aim. If your aim is untrue, then you won't be able to tell the difference between truth and falsehood. And you might say, well, how do you know your aim is true? It's like, well, you course correct continually, and you can aim towards the ultimate. Are you ever sure that your aim is the right direction? You become increasingly accurate in your apprehension.
Is it like part of the process to cross the line, to go outside the Overton window, to dip a toe outside the Overton window for a bit?
Of course, that's what you do in part and play. I was at the Comedy Mothership, and every single comedian was like completely reprehensible. All they were doing was saying things that you can't say. Well, but it was in play. What I'm trying to do in my lectures is I'm on the edge. Like, I have a question I'm trying to address, and I'm trying to figure out. I don't know where the conversation is going. Truly, like it's an exploration. And I think the reason that the audiences respond is because they can feel that. It's a high wire act, and I could fail. And, my lectures have degrees of success. Sometimes I get real fortunate. There's a perfect narrative arc. I have a question. I'm investigating it. It comes to a punchline conclusion just at the right time. And it's like the whole act is complete. And sometimes it's more fragmented. But I can tell when the audience is engaged because everyone's silent, except maybe when they're laughing. But
there's a kind of sense that you're arguing with yourself when you're lecturing. It's beautiful. It's really beautiful and powerful to watch. Like Nietzsche does the same. There's contradictions in what you're saying. There's a struggle in what you're saying. But I do think that when you're doing the same on the internet, you get punished for the deviations. You get punished for the exploration, especially when that explores outside the Overton window.
Look, if you're going to play hard in a conversation to explore, you're going to say things that are edgy, right? That are going to cause trouble, and that might be wrong. And that's another reason why free speech protection is so important. You actually have to protect the right. Let's say in the optimal circumstance, you have to protect the right of well-meaning people to be wrong. Now, you probably have to go beyond that to truly protect it. You have to even protect the right of people who aren't meaning well to be wrong. And we also need that because we're not always well-meaning. But I don't, the alternative to that protection would be the insistence that people only say what was 100% right all the time.
I'm also, I guess,
you can get it, girl.
Call
really?
to our fellow humans not to reduce a person to a particular
give it to me, Billy.
statement, which is what the internet tends to want to do.
Especially if it's the worst thing they ever said.
Yeah.
Yeah, because anyone judged by that standard is doomed unless they're silent.
But it also just makes you not want to play.
Yeah, right.
Not want to take sort of radical thought experiments and carry out.
Yeah, well, that's kind of
conclusion.
The definition of a totalitarian state.
Yes.
No one's playing in a totalitarian state ever.
But In this case, it's an emergent one
Yeah.
with psychopaths